Chapter 501 Weaponized Deterrence. I need an explanation, Miss Castellana, Dumbledore said in a deep voice. Is it now? Probably not appropriate, Elena said as she glanced at the little witches around her. Yes, it's now. If you have any doubts. Dumbledore tapped his fingers on the table lightly. Although the surrounding environment did not change, the distance between him and Elena instantly became quiet, and a layer of invisible magic enveloped him and Elena and the two, even though they are close at hand. The three Hermiones can't hear Elena and Dumbledore at all, even the shapes of their mouths can't be seen clearly. It's as if everyone was suddenly covered in a layer mist. At the same time, Dumbledore's gentle voice rang in the girls' ears. Sorry, maybe I need to talk to Miss Castellana alone. In the silent magical enchantment, Dumbledore crossed his fingers and looked at Elena with a particularly serious look. I don't understand, Miss Castellana, Dumbledore said softly. Elena had never heard Dumbledore speak in such a solemn tone, even when he mortgaged Hogwarts a few months ago. The old man didn't seem to be so angry. Maybe the other three ladies didn't know the danger of this matter in advance, but I don't think you would not understand what you were doing. The experiment with explosives is no longer a serious matter that can be fooled by jokes. The reason? Elena raised her head, hesitated a little, and then spread her hands helplessly. In fact, these same experiments are not the first time in these days. This time tonight is just an accident. I never thought that magic would have such a big increase in conventional chemistry. After all, according to my previous equivalent deduction, 10 kilogram of low-purity ammonium nitrate mixture should not have such an effect. In other words, can I understand that you are making weapons? Dumbledore's face became more solemn. Weapons? Yes, I am indeed trying to conduct weaponized magic chemistry experiments. Contrary to Dumbledore's expectation, Elena didn't mean to quibble at all, but replied calmly. Why? The old man frowned. Because Hogwarts, or the magical world, needs weapons. Elena looked directly into Dumbledore's eyes, her face shining with a dangerous light. If you want to intervene in the disintegration of the Soviet Union and other major events after the non-magical world, the wizards must be powerful enough. Backed by a deterrent force spaces. You mean, power? Dumbledore responded softly. A rebellious shadow flashed in the old man's mind subconsciously, and he seemed to have heard the same words decades ago. But then, apart from the solemn face on Dumbledore's face, he couldn't help but feel a little more confused. But if it's just for destructive power and lethality, magic will have a smarter way. I don't think it is necessary for you to carry out such meaningless experiments. There have been enough war magics in this world. Not an Orha, those are not suitable. Elena shook her head. Fire curse, mass phantom migration, war transfiguration, Avidaso's life curse, Imperious curse, plague potion. These can indeed exert extremely terrifying lethality in war, making opponents unknowingly death. But, they exist just like dim bombs and poison gas weapons, with a fatal flaw and lack of harmless deterrence. Elena paused, glanced at Dumbledore in front of him. No matter whether he understood it or not, she thought for a while and continued. If you have a little understanding of the history of human warfare and the history of the Cold War in these years, you will clearly know that the war in the non-magical world ends with nuclear deterrence. The first prerequisite for the two worlds to be equal is to keep each other in fear. The power of magic is far more than you think. It's far more mysterious than I thought. It's unpredictable, and hard to understand. Elena nodded, and then Dumbledore added quickly, but unfortunately, if we want the non-magical world to realize the magical world, it seems that we can only pass large-scale killings have caused this effect, and once this is done, no matter what the result is, the result will be an endless war. Elena has learned a lot about war magic these days. After all, her follow-up plan involves sucking bones and marrow from the bear, so the imaginary enemy will inevitably take into account the Soviet non-magic world and the American non-magic world, that is, the situation of small-scale local wars. Even if it is a prophetic foresight with past life history, Elena must also prevent that in case the worst happens. She can have an effective countermeasure that can push the wheel of history back to the greatest extent. However, according to Grindelwald's introduction, the magic world has gone too far in the direction of war on the mysterious side. Most of the war magic still focuses on the logic of high mystery and high lethality, which belongs to practical war magic. In other words, we don't want to win the war, we want to stop it. Elena raised her finger, looked at Dumbledore, and explained seriously. In a short period of time, it is very unrealistic for the non-magical world to understand the power of magic, but if it is a high-kill weapon that they can understand some of the principles and destructive power, it will be different. The significance of nuclear deterrence does not just lie in its destructive power. The most important thing is that it is, above all, a weapon that can be widely understood and displayed in a simple and crude form: explosion. This is the common communication method for the entire human world today, just like the knife and armor of the cold weapon era. To make a simple analogy, two people are quarreling. One said that I will use a 4-meter-long ship-cutting knife to cut you into 2 pieces, and take out this ship-cutting knife, and start to slice potatoes in front of you. And the other people said that if I go down with this sword, your past, future, and present will all be cut off. And then he cut the air for a moment. Look, your marriage is cut off now. Are you afraid? Exclamation mark. On this point, we will discuss it when Gellert returns. After Dumbledore was silent for a moment, after thinking about it, he chose to put the question aside for a while. This aspect is not what he is good at, whether it is opposition or approval. It is not a very appropriate choice. As a principal at Hogwarts, he only needs to solve a part of the scope of his duties. The old man tapped his finger on the table again, and the magic barrier surrounding the two of them was quietly withdrawn. So, why in the history of magic classroom? Because it's cold outside the school, Elena replied quickly. Dumbledore, taking a look at Dumbledore's face that went dark again in an instant, the girl stuck out her tongue and added an explanation. And, update today: the weight value of the chapter yesterday has been changed a bit, and it has been reduced to 10 kilograms. In fact, the earthen mixed explosives are not as exaggerated as you think. There will be a lot of extraneous things or incombustible internal mixing to increase weight. Just like ammonium nitrate fertilizer as fertilizer, there will be many other things in it. According to Fat Chicken's experience when he was a child, a paint bucket filled with a homemade mixture of ammonium nitrate and nitric acid, if mixed and detonated, is not complete. It may not even be able to blow down a simple barrier soil wall. Please do not explode industrialized explosives and manual explosions. Things are mixed together. P.S. If you add more, you still have the refill when you arrive. Chapter 502: Dumbledore's Forbidden Technique. Hogwarts, the principal's office. Elena blinked her eyes cutely, and the little dumb hair on top of her head swayed from side to side, and said solemnly, "Another reason is that it is more convenient to conduct explosives testing in a confined space." Albus Dumbledore's face was instantly filled with confusion. What the hell is going on with this little Nizai today? Do you really think of him as a closed wizard who doesn't understand anything? However, without waiting for the old wizard to question, Elena quickly continued to explain. In a relatively airtight room, it will be more convenient to clean up. You only need to flexibly use clean up new and restore as before, and within a few minutes you can eliminate the residual effects of the previous test. Cleaning curse and repairing curse. So, it seems to make some sense. Dumbledore pondered for a few seconds, then nodded rather helplessly. From this point of view, the wizard does some research work, and indeed has advantages that the Mole laboratory does not have. After all, repeated experiments are just a spell for the wizard. On the other hand, if explosives are tested in an open area, unreacted explosives are prone to splashing around and accidentally lost. Once the explosives scattered around are not cleaned up, it is likely to leave hidden dangers. Elena looked at Dumbledore, who was lost in thought, smiled, and explained calmly. It's very difficult for a confined space to have such a situation. You only need to clean up the classroom completely. After all, we are wizards. Of course, the details in this area will be slightly different from the Muggles' methods. But well, Dumbledore frowned. Why? He actually developed a sense of speechless identification. After a few seconds of silence, the old wizard looked around the little witches around the girl, and continued to ask with a stern face, "Did you consider the safety of yourself and those around you during this experiment?" "Of course, so we are already hiding far away. All the detonations are triggered by magic spells at a long distance, and I also deliberately adjusted the position of the explosives and the detonation angle to ensure that the direction of the shockwave spreads outward first." Elena nodded quickly, explaining her previous arrangements with excitement on her face. As a small messenger with super Hansen ability, she usually considers this aspect very carefully. Although she can't achieve complete directional blasting, she can also reduce the risk through some simple magic and design. You are facing Elena with a grey head and grey face, but his eyes were still full of excitement. Dumbledore's lips trembled again. There are so many bearish principles, but are they all decent? The old man raised his hand abruptly, and then slowly fell on the girl's face, and wiped off the black dust from the girl's face. Ugh. At the same time, Dumbledore's mixed sigh sounded in the room. Elena, this child, is so much like Gellert Grindelwald and Tom Riddle. Do not wrong. To be more precise, her danger level and talent are several times higher than the two combined. The history of past failures proves that blindly blocking and monitoring is nothing more than a temporary escape from the problem of self-deception. Neither Grindelwald nor Tom would give up exploring the unknown territory because of temporary obstacles. On the contrary, when they completely lost the shackles of Dumbledore, they became more terrifying and unscrupulous than before. Blocking is worse than sparse. This time Dumbledore intends to change to a longer, but more secure way to dredge. Perhaps you have a lot of surprising knowledge in the non-magical field, but you are now a wizard. What you must be clear is that when you are researching or getting involved in a certain non-magical field, it is considered high risk. When it comes to the scope of things, the destructive power you can cause is definitely more than what you originally imagined in your little brain. Dumbledore paused, slid his fingers across the other little witches sitting in the office, and said earnestly, "At least, when you are trying, consider your friends and classmates. I don't hope that when you reach my age, you will regret for a lifetime because of some young mistakes." As he spoke, a trace of pain flashed across the old man's face. His eyes dimmed a little. "But I don't know." Elena glanced at the little wings around her, then looked at Albus Dumbledore, who hadn't been blaming her. Her tone was slightly softened, and the stubbornness on her face finally faded away and poked his fingertips and defended quietly. "After all, in this area, the entire magical world is still blank. What kind of catalytic effect will magic have on the laws of chemistry and physics, or whether the corresponding spelling materials will strengthen the spell, is an unknown number. I promise if next time when conducting a similar magical science compound experiment again, absolutely no next time, understand? At least this year, no more." Dumbledore shook his head, raised his volume, and said heavily in a tone that couldn't hold his beak, "Before that group of foreign scholars arrive at Hogwarts, you will be prohibited from contacting and trying any non-magical and magical experiments, and during this period, I will gradually learn about what you learned before." The elderly Hogwarts headmaster gently rubbed his temples and looked at him with a tired smile. "If you have any ideas and experiments, let me know first and let me try them out for you, okay? Huh? You? Elena stayed for a while and looked at Dumbledore in surprise. Although the old professor sometimes calculates and thinks more, he is indeed a responsible professor for the students, and he deserves to be Hogwarts' the greatest principal. Immediately afterwards, a lot of bold ideas and worries popped up in her mind. For a while in this magical world, there shouldn't be a terrible situation similar to a conflict of ideas and then a headshot. right? Not paying attention to Elena's surprise and confusion, Dumbledore paused and continued. Also, I have already written to Mr. Benitez, asking him not to help you buy dangerous non-magical products like explosives. I also hope that you will stop buying these things secretly? Huh? What? Why? Hearing the name of the priest's father, Elena subconsciously tightened her ass and looked at Dumbledore in disbelief. I didn't ask Dad Benitez to buy explosives. You can't frame me like this. This is the legendary forbidden technique. Tell the parents! Laux, an old carrot, was so bad that he didn't look like the patron saint of the magic world and the model principal of Hogwarts. In vain. She was so touched just now. Let her be touched back soon. Gwa 25,153,000. Well, there is also a newly opened book called Hogwarts with the Wrong Way of Opening Hogwarts. It is about an extra plot 30 years later. It is a fat chicken to make up for this slow time. Extraordinary stories, updated from time to time. Post it on the Talking app. You can watch the starting point, but you have to go there and follow the fan first. P.S. Fat Chicken Group 2, 833,088,074. All subscribed groups can find management verification in the general group. After joining the group, you can watch the outside. PS2, Hogwarts on the Bite of the Tongue has released its first credit card. Very cute? The additional benefits are as follows. Apply for a VIP card, get 8,888 points. Get a 180-day card membership, get a 300 yuan gift package, and get an exclusive badge. Now, as long as it is processed in 2019, the card fee is free. Application method. Starting point: reading a personal account page. Starting point * exclusive card. Pull down to find the corresponding work card and click to apply. Chapter 503. Oh, did not ask someone to help you secretly purchase explosives? Dumbledore raised his eyebrows, glanced at Elena playfully, and couldn't help getting angry. Then how do you explain that the explosion that happened tonight can blow up half of the history of magic classroom? I don't know what kind of mood Professor Binns will be like when he is in class tomorrow. And the classmates sitting by the window, how will they feel? The old wizard shook his head non-committal, and as he spoke, his tone became serious again. Ms. Caslana, it seems that you haven't fully realized your mistake as viewing prohibited items secretly and bewitching your classmates to participate in dangerous magic experiments. If you really want to liquidate one by one according to school rules, you may have to be in confinement this semester. I've passed it. If something similar happens again, or even temporarily suspended or expelled from school, it's all possible. Although after Elena's explanation, Dumbledore slightly approved part of the girl's actions, this did not completely offset the danger of what she did, and the dozens of school rules she violated in the process. The most important thing is, at this time, still want to quibble? Elena Caslana, a little guy full of babbles. Do you really think he doesn't know anything about the non-magical world? A trace of joking and nostalgia flashed in Professor Dumbledore's blue eyes. It is true that he may not know much about the common sense, customs, or detailed scientific theories of some non-magical worlds, but he benefits from the deeds of Grindelwald and the terrible war that spread all over the world. At least for bombs and gunpowder. Dumbledore still knew a little bit about the existence of military weapons such as firearms, and aircraft and tanks. If it was known in advance that Elena wanted to purchase such dangerous goods from the non-magical world, Dumbledore would have successfully prevented it before the order was issued. At least, in Dumbledore's impression, in the past few months. In Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry's external purchase approval form, The content of those dangerous goods has never appeared. Then there is no doubt that there is only one conclusion. This batch of explosives that almost caused the castle to be blown up is most likely to be smuggled into Hogwarts quietly by Elena Kaslana without knowing what channels and means. The only strange thing is the place is. How did she hide the eyes of so many people and bring the dangerous goods into the school? That's well. Elena opened her mouth and was about to explain the ins and outs. Suddenly her heart stunned. Wait, Professor Dumbledore seems to have misunderstood something. In this case, Beamechuan's eyes flickered, and he closed his mouth quickly, subconsciously weighing in his mind whether or not to bite the bullet and scold him, so that he could at least save a little bit of the next secret experiment or revolutionary fire. Nitric acid is a very important chemical reaction component. In addition to explosives, many basic chemical experiments are also used. However, at this moment, a simple voice rang in the girl's ear. I testify that Elena never secretly bought any explosives. You can't sue the parents. Looking at Elena, who fell silent, Hannah Abbott took the initiative to raise her hand and mustered the courage to look at Dumbledore. A touch of warmth emerged in Elena's heart, turned her head and looked at Hannah. She didn't expect that the first one to stand up to help her at this time was actually the usual silly little iron girl, but this is not surprising. After all, she is a true Hufflepuff, and one of Hufflepuff's traditions is to value friendship. Don't worry, Elena. We are friends. Hannah returned to look at the white-haired dumpling in front of her, showing a reliable smile, and continued. I can testify that from beginning to end, Elena did not purchase any prohibited dangerous goods. Because? The silver-haired little witch was taken aback for a while, and she looked at the determined little iron girl with a dull expression. An ominous premonition suddenly appeared in her heart. Based on this situation, it seemed that the next sentence should be. Sure enough, before Elena covered Hannah's mouth, the girl quickly revealed the first dagger. Because, these days, the materials we have done experiments in the castle are all taken from some common materials that can be found everywhere in the school, such as the nitrate and nitrate we got from the school infirmary. Hannah was half talking, wrinkled her face in distress, her face flushed. She was not a schoolmaster like Hermione, and she was about to collapse just by reciting the glycogen protein concepts and ATP conversion equations every day. Remember other things. Idiot Hannah, it's nitroglycerin. Hermione cast a blank glance at the little iron girl who suddenly got stuck, sighed helplessly, and took the initiative to explain. One of the most common medicines for angina pectoris in the non-magical world is nitroglycerin, and it is also the main formula of explosives invented by Nobel. There is also ammonium nitrate fertilizer used to increase the fertilizer of vegetable fields, which is mixed with sawdust after frying. Such materials can also produce similar unstable explosives. Elena, it's not enough to have Tyhan and backstab alone. Hermione Granger, did you come to make up? Are you two really not spies sent by Dumbledore? If I had known that these two people would jump back at a critical time, Elena should have been cruel and sealed the mouths of these two little guys in advance so that they could not say a word. As for now, oh, is that so? The corners of Dumbledore's mouth raised slightly, with a smile of relief, and he whispered thoughtfully, sure enough, Ms. Kaslana, the new purchase items you submitted last week are for these things, right? Helping me treat angina and fattening school and are all excuses. The purpose is to make explosives. Professor Dumbledore, don't blame Elena alone. It has proposed to mix ammonium nitrate fertilizer with nitroglycerin and calculate the appropriate proportion of the work. I am mainly responsible. If you want to punish you, you will punish it. We are done. Hermione clenched the corners of her shirt with her hands, with a decisive expression on her face, and took the initiative to step forward and stand beside Elena. Elena stared blankly at this calculating girl who seemed to be about to die bravely. Dumbledore had almost forgotten the punishment by her just now. This spirit of death is the traditional curse of Gryffindor College. What? Fortunately, Luna from Ravenclaw College did not. Yes, Sister Elena didn't confuse us. We calculated a lot of draft paper in advance. Luna also nodded, and took out a stack of folded formulas and draft papers from her arms, and placed them in front of Dumbledore to prove that she was also involved in the entire experiment. Her eyes didn't mean to flinch. Seeing that page after page detailed records of all the experimental records these days, including the explosive ratio parameters, as well as the detailed raw material source and quantity of the draft paper, Elena fell into deep self-doubt. Since when? Luna's angel wings have turned black. Shouldn't this! All the ghosts. These little wings of my own are all spies sent by Dumbledore and Grindelwald, right? In that case, you have already conducted multiple trials with different doses before. Don't worry, speak slowly. Does this value mean the ratio of sawdust? Well, I will seriously consider what you said. Listening to your words and my excuses, girls, the smile on Dumbledore's face became more and more weird. He nodded his head in a fashionless manner and occasionally asked one or two questions. The atmosphere was peaceful. The corners of Elena's mouth twitched, her hands and feet coldly, and she watched the old turnip skillfully deceive the ignorant girls. Compared with an 100-year-old spicy carrot essence, Hermione, Hannah, and Luna's Taoism is too shallow. In less than 10 minutes, under Dumbledore's guidance, all things are explained cleanly. Even Elena wants to carry out a series of the mixed cast of the corrosion curse and concentrated acid, the homology test of the petrification curse and the paralytic potion, the non-open flame continuous test of the flame curse, etc. The plan was also shaken out. This is simply a sin. Seeing Dumbledore with an increasingly weird smile on his face, Elena felt that she was not well. She finally understood why in the previous school-wide broadcast, Dumbledore specifically emphasized the purpose of asking the four of them to come to the principal's office to report together. So are these all in your plan? Albus black-hearted maggot spicy-hearted radish you wait for me Dumbledore. Chapter 504. The curtain is opened. At the same time, the other side of the world. The capital of Ukraine, Kiev. As one of the founding countries of the Soviet Union, there is no doubt that Ukraine has always been an extremely important part of the Soviet Union. It owns the largest area of black land in Europe, and controls the access to the Black Sea. The vast land is home to an eighth of the Soviet army and an eighth of the nuclear bomb silos. Of course, there was once the largest nuclear power plant, and some time ago, the origin of the civilization of the Russian Empire was also closely connected with this land and the people living on it. And people's impression, Ukraine, Russia, and Belarus are almost equal to the Soviet Union. However, just half a day ago, this country had just concluded its most important referendum since its founding. Ukrainian free voters declared Ukraine independence from the Soviet Union with an absolute vote of 99.85%. In his inauguration speech, the first Ukrainian President Kravchuk said that the new Ukraine will not participate in the alliance of sovereign states initiated by Gorbachev, which means that the traditional Soviet camp has officially been completely broken. At this time, as the capital of Ukraine, Kiev, the air was filled with a festive atmosphere. The sickle and hammer national flags flying on the main roads of the city, as well as the red and blue flags of the participating countries, began to be lowered one after another. Municipal workers and excited volunteers were hoisting the Ukrainian flags with yellow and blue colors on street lights, streets, shops, and every place where you can fly the flag. Citizens waved banners, public signs, and flags, smiling and holding their heads high on the streets of the city to celebrate, parade and carnival, while celebrating this comprehensive democratic victory, while thinking about the bright future. The stall owners of the roadside newsstands have keenly placed the newspapers and periodicals prepared in advance on the outside, and the newspapers exuding the fragrance of ink appeared in various locations throughout the city in just a few hours. The headline above extraordinarily eye-catching: Embrace freedom, praise democracy, Ukraine officially becomes independent from today. On the roof of a three-story commercial building, Grindelwald stared coldly at the carnival city with his hands behind his back. On this day, the eyes of the whole world are gathered on this country located in the heart of the Soviet Union. According to the data collected by Grindelwald these days, this is arguably the most important component of the Soviet Union after Russia, whether it is military, population, productivity, land, food. It is a behemoth that people cannot ignore. As one of the three largest black lands in the world, Ukraine, known as the granary of Europe, can be said to be the only vein in Elena's plan to determine whether all actions have begun. Its independence means that the Soviet Union has officially swallowed its last breath, and when the food crisis broke out in Ukraine, it was when all the countries of the former Soviet Union fell into desperation. After several weeks of planning and operations, the newly established Destiny Group has successfully established bases in all major cities in Ukraine, and established an independent flyway network system through fireplaces and cabinets. And with the end of the Ukrainian referendum today, it officially announced the completion of the first phase of the burying mission. And there will no longer be any Soviet Ministry of Magic Interior, or the Soviet counterfeiting staff who are in the way to check and inquire about the situation. However, for Grindelwald, the things they need to worry about will not be reduced. Even after Ukraine declared its independence, the things that Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and the Destiny Group needed to be prepared to do suddenly became heavier and more urgent. Stupid and short-sighted muggles, I can't believe it. It is such a group of people who reversed the almost erosive war of the non-magical world in the same winter decades ago. The group of Soviet wizards who died for muggles in the war. TSK. Grindelwald shook his head in a sigh, a trace of regret and joking flashed across his face. But it's also good news for us, right? Half a step behind Grindelwald, a tall and thin wizard shrugged. As far as I know, since the Chernobyl incident a few years ago, almost all wizards in this country have moved to other places. In places where most of them are some crappy wizards or stubborn old people with low magical ability. It is not a concern at all. Don't let your guard down. Our opponents are not the ones who have been defeated by time. Grindelwald glanced at this old partner. The Magic Congress of the United States should start to sneak in, and those fairies speculators from the forces and the non-magical world. If before that, the whole world firmly believed that the Soviet Union could not fall, so starting today, the countdown to death officially appeared on this behemoth's head. Hyenas chasing profits will soon gather on this land after hearing the wind, waiting for that possibility to gradually become reality. No matter where they are headed in the future, the laughing crowd in front of them will give everything for their so-called freedom. The only difference is who will eat the fattest piece in this feast. Let's go. Go to the bank you contacted before. Give priority to the mole banks controlled by Gringotts. Grindelwald looked at the joyous crowd on the street, retracted his gaze, and whispered to the wizards behind him. From now on, we will pledge all the assets we hold, exchange them for cash and buy new stores, and then cycle in turn. Remember, use a few different identities as much as possible regardless of the cost. Eat in batches in this country's bakery workshops, light industry factories of course. There are also farmland and shops in core areas. From this moment on, whether or not the group of Gringotts fairies now recognize the rubles issued by the Russians, and how Gringotts wants to deal with the ruble exchange rate crisis, it has little effect on the whole plan, because Hogwarts has received crucial startup funds and has established a firm foothold in this land ahead of time. Relying on a large amount of cash in rubles, dollars, and pounds sterling, Hogwarts and the Destiny Group can effortlessly buy large-scale fixed assets that have not yet turned into a bubble. Ukraine, incarnate as a capitalist country, cannot resist the power of capital. Then, according to the original plan, they will use high interest rates as bait in exchange for a large amount of ruble loans for the purchase of other fixed assets, in order to carry out a crazy breeding similar to cancer cells. Simply put, it is to repeat what Elena did in Gringotts a few months ago. Only this time, The market faced will be larger and the benefits will be even more substantial. Losing the asylum of the unbreakable alliance of the Soviet Union, perhaps their government can barely resist maliciousness from the outside world for the time being, but those commercial banks that are already relatively weak are completely at the mercy of others. Gringo is just a small step compared to the small and pitiful amount of money in the magic world. Elena had already set her sights on the non-magical world of almost endless money stock a few months ago. It takes all. This is the real thing. Financial war. The curtain was finally opened. Gamma, so excited, finally wrote this position. It has paved a whole 500 chapters. 500 chapters. I can finally see the meat-eating link. I am more excited than you, believe it or not. All those who have forgotten the previous article, remember to make up the article acridine. By the way, the rules for recent editions remain unchanged. Every time the extra refill exceeds 1000, tongue tips will immediately add a chapter. Immediately. Never procrastinate. He. Full of confidence and confidence. End of this chapter. The 505th chapter era changed. As a revolutionary leader who almost overturned the entire wizarding world, Grindelwald would naturally not feel too unfamiliar with large-scale personnel deployment and strategic deployment at the macro level. Even after half a century, when the old first-generation Dark Lord and his believers who are no longer young gathered together again, the agreement between the two parties is still the same as before, even smoother than in the past, and efficient. After years of baptism, these once naive and reckless idealists have long matured. Although the number of people has shrunk by more than half compared to the past, almost every one of these saints gathered around Grindelwald now has the ability to independently support a small self-operating stronghold. This is why Grindelwald is able to distribute work to everyone with such confidence. Compared to him who was imprisoned in Newmangard Castle, these old folks who have been incognito in the non-magical world for decades have actually surpassed him in dealing with people and how to bargain with muggles. But even so, when Grindelwald completed all the assignments of the Soviet raiders and returned to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, it was almost midnight. Hogwarts Castle has already fallen asleep. Except for the principal's office on the top floor, which was still lit, the rest of the castle was already pitch black. Even the light in the Hagrid's cabin by the Forbidden Forest in the distance gradually dimmed a few minutes ago. Snapped. There was a faint crackling sound from the fireplace in the principal's office. Immediately afterwards, a slightly tired old voice came out. "Sorry, Albus, I came back a little late." Dumbledore, who was at his desk reading the parchment in his hand, raised his head, smiled sincerely, and looked at Grindelwald who was leaning out of the fireplace. At this time, the first-generation Dark Lord had returned to his original appearance. "Well, I have received your text message." Dumbledore pointed to a note on the desktop, looked at the tired old friend, and smiled. "It seems that everything is going smoothly. I originally thought that maybe I would have to wait another quarter of an hour before you can get out of there." "You really still?" "It's not my credit." Grindelwald shook his head noncommittently, drew his wand out and shook it flexibly around him, and replied indifferently while removing the soot from the fireplace on his body. "They are no longer young people in their 20s and 30s. I just need to tell them their goals, and the main paths and precautions to achieve them. As for the rest, they are better at handling the rest than me." But Grindelwald untied his robe and hung it next to Phoenix Fox's bird stand. His gaze flicked across Dumbledore's desk, and finally landed on the row of light brown glass medicine bottles on Dumbledore's right hand. Go frowned subconsciously. "Why are you taking this medicine again? During the time I was away, did Elena get into trouble again?" "In fact, it's not a big deal. I remember you have experienced it several times." Dumbledore took off his glasses from the bridge of his nose, rubbed his somewhat swollen eyebrows, with a helpless expression on his face. Ms. Caslana took the other three little girls and blasted the history of magic classroom in half. The walls near the windows were all blown up. The house elves are still collecting the scattered wall debris, trying to find a way. "Fix it." Grindelwald, Hearing Dumbledore's words, the old man's mind first came up with his bedroom with a large hole in the castle of Newmungard. Outside the cave is the beautiful scenery of the snow-capped mountains in Austria. Immediately afterwards, there was the pile of shredded wooden planks in Elena's room under the bedroom he used to, and the gate that was thrown off at the entrance of the castle. And also, Elena's girl, isn't she pretty good lately? The original Dark Lord twitched his mouth and looked at Dumbledore with a bewildered expression on his face. I remember just last night. Didn't you still say that Elena was very obedient recently, and the children's mutual help and mutual aid study plan went smoothly? No, it's all an illusion. Dumbledore turned dark and waved his hand. Before, it was just because the movement they caused was relatively small, so they didn't notice it. If it weren't for the experimental accident that happened today, it might not be impossible for the castle to be blown into the sky by these little guys one day. Blow to the sky? Your description is a bit exaggerated. Grindelwald grinned. With that little guy's strength, it is unrealistic to blow up a castle protected by magic. Even if the magic in her body is drained, it will collapse at most. Only 2 towers. It was like this in the past, but it's not necessarily in the future. Come and see this. Dumbledore shook his head with a wry smile, picked up a parchment full of formulas and letters from the table and handed it to Grindelwald. Although he did not fully understand the knowledge of chemistry for the time being, for Dumbledore, who had a certain knowledge of alchemy, one night was enough for him to understand most of the content, especially when he has a lot of ready-made raw materials and the detailed experiment process recorded by Luna. According to the records of the girls, the process of this kind of small chemistry experiment is not very complicated. After Elena and the others left the principal's office, Dumbledore quickly found a safe and stable open space and began to try to replicate some of the basic experiments that Elena had conducted before. To verify the conjectures from the phenomena and results, to master the principles and summarize the rules in the process of practice, this is the most normal experimental process and mind map. Perhaps Dumbledore does not understand the so-called chemical bonds and equations for the time being, but this does not affect. He followed the steps on the draft paper and completed most of the operations in a gourd pattern. And when a simple mixed explosive is formed, whether it is detonated with an explosive spell or ignited by a conventional flame, there is no obstacle for Dumbledore. What is this? Grindelwald glanced at the dense formulas and numbers on the parchment, curled his lips, raised his head and asked Dumbledore. This is what Elena is tinkering with and researching these days, and at the same time it is also the main factor that blows up the magic history classroom today. She calls this magic chemical. While talking, Dumbledore pointed to the parchment in Grindelwald's hand. His expression gradually became serious, and his voice calmly said, "According to the experimental records provided by the children, I selectively tested it 5 or 6 times. Although I could not achieve the effect of Elena, it is enough to prove and deduce many things. Times have changed, Gale. We may need to talk. I need to listen to your opinion." Ma. The precursor to the collapse of Chapter 506 Part 1. Hogwarts. Unconsciously, the hour hand had passed 12 o'clock. However, the lights in the principal's office still did not go out. The conversation between the 2 old wizards at the top of the magical world is not over yet. On the side of the principal's desk are the bread, drinks and desserts that Grindelwald bought from the Soviet Union. Hogwarts kitchen has almost completely fallen. Principal. Sometimes it may not work, let alone a non-staff such as Grindelwald. In short, that's it. Dumbledore sighed and tapped slender fingers on the pile of evidence. The boundary between magic and science does not seem to be so clear. Miss Caslana's experiments prove that if a wizard correctly uses certain mole products to cast spells, there may be an extremely terrible increase. This is just ordinary explosives. What if it is a nuclear bomb? Grindelwald nodded thoughtfully, picked up a small cookie and stuffed it into his mouth. I don't know. This is just the beginning. Dumbledore shrugged, with a deep sadness on his face. Maybe nothing will change. Maybe there will be an increase of the same magnitude, or it may become a more terrifying monster. However, the premise is that the wizard who assists in the spell needs to understand the principle of the mul weapony who were not before. Have you understood that there are so many dense numbers that ordinary wizards cannot grasp? Then do you think that little girl of Elena is an ordinary wizard? Maybe. The two fell silent involuntarily, leaving only the faint sound of the firewood burning in the room. After a while, Grindelwald took a breath and took the initiative to break the silence. Think about it carefully. Since the healing magic can be turned into a chaotic and violent power magic in the hands of Elena, then the medicine produced by muls to treat angina will be used to create dangerous explosives. Not at all. It's surprising. Albus Middledot. He was so tired that he wanted to retire. Dumbledore shook his head and put the nitroglycerin tablets on the table that had been confiscated from the girls into the bookcase behind him. He now even said something about this. I don't want to comment. In the magic world, there are not few high-risk magics like this one. I know at least 10 more terrifying war magics than this one, so if you have one more, it's not a big deal in my opinion. Grindelwald glanced at Dumbledore with a faint smile, and Grindelwald stood up and continued. Albus, what you are worried about is actually what she said later. The confusion about the purpose of this batch of magic research and the establishment of new disciplines, right? After all, you have witnessed the two Dark Kings born. A wry smile appeared on Dumbledore's face, and he nodded silently and heavily. It's different, Albus. That kid didn't study these for power itself. Grindelwald shook a small fish stick that was a little overfried, and said slowly, she has a clear purpose from beginning to end, to find ways to promote the fusion of magic and non-magic, and find ways to deal with the collision of magic and non-magic. Before discussing this, I want to talk to you about the Soviet Union. The situation on the edge. Soviet Union? Didn't you say everything went well over there? Dumbledore frowned and looked at Grindelwald in confusion. Yes, but the problem is that it went too smoothly. Grindelwald grinned, and cracked the head of the fried fish stick in his hand with a click. His eyes were particularly cold. The absence of any wizard to hinder our actions is not how successful we were in hiding, but because the magical light of that land is about to die out. The Soviet Union was founded in 1922. It may have been a long time for muls, but it is still too short in the eyes of us wizards, let alone compared with the magical world. Of course, most wizards living in the Soviet Union do not have a sense of belonging to the Soviet Union. After these days of investigation, the wizards after the war, whether they are new or lucky enough to survive, are mostly I don't have a lot of favor with the mul government. In this era, the theoretical lifespan of wizards is far longer than that of muls. Even excluding those alchemists who used the philosopher's stone to increase the average lifespan of the magic world, as long as they don't die by accident, the average lifespan of wizards in the magic world is about twice that of the non-magic muls. Of course, this also has something to do with the average life expectancy of the non-magical world today is only 60 years old. After World War II, during the Second World War, not only caused the deaths of nearly 90 million people around the world, but also created the most tragic record of wizard casualties in the magical world so far. The previous wars between humans and all magical creatures were all not this time. The civil war between the wizards caused more serious losses. The death of a large number of wizards caused not only the fault of magic civilization, but also the fault of wizard population. Although in theory, it is possible for the children born from the combination of muls and muls to awaken magical powers, for example, little witches like Hermione Granger, who became prime ministers in ancient times. But in fact, it really occupies more than 90% of the population of the magical world, or it comes from the heritage of blood, regardless of the past, present, and future. Thousands of years before Father Mendel started playing P-Land, people have already realized that at least one parent has a combination of magic talent, and it is easy to give birth to a wizard. After experiencing the war, The wizards and muggles who have endured the trauma of the war need to recuperate and recover their population as soon as possible. In this regard, the high-level Soviet leaders who have seen the power of the magical world will naturally not ignore this powerful combat power. Encouraging childbirth to a large extent was the primary policy orientation of the Soviet Union after the war. However, in any war, most of the survivors are women. This is true in the non-magical world, and so is the magical world. A cold joke appeared on Grindelwald's face, and he said with a sneer, "The stupid and arrogant Muggle government, the victory of the war, and the powerful centralization of power have made them forget the most basic respect and awe of magic. They seem to think that wizards are also part of their jurisdiction, and so." Dumbledore's face changed slightly. The mockery on Grindelwald's face was more intense. Purge, or, according to the terms of the Soviets, it is called the suppression of counter movements. When people attack their own people, they will always be more powerful, even in the former justice country, whether it's a muggle or a wizard. Hey, the more you understand, the more I feel teddy bear. He died unjustly. End of this chapter. Signs of the collapse of the 507th chapter. Middle. Dumbledore shook his head and did not answer Grindelwald. Both of them are old people who have experienced those cruel years. For many things, in fact, you usually only need to know a few details to deduce most of the situation. Although Dumbledore had heard of what had happened in that remote land, on the one hand, he had no reason to intervene, and on the other hand, he had no interest in paying attention to it. Looking at the magical world today, the entire European area has been affected by war. The Soviet Union has suffered heavy losses, but several other countries have suffered some losses. In that case, the only one that survived the disaster and saved a large amount of civilization and population was the United States, which was not attacked on its own. Of course, in a sense, there is France. All in all, Grindelwald's meaning couldn't be clearer, regardless of whether they have fought the enemy on the same front or not, at least from the current situation. The magical and non-magical worlds have not yet seen examples of real peaceful coexistence, and the persecution and suspicion between people are not so easy to eliminate. This is not just because magic makes the difference, but because they are all humans with the muggles or wizards. So, then, you agree with Elena's point of view? Dumbledore picked up a cup of strawberry cake, thought about it, and put it down quite heavily. You also think that we need to make more deterrent weapons? Well, some dangerous weapons they can understand in order to be able to confront the muggles and create the kind of instability similar to the Soviet Union and the United States. Peace? Yes, and not. Let's eat something first. Let's eat while talking. Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore, who was worried, and took the cake on the table and handed it to the old wizard. This is the cakes and desserts I bought from Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, that I have traveled specially for thousands of kilometers. If I remember correctly, you haven't eaten these for a long time, right? Try them. Since the two exchanged identities a few days ago, after they joined forces to act Elena once, Dumbledore's 3 meals a day have never seen any high sugar, high heat and high fat foods. They are all healthy and balanced nutritional meals for the elderly. In comparison, Grindelwald's life is undoubtedly much happier. Although the stable meal ticket some time ago was temporarily sent to the hospital for recuperation, the subsequent destiny strategy allowed him to travel to improve his food from time to time for maintenance and inspection reasons. Leaving Hogwarts, Grindelwald naturally eats whatever he wants, and even sneaks back some snacks and desserts. It is true that we need weapons, but not now. After a short pause, Grindelwald continued. It is far from enough to strengthen ordinary explosives. Neither deterrence nor strategic significance is of great significance. If it is only displayed a little bit, it is only a simple intensification of contradictions. If such a plan is really to be carried out, then we need more, stronger, and more comprehensive preparations, and then release them all in one go at the right time. But doing this is too risky, right? Dumbledore groaned for a few seconds, then slowly shook his head. with a hesitant expression on his face. Obviously, from Grindelwald's point of view, he, like Elena, has already regarded the non-magical world as an imaginary enemy in the future. The only difference is that the current equivalent is still too small! Dumbledore absently scooped a spoonful of strawberry cake, slowly stuffed it into his mouth, and said thoughtfully, "Perhaps, this is enough. In my opinion, this change in the non-magical world is even an opportunity for peace. If we can take this opportunity to let the Mulls destroy those dangerous weapons, then the magical world does not need Albus." "You still don't know what war is," Grindelwald sneered, and said with a sneer and helplessness in his eyes. "Threat is never the reason for the outbreak of war. Interest and ambition are and the prerequisite for determining interest is the size of the price to be paid. Actively making yourself weak will not bring peace, but will attract more. As for the danger you are worried about, isn't the dangerous magic in the magic world not enough? Can you destroy them all? Then what do you think we should do, if it's you instead?" Dumbledore frowned. His original idea was to get Elena to focus on magic again. Through certain constraints, Elena is kept away from these dangerous behaviors, but considering that he has failed to such attempts before, he is ready to refer to Grindelwald's opinions this time. After all, the Dark Lord must understand the Dark Lord's way of thinking better as the same unstable factor in the study of dangerous knowledge during school. Grindelwald must know how to deal with the little devil who has a hint of danger. It's very simple. Support her idea. Not acquiescence, but just support. Grindelwald flicked his fingers on the pile of experiment records left by the girls, and said with a grin, "Since she wants to study this one, let her go and let her do it." Magic chemistry? It is indeed a good name. For so many years, we have blocked the knowledge of alchemy first, and the literature of Nunism has gradually turned into text research, and magical zoology has become the protection of magical zoology. The Ministry of Magic, the Wizards of Japan, have always annihilated and castrated their own culture and knowledge. The sarcasm on the face of the first Dark Lord flashed away, raised his head and glanced at Dumbledore, and said in a deep voice, "Think about it, Albus. How many years hasn't a new discipline appeared in the magic world? However, this is extremely dangerous and immature." Dumbledore shook his head and retorted subconsciously. As a professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, he first naturally considered the feasibility of teaching. Hey, in the wizarding world, where are the really safe subjects? Whether it's polymorphism, spell class, dark magic defense, even potions class, herbal medicine class, which one is completely mature and harmless from the beginning? What? Grindelwald sneered disdainfully. Back then, Durmstrang expelled him from the school for studying war magic, but never thought that if it hadn't been for the fact that a wizard had studied these magics, the world would have not belonged to it. Humans. In the face of Elena, who is more advanced and more talented than him, Grindelwald naturally has a better way. "Albus, if you are worried about the immaturity of this subject, then you can put it in front of everyone simply and generously, as a new prototype of the subject, and let everyone participate in the discussion and polishing together. If you are worried about its danger, or the safety of other students in the school, why not just set up an experimental site for the little guy, equipped with all kinds of safety measures, proper experimental props and environment?" Facing Grindelwald's rhetorical question, Dumbledore let out a long sigh of relief after being silent for a while. "Well, I see, Gale, but there is an important premise for these." In the office of the principal of Hogwarts late at night, Dumbledore stood up and looked at the dark castle tree farm outside the window. In the darkness farther away, the behemoth had not yet exhaled the last breath in its throat. That is, the Soviet Union may indeed disintegrate, and the situation will eventually collapse like what Elena said. Until then, Hogwarts had better not make any eye-catching actions. Otherwise it may become a vent for everyone's contradictions. Wait patiently and see. The only thing I don't understand is everything happened together this year. Mom. Signs of the collapse of the 508th chapter part 2. Stupid, short-sighted and arrogant Mulls, Are they all under the Imperious curse? Under the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, the busy Goblin Investment Department was silent. The Goblin elder Leos, who temporarily took over the work of the department, smashed a small potted plant on the table with his cane, and the sharp roar spread throughout the underground office area. Ukraine, the Soviets, what do they want to do? The old fairy elder panted heavily and slammed his fist dryly on the Russian-language newspaper on the desk. Embrace freedom, praise democracy. Ukraine declares independence from the Soviet Union today. In the huge office, Jason, the deputy head of the investment department who originally lived under Douglas, rubbed his hands, looked at the other fairies around who were pretending to be deaf and mute, hesitated for a moment, and whispered. Elder Leos, you said before that the Soviet Union is a country completely different from the United States and the United Kingdom. They have a very strong cohesive power, and the impact of foreign capital on them is minimal. It can be regarded as the highest quality financial investment. 1. Hey, cohesion. Leos twitched, revealing an extremely ugly smile. Any ship, if the captain and chief mates at the helm insist on leading the ship to the reef, no matter how the crew members work together, that's just accelerating its demise. That's the case with that bunch of idiots in Ukraine. With the end of the Ukrainian referendum, the ruble exchange rate that Gringotts managed to stabilize once again fluctuated greatly and fell by more than 5% in one breath. This can be said to be a painful loss for the goblins who are struggling to maintain the capital chain. More importantly, this may be just the beginning. It is foreseeable that in the next week, the ruble exchange rate will become more difficult. Moreover, the premise is still based on the situation that there will be no other bad news in the future. But at this time, the prediction made by Glass, the former main pipeline, became more and more clear, like a sword of Damocles hanging above the heads of all the fairies, which could fall at any time. Deputy Director Jason swallowed, took a deep breath and continued. Humans have always been so stupid and short-sighted. It's not surprising that something like this happens. It's just that according to the calculation model of the previous analysts, even if the huge alliance really disintegrates, it will be for Gringotts. It won't cause too much impact. Didn't you think so before? Huh? Of course I know, but this does not smooth out the loss we have suffered. Leos glanced at the middle-aged goblin standing at the table, a gloomy flash across the old face. Unless the moles are so stupid that other countries can help them formulate economic strategies, their government will definitely be there before the exchange rate collapsed. He took the initiative to intervene in the market and forcibly locked in the value of the ruble. Damn human wizard. Despicable Hogwarts. If it weren't for them, our loss would not have been so. As for Douglas, hey, that guy is too focused on local gains and losses. What we want is to drag it down. A group of American traitors who took refuge in Wizard's whatever it takes have time. The old fairy coughed a few times. A weird smile appeared on his face, and his mouth murmured, as if he was tasting the delicacy after victory. His voice gradually became low and hoarse. We can even go the other way when we drag them down. Unless a war breaks out, the currency of any powerful sovereign country cannot be turned into waste paper overnight. This is the conclusion drawn in the long history. Even if the Soviet Union ceases to exist, the force and industry of those countries are still alive. Under such tyrannical guarantees, even if a pig becomes a mole leader, there is no possibility of a crash. So, Douglas and his advisory team, of course it will continue to be closed, and the news will still be passed on to them every day. We want to let these arrogant and stupid young people know that the wisdom of the elders and the plan to control the overall situation. Let them see with their own eyes how the Council of Elders manages the Millennium Ling Pavilion. Leos twitched his cheeks, showing a cold smile, and sat down behind the desk again. Continue to eat the ruble, and then continue to release the good news, so that all the international hot money is pinching the money, starving to death outside the Soviet Union. We have an unparalleled initiative for every in history has proved countless times. Gringotts finally will have the last laugh, whether the opponent is a traitor in the Americas or Hogwarts. Hey, soon, The fairy investment department continued to get busy. On the record board in the underground office, under the exchange rate between the ruble and the dollar, a blood demarcation point was drawn. 13.5 to 1. This is the conversion line that Gringotts thousands of goblin analysts give absolutely impossible to break through. According to a large number of model calculations, there is only one way to achieve this terrible Russia war. Moreover, it must be a crushing overall victory that instantly defeated and captured all the high-level Soviets. The war may not break out, but the disaster must come as scheduled. At Hogwarts Castle in the night, the voice echoed in the principal's office, as if he was telling the truth that had happened. Albus, you may understand people's hearts. However, you still don't know anything about politics. Grindelwald glanced at Dumbledore, who was a little lost, thought for a moment, and explained softly. The Soviet Union will inevitably disintegrate, their economy will inevitably collapse, and society will inevitably fall into prolonged chaos. Judging from the current situation, this is almost inevitable. It is only a matter of time before the child's prediction becomes a reality. Why? I don't understand. Dumbledore shook his head and said pointedly, a little confused in his azure blue eyes. Since most of the things that are happening on that land today are in line with people's expectations, and they are all cheering and agreeing, then it should represent the right thing. Gale, minority justice is not justice. I should understand this very well. Then I really don't understand where the disaster started. Sorry, I can only answer half of this question. The other half, maybe I have to ask the little guy. Grindelwald shrugged, slowly picked up the handkerchief and wiped the cream from his mouth, slowly speaking. It's actually very simple. In my opinion, there are at least two reasons. No matter how powerful the existence is, it must be within the scope of its existence. It is like a giant who cannot defeat the Murloc in the water, and if he recklessly enters an unfamiliar territory to fight, there is a high probability that he will die miserably. The former Soviet Union was because of this. The enemy won this victory, and now they are paying the price for it. Democracy, free economy, free market, these things they don't even know as much as a first-year Hogwarts student. Cough cough. The latter example is not very convincing. Dumbledore coughed lightly, somewhat helpless. The second point is that there is no thing in this world that can benefit most people in a short period of time without harming the interests of others. If it exists, it must be an illusion. Either the so-called majority is the perpetrator, or they are the prey. Ignoring Dumbledore's interruption, a cold light flashed in Grindelwald's eyes. Although he did not understand Elena's complex theories, based on his experience over the years and his observations in the Soviet Union these days, Grindelwald was sure that the huge country would definitely be unlucky. But, back then, Dumbledore frowned, obviously not agreeing, whether it is the saints who follow you, the wizards who are on the opposite side of you, or the people who rebel against in the non-magical world, it is obviously different from what you said. The second volume has concluded the plot, and there may be more explanations. The 509th chapter, the precursor to the collapse part 2. This is the difference between revolution and politics. Albus. Grindelwald stood up, walked to the fireplace and pounded the charcoal fire inside to make the room warmer. When people have to contend with reality for their ideals and the future, they often have no room to retreat. For the wizards who follow me, taking a step back will lose their love, freedom, respect, truth. For the Soviets who huddled in the ruins of Stalingrad that winter, what is lost by taking a step back will be the whole future. The first generation Dark Lord reached out his hand and touched the hoarfrost that had condensed by the window. His eyes became especially complicated. However, politics is different. The essence of politics is to achieve balance in constant compromise. Humans are such a contradictory and greedy existence. In a stable environment, they will always expect more. And when the old asylum becomes a stumbling block, compared to changing and adapting a little bit, most simple-minded idiots are more inclined to directly deny it completely and reshape a new rule obviously, in their eyes. The latter is much easier and simpler than the former. Hey! Grindelwald paused and let out rather dull low laugh. It seemed that I thought the same thing back then. Breaking everything up again always gives people an inexplicable sense of lofty and mission. After all, any smart person can always see the shortcomings and ugliness of this world, as well as that this is the shortest and quickest path to the right direction. Albus, do you now understand the inconsistent sense of sight? Where did it come from? Dumbledore was silent for a while, silently looking at Grindelwald's back. His voice a little dry. Gale, I still think the Soviet Union, those muls are different. They are powerful, aren't they? Unfortunately, this is not a war. It is not simply a comparison of size. It does not depend on life and strength. Grindelwald shook his head, and looked at the blurry reflection in the window with a soft smile. The more ideas there are, the more smart people are. The more smart people, the more idiots. And the most indispensable thing in each era is smart people. Do you know, Albus, what this world lacks is like you, knowing the problem, and insisting on choosing the most difficult and unpleasant detour, the hopeless idiot and idealist. Just it's like me in the beginning, and it's like the little idiot who insists on pulling the muls out of the quagmire. It's not the same thing, Gale. Muls are different from wizards. Dumbledore stood up and walked to Grindelwald. He took off the robe from the wooden frame and put it on the shoulders of the old demon. There was a rare hesitation in his tone, and then he became firm again. Sorry, I still can't fully approve of what you want to say. Everyone is free. We can't impose on them the thoughts and behaviors that we think are correct. Hogwarts is not a kidnapper nest. This is the same thing. Grindelwald turned his head and stared at Dumbledore, who was slightly shorter than him, and said seriously, since you are in human society, there can be no so-called complete freedom. Of course, I do not deny that pure freedom does exist in nature. Beasts without order are all free. If order is broken for the sake of so-called freedom, then they may not even be regarded as human. The eyes of the first-generation Dark Lord were full of aggressive flames, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Let's make a bet, Albus. In 2 months, less than 2 months, we don't need to do anything. Ukraine, Russia, Belarus, all these countries will fall into cruel chaos. If the situation really develops to that point, you should stop intervening and questioning this aspect of things afterwards. Facing Grindelwald's rare aggressive eyes, Dumbledore's lips moaned and fell into silence for a while. After a long time, Albus Dumbledore took the initiative to look away and took a deep breath. But why? It's not your character, Gale. Did the kid discuss anything with you alone? No. Her little brain couldn't think of these things. Grindelwald grinned and a coldness appeared in his eyes, and he shook his head non-committal. Perhaps in her mind, she hasn't considered it at all. The great Hogwarts principal may temporarily change his mind on the planned day of action, but there will always be people who have suffered a loss will remember this. Isn't it, Professor Dumbledore? Dumbledore sighed bitterly, saying nothing. The first-generation Dark Lord glanced at the silent old man. His left hand moved slightly, as if he wanted to lift it up, but before his wrist was completely turned over, he hung down by his side again, pretending to inadvertently turn his head and look out of the dark window. I know you are confused. Why I value Elena's plan so much, even more than her. Grindelwald stared into the darkness in the distance. His voice gradually calmed down, and said slowly, of course, it's not because I started to like muls, and it's not because I think the science of muls that Elena is talking about is so important and powerful. In fact, I don't understand her Barabara. What did you say? I just suddenly thought that if I really did what Elena saw in the prophecy, when the entire human world collapsed in the face of such a behemoth that could become a civilization catastrophe, all the people around me would be sharing the benefits, and the hyenas who have fallen into the pit. Then one day, when the magic world is facing a disaster, will anyone in this world really think of leaving a civilization fire for magic? Admit it, Albus. Magic is indeed dying, leaving little time and opportunities for wizards. Elena is right in saying that the flesh and blood remaining in the dead Soviet Union is enough to save any world that is on the brink of extinction, whether it is non-magical or magical. If we fail this time, then it is very likely that you will never be able to wait for the next chance to come back to life, unless you take the risk. Gale, you may be too pessimistic. After a while, Dumbledore took a deep breath. His voice a little astringent. You have indeed changed a lot over the years if you could well, but the so-called day was just the worst. It's just a plan, isn't it? Albus, I did make too many mistakes back then. Grindelwald shook his head and put his hand on Dumbledore's shoulder, his eyes a little confused. What I am doing now is not for any greater benefit. In the final analysis, it is actually how much I can make up for before I get into the soil after all. The War of Decades almost destroyed magic and magic world. The old man sighed and said nothing. After another long silence, Dumbledore patted the back of Grindelwald's hand on his shoulder. Perhaps, we all think too much. Dumbledore's eyes slid over the pile of manuscript paper that the girl had left on the table, and said softly, the Soviet Union is a very powerful country. Since they walked through the military parade on Red Square inches Moscow, survived the Leningrad blockade, and survived the street fighting in Stalingrad, there is no reason why they will fall in this year's military parade. It's not a harsh Christmas. Even if it finally disintegrates and becomes an independent country, each one is still extremely powerful. Perhaps Elena's predictions and deductions are not accurate. Maybe we both will end up busy with this little girl's willfulness. The non-magical world has survived that upheaval with its own strength. There will be neither starvation to death so many people nor war and displacement. Stupid things cannot happen continuously. Oh, is it? Grindelwald replied softly. Yes, then the magical world has also found another way to keep itself mysterious and continuous improvement. Of course it is the best situation. In the Hogwarts principal's office, the two tired men stopped talking and silently looked at the flames churning in the fireplace. What will happen in the future? This can no longer be controlled by one person or two people. In less than a month, according to Elena's prophecy, everything will be settled on Christmas Eve. And that time, Dumbledore silently opened the drawer of the desk and uncovered two small brown medicine bottles from it. One bottle was held in his hand and the other bottle was handed to the same preoccupied first-generation Dark Lord. Both of them did not speak anymore. Time has really changed so many things. Right now, I just stayed up a little bit late, and my heart began to feel uncomfortable again. On the other side, the Ministry of Magic. Cornelius Fudge confirmed the note in his hand over and over again, with expressions of horror and ecstasy on his face intertwined. Hogwarts, Dumbledore, Hogwarts Gringotts, fairies, rubles mom. The 510th chapter soars in the sky. Winter, red flag. Vodka. Moscow. This important city has served as the national capital from the time of the Grand Duke of Moscow to Tsarist Russia to the Soviet Union and later the Russian Federation. In this long winter, it may be destined to be spent in silence and hesitation. According to the customs of the Russian Orthodox Church, although Christmas in the Soviets is a bit 2 weeks later than in European and American countries, it stands to reason that the festive atmosphere has already begun in the city at this time. As the most important two in Russia. One of the traditional festivals. This situation is quite rare nowadays. The sky above the city seems to be shrouded in an invisible cloud, and everyone's eyebrows are condensed with a touch of melancholy that is difficult to dissolve. Newspapers, radio, television, bulletin boards, all the media through which people obtain information have temporarily fallen into silence. Except for the most basic cold newsletter, the Soviet Union seemed to quiet down instantly after December. In the great concrete building complex, apart from the bright red sickle and hammer national flag, there are almost no other variegated colors. After going to get off work, most people chose to go home separately, instead of gathering a few drinks and chatting for a while in the bar as usual. In a certain kind of pressure that makes people breathless, they have lost the mood for small talk and discussion. Everyone knows that the right to decide the future direction is no longer in their hands. Since Ukraine announced its separation from the Soviet Union and became an independent and free country, its form has become worse. The bad news from the Kremlin came one after another. Almost every few days, a certain region declared independence, or a referendum for a certain region to separate from the Soviet Union. The huge red territory of the Soviet Union was rapidly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ordinary people don't understand too many advanced political games, and most of them can only see the most simple news. Compared with the horror of witnessing the disintegration of a huge alliance, what people now occupy the most is a kind of dazed hesitation. The current situation in the past 6 months has changed so much that it is incomprehensible. Obviously, at the end of March, there was just a referendum on whether to continue to retain the Union. With a support rate of more than 70%, the Soviet people chose to continue to retain the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. But in less than half a year, the whole situation suddenly took a turn for the worse. One after another joined republics declared their independence, and high-level domestic political incidents occurred almost every month. Not long ago, the leaders of the 3 founding republics, Russian President Yeltsin, Ukrainian President Kravchuk, and Belarusian Supreme Soviet President Shushkevich, held the agreement on the establishment of the Commonwealth of Independent States in the Belovezh Forest. The signing ceremony for the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and the declaration of the formation of the Commonwealth of Independent States. It even pushed this depressed and stagnant atmosphere in the air to the highest point. Everyone knew that it was really only a matter of time before the once unbreakable alliance was completely shattered. Everyone in Moscow City is full of anxiety, waiting for news from the Kremlin. No one knows, will one day wake up, that pillar that was once believed and dependent on suddenly disappears. In this winter without war, the entire Soviet Union seems to have gone back to that time decades ago. Under the panic, countless undercurrents quietly surged. Late at night, in the presidential guest room of the newly established Free Ukraine government, the guards who were still wearing Soviet military uniforms stood outside the door with a dull look, and dutifully guarded the meeting room. The ongoing business negotiations were somewhat weird and funny. The newly appointed Ukraine was the one in the meeting room, President Kravchuk, and the other party is an unknown shipping company from Norway. According to the normal situation, an ordinary enterprise should not be qualified to negotiate directly with the leader of a country, especially it is recognized as one of the top 3 comprehensive powers in Europe today. However, for Kravchuk, this is more tempting than the amount of money bought and sold. As a country that has just declared independence from the Soviet Union, almost on the second day of Ukraine's separation from the Soviet Union, the Soviet Union's economic delivery to Ukraine ceased in an instant. A huge supply of troops, and the need to stay close to the beautiful capitalist world. The welfare of the whole people almost brought Ukraine's treasury to the brink of collapse within a week. For various reasons, the free loans promised by the Americans have not been put in place. In order to maintain the Ukrainian national economy on the edge of the cliff, Kravchuk, who was newly appointed as the president of Ukraine, has lost his hair these days. After a lot of money, there is no preparation for announcing disarmament and delaying the payment of government salaries. At this time, the Norwegian financial father who suddenly appeared in the eyes of the Ukrainian government was simply the loveliest friend in the world. Faced with this kind of friends and merchants, Kravchuk naturally wanted to promote this big business as soon as possible. We already know about your campaigner's order. There is no doubt that choosing the Black Sea shipyard is a very wise choice. There is no other shipyard in Europe that can be better than us. The Soviet Union has won a powerful navy capable of competing with the Americans, and the backbone of this batch of ships all come from the Black Sea. Ukraine's advanced shipbuilding technology is understood by the whole world. Mr. President need not continue to emphasize this point. Since we are willing to pay such a high cost, we naturally trust the capabilities of the Black Sea shipyard. Mr. Kravchuk, the shopping mall is like a battlefield, and time is an extremely important indicator. If the Ukrainian side is unable to complete the delivery of the ship, then this order is of little significance. Don't worry, Mr. Larky. The Ukrainian government attaches great importance to your company's order for the construction of 6 large ships. This is an export trade that we are bound to win. However, Shipyard 0 is currently temporarily in the occupied state. There is still a military vessel that Ukraine assisted in the construction of the Soviet Union. In this regard, we still need to wait for the response from Russia before we can give an accurate answer. Soviet? Mr. Kravchuk, you laughed. The whole world knows what is going on in the Soviet Union. I don't think Moscow will care about the grand naval plan far away in the Black Sea shipyard, as far as I know. What you say? The number 0 slipway has been suspended for almost half a month. Right? Perhaps Ukraine needs to get rid of the shadow of the past and embark on its own path again. Ukraine has long since got rid of the shadow of the Soviet Union. There is no doubt about it. However, this matter needs to be discussed with Moscow after all. Please understand and wait for a while. The dismantling of the Ulyanovsk into scrap steel is also a very unacceptable loss for the Ukrainian government. Okay. Then we will wait a little longer. I hope to get a definite answer in January next year at the latest. You must also understand that we cannot wait forever, although there is only one Black Sea shipyard. If it is true, no, it's not bad for a shipyard that's a little bit worse. Don't worry, Mr. Larky, there will be results soon. And I promise that as long as this order is signed, your company will always be the most loyal and friendly friend of the Ukrainian people in the future. With the ticking of the clock, the negotiation in the conference room gradually came to an end. Kravchuk stood up, shook the right hand of the representative of the Norwegian company with both hands, and said firmly, if he remembers correctly, earlier this morning, the head of Ukraine's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Commerce briefly mentioned that a steel company from the United States wanted to purchase steel for aircraft carrier construction at a high price. As long as he negotiates with the U.S. steel company tomorrow, and settles the opinions and disputes from Russia, through these two large foreign exchange transactions, the newly born free Ukraine will soon reap the joy of double share. Let the empty treasury turn losses into profits. This is the beauty of global capitalization. Praise the free economy. Ukraine has since become prosperous. Kravchuk stood in the meeting room, looked at the economic staff around him, and said with a sigh of relief. At the same time, similar scenes also appeared in other corners of the Soviet Union. Faced with the bear who was determined to enter the final time of death, the fangs of the capitalist who had been hungry and thirsty for a long time couldn't help but stab it out. The feast has begun quietly. It's just that in this banquet, there was an extra guest who didn't have an invitation. Hogwarts, located on the top floor of the castle tower, on the roof outside the school's owl shed, Elena stretched out her hand, took a piece of snowflakes falling from the sky, and watched the snowflakes melt in her palm quietly, recalling the gossip about the Black Sea shipyard that she had just learned from the St. Grandpa's letter. The corner of the girl's mouth was slightly raised, her backhand clenched her palm, as if she had grasped the steel giant in the distant dock. Time was almost up, and Hogwarts should begin to show fangs gradually. Otherwise, but you won't be able to eat anything. Reserve food, fly, and let the will of the destiny soar over Ukraine. Yeah. The hotel has internet. What the hell? Exclamation mark. Christmas special chapter. An era is over. The 11th of March 1985, Moscow. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union Cherngo passed away. The plenary session of the Central Committee of the CPSU held an emergency meeting on March 11, appointing Comrade Mikhail Sergeyevich Gorbachev as the CPSU and designated him as a close partner. Yeltsin was transferred to the center. I want to avoid a civil war. The country is already heading in this direction, Gorbachev said. If I and we continue to cling to power, it means that many people will die, and there will be the huge destruction that came from it. Under this concept, Gorbachev began to advocate new thinking, implemented democratic reforms, voluntarily gave up the leadership of the CPSU over the country and the army, and promoted the spread of Sinatra doctrine, setting off the prelude to the drastic changes in Eastern Europe. Sinatra doctrine, The Soviet Union allows the Warsaw Pact members to decide their own internal policies. The 23rd of October 1989, the People's Republic of Hungary changed its name to Republic of Hungary. The Republic of Hungary announced the abolition of the regulations on the leadership role of Marxist-Leninist parties and state institutions, and the Socialist Party and the Liberal Democratic League will govern jointly to establish a democratic and free country under the rule of law. The 17th of November 1989, Czechoslovakia launched the Velvet Revolution. The Federal Assembly of Czechoslovakia approved the amendment of the constitution, abolished the provisions on the leadership role of the Czechoslovakian Communist Party in society, and implemented a multi-party parliamentary democracy. On December 25, 1989, the regime of the Romanian Socialist Republic under the rule of Nicolae Ceausescu was overthrown. The Romanian National Salvation Front Committee took over all powers of the country and changed its name to Romania on the 28th. The 29th of December 1989, the People's Republic of Poland was renamed Republic of Poland. The free, democratic, and prosperous new Republic of Poland has since formally embarked on a politically Western-style parliamentary democracy and economically implemented a market economy based on privatization. The 15th of January 1990, Bulgaria decided to implement a multi-party system and a market economy. In the same year, the Bulgarian People's Republic was renamed the Republic of Bulgaria. The 18th of March 1990, the Democratic Republic of Germany implemented free elections, and then the Warsaw Pact was fully incorporated into the Federal Republic of Germany. However, all of this was acceptable in the view of the Soviet government at the time. If the basic national issues are not resolved, and without the participation of the people, there will be no way to build a new society. At least at that time, everyone thought it was the right thing to do. However, when certain basic problems began to be resolved, the reform process was also interrupted. With the collapse of the countries associated with the Warsaw Treaty, cracks began to appear within the once unbreakable alliance of the Soviet Union. The 11th of March 1990, Lithuania became independent. The 9th of April 1991, Georgia became independent. The 20th of August 1991, Estonia became independent. As if it were a fallen domino, in the following year or so, the 15 republics of the Soviet Union declared independence one after another and began to formulate steps and measures to achieve independence. Although on March 27, 1991, Gorbachev held some referendums on whether to retain the alliance in the whole Soviet Union, 76.4% of Soviet citizens agreed with the decision to maintain the alliance, which did not play a correct role. Since the Soviet Union opened its foreign economic policy in 1989, the capital that has poured into the Soviet Union has quickly taken root. The huge capital power and attractive welfare have successfully helped Yeltsin and other senior Soviet officials who supported the division to gain an advantage in the political struggle. Extinguished the last vitality of the Soviet Union's self-recovery. The 12th of July 1990. At the 28th Congress of the CPSU, Yeltsin announced his withdrawal from the CPSU. The 19th of August 1991, Moscow. The conservatives of the CPSU launched a coup, hoping to prevent the reform from proceeding. The coup lasted only 2 days. With the Russian President Yeltsin's refusal to obey and the defection of the Soviet army, the coup ultimately failed. The 23rd of August 1991, Congress of the People's Representatives of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev declared the CPSU an illegal organization, ordered the military, police and KGB agents to expel all CPSU workers, seized all CPSU property and nationalized it, and restricted its activities in Russia. The 24th of August 1991, Gorbachev announced his resignation from the position of the CPSU and suggested that the Central Committee of the CPSU dissolve itself. The 16th of November 1991, Russian leader Yeltsin announced that he would deprive the Soviet Union of financial resources, take over the State Bank of the Soviet Union and the Foreign Economic Bank, and control the currency of the Union. The 1st of December 1991, Ukraine voted for independence, and the Soviet Union fell completely into the countdown to collapse. The 8th of December 1991, Russian President Yeltsin, Ukrainian President Kravchuk, and Belarusian Supreme Soviet Chairman Shushkevich signed the CIS agreement to establish the Commonwealth of Independent States and replace the Soviet Union by establishing a structure similar to the Commonwealth, which completely defeated the Soviet government. The new agreement eventually made the old system unable to operate at all. The 21st of December 1991, a total of 11 republics signed to join the CIS in Almaty, Kazakhstan, and the Soviet Union was sentenced to death. December 25, 1991, 19 o'clock in the evening. Office of the President of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev sat in the office of the President, facing the camera, and published the paragraph to the whole country and the world. In the following decades of his actor career, he repeated it countless times in films of various themes and genres. A paragraph. In view of the situation that formed after the establishment of the Commonwealth of Independent States, I ceased my activities as the President of the Soviet Union. This decision was made out of principled considerations. I firmly advocate the independence of the people of all ethnic groups and the sovereignty of the Republic. At the same time, I advocate the preservation of the alliance state and the preservation of the national integrity. However, the situation has developed along another path, and the policy of dismemberment and secession prevailed. I can't agree with this. Even after the Almaty meeting and the decision were passed, the representatives at the meeting had quite different opinions, and my position on this issue has never changed. In addition, I am convinced that such an important decision should be made on the basis of a referendum by the citizens of the Union countries. In any case, I will do my best to ensure that the successfully signed agreement can promote the actual harmony of the society, get rid of the social crisis and alleviate the difficulties in the reform process. This is the last time I will give a speech in front of everyone as the President of the Soviet Union. We have a vast land with vast resources, abundant natural gas and oil, and other more precious resources, such as talented talents. Naturally, there are also many. But our life is much worse than that of Western developed countries, and it is growing at all levels. Behind them, the reason is clearly visible. Society is almost suffocated under the constraints of bureaucratic command physique. The country is losing its sustainability. It can't continue like this, and everything should be changed fundamentally. But I always think that starting a reform of this scale, and in such a huge social system, is destined to be extremely difficult and even extremely risky. However, anyway, we have completed historic work. Society has gained freedom, politics and spirit have been liberated. We will continue to advance the process of freedom, rights, especially human rights, which will be a measure of all future work. The Soviet Union has embraced people all over the world, and solemnly promised not to interfere in the affairs of other countries and to abandon the use of force abroad. The Western society will repay our efforts with trust, solidarity and respect. Moscow Red Square, the main entrance of the Kremlin. On that side, flying over the Kremlin, the sickle and hammer national flag for nearly a century is slowly falling. And below the flagpole, several former Soviet guards are slowly unfolding a red, blue and white flag of the Russian Federation. The entire Red Square inches. Moscow was silent. There was no cheering, no discussion, no national anthem played, not to mention the roar of salutes and the sound of neat army boots. Most of the people on the Red Square stood in place. Everyone's eyes were filled with loss and helplessness. People either numbly watched the red flag that will never rise again fall, or veiled their mouths and noses, weeping sadly. In the silence, the Soviet Union, the big brother of the socialist system, so far, the largest red empire in human history. This great alliance, which had stood for more than half a century, fell silently on Christmas Day in 1991, and this also means an era is over. At the corner of Moscow's Red Square, a little silver-haired girl wrapped in a black trench coat tightened her clothes, sighed in a rather complicated way, turned and walked towards the old wizard standing behind in the shadows. Let's go back to Hogwarts. A new era has begun. Chapter 511. The Forgotten. Time will never stop and wait because of human hesitation. After all, Christmas in 1991 passed quietly. On this morning at the end of December, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry woke up from a dream. The castle had been covered with several feet of snow, and the lake and courtyard pools had also been condensed with a hard layer ice. In addition, nearly a third of the owls in the school's owl shed appear to be a little sluggish. Due to the overall strategy of Hogwarts these days, they have to frequently shuttle through the snowy sky to deliver letters. Under such high-intensity correspondence, several round-faced fat chickens fell ill and could no longer send letters for the time being. They must recover their strength and maintain their health under the care of Hagrid, Elena and others. Continue to take off. Hogwarts was already on holiday, and most of the castle was instantly empty, except for a small number of students who chose to stay in school for some reasons. Most of the little wizards have left the school and returned to their homes to enjoy a happy and relaxing Christmas holiday with their families. Of course, Hermione, Luna, Hannah and others are no exception. When the last class before the holiday is over, Hermione and others can't wait to get on the train, throw the white hairballs and fly back to their respective places. At home, girls are always more attached to their parents and family than boys. The younger the more so. Apart from Elena, only Harry and Ron signed on the detention list among the first-year freshmen. Harry didn't want to go back to Privet Road to spend the holidays with his uncle's family, and the reason Ron and his two twin brothers stayed was because the Weasleys were going to Romania to visit Charlie Weasley, the nearest side. The situation is unstable, and the Weasleys have always been a little worried, and just take this opportunity to visit their second son. As for Elena's reason for staying, it is even simpler. As the actual helm of the Destiny Group, the CEO of the Hogwarts Foundation, and the successor of Socialism's sole imprint, she needs to take advantage of this precious time to complete the anatomy and planning of the chaos after the disintegration of the Soviet Union. Work. This may be the busiest Christmas in her life. An old era is over, in a form of rush that most people never expected. Neither the people of the Soviet Union nor the Western countries entrenched in Eurasia have been prepared to receive this vast wealth and resources before this. The new era is just like this, in a disorderly chaos unfolded. Of course, the so-called chaos is limited to people in the non-magical world. For most wizards living in the magical world, the impact of the disintegration of the Soviet Union has not yet been able to spread to their lives, and for a small group of wizards, they have already prepared a few for the coming of this day. Month. With huge financial support and foresight, Elena conservatively estimates that at least within the first week after the disintegration of the Soviet Union, she and the entire Destiny Group will be almost invincible in the former Soviet Union. A little chance. It was fleeting. And when the Americans and Russian oligarchs entered the game, the form became less optimistic. Compared with the readily available economic benefits, Elena immediately focused on the most precious part of the former Soviet Union's resources, those who are about to or have been ordered by the Yeltsin government to stop research and retrench from major research institutes. With the collapse of the Soviet Union, a large number of scientific research projects have been cut off from funding. Except for a few researches like mathematics that do not require much cost, most researchers are forced to stop their work and leave the institute to find a way out in order to solve the personal survival problem. The economy is in trouble. The governments of various countries can no longer afford even the expenditure of the military, let alone scientific researchers. According to incomplete statistics in later countries, more than 80% of scientific researchers were displaced after the disintegration of the Soviet Union, and less than 16% of them found a profession similar to their own research field and became precious experts in the former Soviet Union. It's not that there are no smart people in the world, and they don't understand the importance of scientific researchers. Rather, in the context of this era, the term former Soviet expert is not equivalent to former Soviet scientist, and its more accurate definition should be called former Soviet weapon expert. No matter what era it is in, The experts who conduct weapons research are only a small part of the huge scientific research group of human beings. Those who really constitute the cornerstone of human civilization are those who are basic science and technology researchers and basic theory researchers. After these researchers left the institute, what they had learned throughout their lives could not be a skill for earning a living. Therefore, apart from a handful of Soviet experts who are strictly guarded by governments of various countries and closely watched by Western spies, every day they receive many copies of olive branches from different regions. More people, carrying suitcases worth tens of millions of dollars in research manuscripts, are wandering in all corners of the European continent. Like most homeless people, they squeezed their heads to apply for a security guard in a certain warehouse, a waiter in a certain bakery, an accountant in a certain foreign shopping mall, or they may hold their life's research results in the midst of hunger and cold. Pass away silently. With the collapse of the Soviet Union, they were like bubbles in the sun, quickly forgotten by everyone. In other words, in this era when most people have difficulty even surviving, this group of researchers has no value for most countries in the non-magical world, harmless and expensive, or even worse than one, a useful veteran of the Great Patriotic War. And Elena's goal is precisely this group of scholars that no one cares about. Weapons, powerful killing ability, there are some in the magical world. Hogwarts, or what the magical world lacks, has never been a means for cannibalism, but a kind of fire and knowledge that can stabilize the cornerstone of a civilized world and can rise quickly. With the first ray of morning light after Christmas, employees from Destiny have already begun to take action. Not surprisingly, by the evening of this day, she will be able to get the first batch of lists. Fishing in troubled waters is always the safest practice. Long before the Soviet Union announced its disintegration, many research institutes were already in a state of semi-paralysis. The power of magic, the knowledge attraction of the unknown world, free accommodation and welfare. For those scientists who have been at home for a long time, this is already quite an irresistible temptation. Even if it is temporarily broken, it does not matter. After all, the biggest advantage of magic negotiation is that it can flexibly use the forgetting curse to back files. As long as they have experienced a few more severe beatings from the society, it must not be long before the troubled researchers will understand how hard it is to refuse her conditions in terms of how to play with and grasp the hearts of the people. Elena, who was taught by Grindelwald and Dumbledore, can be said to be almost invincible. But before that, Elena still needs to solve a small problem. One problem that has plagued her from time to time these days. Anzi raised his head, looked at the familiar corridor around him in confusion, and muttered uncertainly, "I seemed to have just walked from here. Or is this the way Hermione took me last week?" Invincible, she was lost again. And the same, on the other side. Russia. Budka Institute of Nuclear Physics. I refuse. I will not betray my motherland. But the Soviet Union no longer exists, and your research has been suspended for a long time. Needless to say, please go back. Wait. What are you doing? Sorry, this is Mysterious's request for the sake of a pleasant communication next time and confidentiality. Forget it all. As an indifferent voice sounded, the eyes of Mr. Alexei, the deputy director of the institute, became loose. Another rejection. These Soviet moles are really stubborn. Kurt Mayer shook his head, put away his wand, and drew a circle on the roll of parchment in his hand. On the list in his hand, a large number of circles have been drawn one after another, all of which represent mole scholars who have directly rejected the invitation from the magic world. So far he has not completed a successful lobbying. Obviously, I'm so embarrassed that I have to sell watches and medals for potatoes. What are these guys who have been forgotten and abandoned by their own country, government, and even the magical world? What are they still insisting on? Unreasonable moles. Well, let me see who is next. The 512 ND chapter of the premature steel behemoth. Nikolaev, a port city in southern Ukraine. Compared with other cities in Ukraine that are open to foreign tourists, this heavy industrial city, which has not yet been opened to the outside world, has extremely important significance for Ukraine and even the entire former Soviet Union. Here is the largest shipyard in the Black Sea region, the Nikolaev shipyard, also known as the Black Sea Shipyard. As the only aircraft carrier assembly plant in the Soviet era, several aircraft carriers of the Soviet era Moscow, Leningrad, Kiev, Minsk, Novorossiysk, and Gorshkov and Kuznetsov were all built at the Nikolaev shipyard. In the most glorious and prosperous period of the Nikolaev shipyard, the factory had more than 25,000 employees at the time, covering an area of 302 hectares including 42 hectares of water surface area. The total length of the outfitting wharf was 2,675 meters, the total length of roads was 29 kilometers, and the railway the total length is 49 kilometers, with a total of 2,100 cranes. However, all this grand occasion disappeared with the collapse of the Soviet Union. Since Gorbachev announced the disintegration of the Soviet Union a few days ago, the Nikolaev shipyard has been placed under the ownership of Ukraine, and the financially tight Ukrainian government issued the first order after obtaining the shipyard, which was to immediately terminate it. All works, except for the Kuznetsov aircraft carrier that was hurriedly driven away by the Russian Navy. The other two unfinished aircraft carriers were paralyzed quietly in the shipyard that suddenly fell silent, as if they were too, like a cold steel grave. They were separately outfitted at this time. The Variag was parked at the mouth of the Southern River outside the factory. It will have to wait for nearly 20 years before it can wait for its real owner and change its name to Variag. Leaning, as well as the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier Ulyanovsk, which is still lying quietly in the number 0 slipway, has completed a construction rate of 30%, and has all core components in place. This is the only ship in the world that has the potential to compete with a heavy aircraft carrier that rivals the US Nimitz-class aircraft carrier. You know, it is not a steam turbine-powered aircraft carrier like Variag. This is a nuclear-powered drive model with a displacement of more than 80,000 tons and nearly unlimited endurance. Today, it is the only high-efficiency war beast that has installed a steam catapult for catapult takeoff and can accommodate nearly 70 carry-based aircraft. If this series is successfully developed, it will be like the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, which will soon exceed the 100,000-ton displacement and become the top predator for mankind to dominate the ocean. 30 years after the disintegration of the Soviet Union, no country has been able to build an aircraft carrier similar to it. Even nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, apart from the United States, are only the de Gaulle aircraft carrier built by the French Navy a few years later, a medium-sized aircraft carrier with a full load displacement that is not even comparable to that of the Variag. What a beautiful child! The empty Nikolaev shipyard, the number 0 slipway, which has been suspended for almost 2 months. The old factory director Makarov looked up at the child who was about to complete the main assembly in front of him, and sighed heavily. His voice was full of helplessness and desolation. The shipyard has never been so quiet as it is now. As an old man of meritorious service leading this shipyard to glory, Makarov has devoted almost all of his life to this place full of steel and sea water. What he is most proud of is that he has successfully transformed the large-scale Soviet Union. The ship construction project has become a streamlined operation, compared with the long process of building an aircraft carrier in the United States in 10 years. On his number 0 birth, the Soviet Union only took 3 years to complete the entire process of a new aircraft carrier from construction to launch, and start immediately the next big construction. For him, the construction task of the Ulyanovsk is like a door to a new world. He is already standing by the door, looking inside. The door is emitting countless promises. The fascinating light of hope. It's just that this light has now become extremely faint and weak with the disintegration of the Soviet Union. How is the progress of the negotiations between Kiev and Russia? Makarov sighed heavily again, and asked softly without turning his head. There is still no progress. It's all bad news. Yevgeny, the chief accountant of the shipyard standing next to Makarov, shook his head. his face full of sorrow. Russia refuses to purchase and continue to pay for the subsequent construction of Ulyanovsk and Variag. They are only willing to pay 30% of the payment for the purchase, on the grounds that the previous costs have been borne by the alliance. No, they are not willing to pay the price of a complete warship. Then have there been new orders recently? There is only one shipbuilding company from Norway, and they have initially negotiated with the government. There are 6 large merchant ships in total. Only our shipyard's number 0 shipyard can build in Europe. The demand for orders is very urgent and the construction is required to start immediately, but the deposit is also very generous, enough to support the operation of our shipyard for many years. Of course this is a slipway that can mass-produce aircraft carriers. Most of those companies have been greedy here for a long time. Makarov snorted softly and shook his head non-committal. For those profit-only capitalists, although he can't talk about extreme disgust, he still has no good impressions. If it is not for the livelihood of the whole factory, and anyway, he has no right to reject the government's decision. But if Slipway 0 must be used, what about Ulyanovsk? Do we want us to push it directly into the sea? The state has already spent more than 30,000 tons of steel on it, and it's just the last. The berth is closed. I heard from the staff of President Kravchuk that they proposed to dismantle the Ulyanovsk, free up space on the slipway, and complete important orders from friendly Norwegian merchants as soon as possible, because the country and shipyards need this money to survive. Fortunately, there is also an American scrap steel recycling company that is willing to buy back steel at a high price. Take it down. Makarov raised his head and looked at the steel behemoth carrying the most advanced Soviet technology in front of him. There was a touch of pain and sadness in his eyes. Since the Russian side refused to buy this huge ship, he has always had a certain ominous premonition. It looks like we have no other choice, right? That's not the case. There is actually your third option to complete it. At this moment, a crisp girl voice with a little British accent came from behind them. Who? Guard. Makarov and Yevgeny turned around abruptly, looking behind them warily. I saw a little silver-haired girl smiling and standing behind them, surrounded by several weird old men holding small wooden sticks. As for the guards who were behind them, all of them fainted unconsciously on the ground. Don't panic, I'm not malicious. They just passed out temporarily and will wake up in a while. The girl shrugged her shoulders, her eyes fell on the 2 old Soviet old men with weary faces, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Picture.jpg. Introduce myself first, Teresa Apocalypse, from the Destiny Group. We are very rich. Chapter 513. Do you call this a ship? Exclamation mark. Destiny? Never heard of. Makarov, director of the Black Sea Shipyard, shook his head and said calmly. While talking, Makarov glanced at the surrounding ground, the guards with slightly undulating chests and abdomen, and slowly released the right hand holding the pistol around his waist, able to sneak into the core area of the shipyard silently, and instantly subdued him. Guards, no matter what method they use, it is obviously not something an old guy like him can handle. But you may have found the wrong place. I am just an ordinary shipyard worker. Whether it is selling the entire ship, dismantling and selling steel, or even restarting construction for transfer, it is not my decision. Makarov raised his head, looked at the girl standing on the moving scaffold in front of him, and said calmly, and Ulyanovsk, it will never be completed again. Why? I don't think that the Ukrainian government will refuse the huge orders and financial support. Elena shook her head with a smile. Her face was filled with confident arrogance, and she repeated a sentence softly. I said Destiny, rich. Sorry, money is not everything, Miss Apocalypse. At least, it has never been in the Soviet Union. A mockery appeared at the corner of Makarov's mouth. He turned his head and took a deep look at the half-completed child lying quietly on the berth. He pointed to the surrounding empty dock and shook his head. If you want to complete such a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, you need the Soviet Union, the Party Central Committee, the State Planning Commission, the Military Industry Commission, and 9 defense industry ministries. 600 related majors, and 8,000 supporting manufacturers. In short, this is a great one. A career that can only be accomplished in a country, but the old man was silent for a long time, sighed and continued. However, the powerful countries have gone in the case of the disintegration of the country. Then you want it to finish, is almost an impossible thing. Manpower, parts, time, finances in all aspects have been not allowed. Perhaps, if only from the perspective of this world. Elena nodded in agreement, jumped back to the ground from the mobile scaffold with her hands, turned her head to look at Grindelwald, who was coming with her, pointed to the unfinished giant ship behind her, with a few eyes in her eyes, asked expectantly, "Grandpa, what do you think? It looks pretty good, right? Can you have a way to take it back?" Jealous Grindelwald twitched his cheeks, raised his head and glanced at the steel castle in front of him that occupies almost all of his sight, took a deep breath, and tried to keep his tone calm. "This is what you said before, the big ship that you want to buy from the Muggles in Ukraine?" As a wizard, although Grindelwald didn't know much about the non-magical world, he had seen a lot of Muggle ships during the war decades ago, so he was not unfamiliar with this common vehicle. Not to mention, Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry itself owns a giant ship that has been transformed by magic. But whether it is the magical world or the non-magical world, in Grindelwald's impression, there is no ship that looks like this. Such a big steel fortress can actually be called a ship! Exclamation mark. That's right, it's called an aircraft carrier, Elena nodded and explained solemnly, a kind of transportation that is very famous in the non-magical world. You can understand it as a large freighter, aviation mothership. Can this thing fly? Grindelwald was taken aback for a moment, frowned and looked at the unfinished splicing ship in front of him, trying to imagine how it would officially start when it was finally completed, and nodded thoughtfully. "If you can fly, even if the Black Lake of Hogwarts can't be put down, you can at least find a place to float." "Well, it's not possible to fly right now, but I think if you, Professor Dumbledore, and you all of the Destiny can participate in the transformation and construction process, there should still be hope." Elena scratched her cheek and said embarrassedly, "Before that, it shouldn't be a big problem to dock in the Black Lake. For a while I roughly estimated the area and depth of the Black Lake, and it's okay to park such a boat." If Elena remembers correctly, the navigation of the wizarding world does not completely follow the usual way of movement. At least when Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry participated in the Triwizard Tournament, the big wooden ship was directly teleported to Hogwarts at the bottom of Lake Su. Therefore, in theory, since the magic crafts of decades ago can do this, it is unreasonable to gather the power of Grindelwald and Dumbledore to be determined, as well as a group of experienced saints. It's not that point. Grindelwald raised his eyebrows and silently glanced at the steel giant in front of him. "Yes, Muggles used to transport airplanes, submarines, and some people and supplies," Elena replied confidently. At this point, even if it was asked by Professor Dumbledore, the answer is the same. "Well, just treat it as an ordinary big ship." Grindelwald shook his head non-committal, and did not argue with Elena on this detail. Anyway, it wasn't him that had the last headache. As for whether Elena wanted to use this ship to start a war or transport supplies, it had nothing to do with him. "But according to your statement, it seems that you intend to convert this ship into a flying magic vehicle. Are you sure you can convince the stubborn guy in the school?" "Of course there is no problem, but I have studied the law carefully." Elena raised her finger, shook it quite proudly, and said confidently, "Professor Dumbledore will later discover that I did not violate the law in doing so. Although we should probably tell him the truth in advance, there is a loophole in the law, and he will discover in fact, as long as it is not seen by unrelated Muggles, then the fact that ships can fly does not violate any law. Since Hogwarts is located in the Scottish Highlands, no matter from which point of view, the applicable laws are naturally made by the British Ministry of Magic. In this regard, Mr. Arthur Weasley, the director of the Department of Prohibition of Muggle Abuse, has long left a lot of loopholes in the law that can be drilled, such as the flying car parked at his house. The Ford car is the best example. Although so far, Mr. Arthur Weasley has always thought that all loopholes are only known to him. I just want to confirm that if we really bought this big guy. Elena glanced indifferently at her surroundings because of her conversation with Grindelwald. The two former Soviet shipyard executives had already fallen into confusion. They watched the original Dark Lord and asked very seriously, with the strength of you and the destiny, is it possible to create an illusion that the hull is being disassembled on the surface, and to participate deeply in the subsequent hull assembly process, so that it can be completed as soon as possible to be assembled on the water level? Then, without knowing it, bring it back to Hogwarts. Chapter 514. Only one chance. Huh? Create an illusion that the hull is being dismantled. Grindelwald frowned and looked at Elena with a little bewilderment. Regarding the latter request for long-distance transmission, he didn't have much opinion. However, for the first request made by Elena before, the first-generation Dark Lord was a little puzzled. Similar to this kind of incident involving large-scale manpower mobilization, he would only agree to it after it was determined to be valuable. If it's just for confidentiality, I think the forgetting curse and the obfuscating curse are enough. I don't think it is necessary to invest too much manpower here. Manpower is very tight, and too much wasted here. In the sky, conventional spells cannot block prying eyes from above us. Elena raised her head and looked at the sky. Her gaze stretched upward toward the boundless sky. As the most important shipyard in the former Soviet Union, at this time there are at least 3 artificial satellites above our heads closely watching every move here. Although they only have the ability to take pictures for the time being, they only need to take a continuous period of time. When the pictures of time are put together and compared, it is still easy to find the progress of the construction period here. Following Elena's sight, Grindelwald subconsciously raised his head and looked at the empty sky. Sputnik. What is that? A trace of blankness appeared on Grindelwald's face, which touched his knowledge blind zone again. If he has vaguely heard about the aircraft carrier, then it is the first time that he has fully understood the artificial satellite that Elena said. After all, the Soviet Union did not launch it until October 4, 1957. It was the first artificial satellite in the human world, and Gellert Grindelwald at that time had already imprisoned himself in Newmangard Castle. You can understand it as a unmanned aerial vehicle that flies extremely high, far beyond the reach of most current attack methods. For more detailed content, I can help you find a few books later, or find some experts in related fields to give you a popular science. Elena glanced at the confused old demon, rubbed her eyebrows helplessly, and briefly explained a few words. To put it simply, in this day and age, unless the entire area like Hogwarts is in an unmappable state, or other large-scale enchantments are used to hide, it will be discovered by reconnaissance satellites. Risks of. There is no doubt that as the only aircraft carrier assembly plant in the former Soviet Union, the Nikolaev shipyard is definitely one of the several goals that the Americans and even the countries with satellites around the world pay attention to. With the collapse of the Soviet Union, the eyes above the dome will disappear. Unless they saw the Ulyanovsk aircraft carrier being disassembled into a pile of scrap steel, the Americans would never rest their minds. If the Americans found out that it had not only not stopped work, but was speeding up assembly and launching, then suddenly disappeared one night, then the White House and the Pentagon are estimated to be in a state of madness at the same time. I roughly understand. In other words, do you want to cut off prying eyes from above? After Grindelwald pondered for a moment, he did not go into the principle of the sputum for the time being, rubbing his chin, and said thoughtfully, I didn't expect that technology has become more and more troublesome after so many years. Think about anti-satellite reconnaissance? Impossible. Hearing the conversation between Elena and Grindelwald, Makarov showed a touch of contempt on his face, and finally couldn't help but speak. The footprint of Slip Zero is really too big. Unless you find a way to actively shoot down the American satellites, you can't avoid the Americans' sight by any means, or you can find a large enough lid. The entire shipyard is covered, so it can be. It makes sense, so we got a lid to cover it. Elena nodded carelessly, turned to look at Grindelwald, and said solemnly, "This may be the largest and most far-reaching combined cast of hidden and oblivious spells in the history of the magic world, for more than the Ministry of Magic's transformation of the Hogwarts Express and the construction of the London to Hogsmeade Railway. The railway station is even larger project. A little carelessness may trigger a new round of secret liquidation operations in the magical world." Between 1827 and 1835. Elena Gamble became Minister of Magic. To ensure that hundreds of students arrive at Hogwarts safely every year without attracting the attention of muggles, Elena, the Minister of Magic at the time, proposed a bold and controversial plan to transform a muggle steam train and use the train, a safe and comfortable means of transportation, to replace the original door keys and other unregulated travel methods. Click to expand for more details. And today, more than 100 years later, Elena is to ensure that when there is a dispute between the magical and non-magical worlds in the future, Hogwarts has the high-end combat power to settle disputes, as well as the wandering Hogwarts in extreme cases. Plan, following the example of the former Minister of Magic, set his sights on the top vehicle in the world today. According to Elena's incomplete conception, the Ulyanovsk modified by simple magic, even if it only has 3 basic functions that are now mature in the magical world: flying, short-distance space jumping, and invisibility. It is enough to surpass the modern military warfare model of the next few decades and has a definitive effect on the situation. Not to mention, compared with the common carry-based aircraft, the magical world has more options, such as fire dragons, thunderbirds, phoenixes, birds and snakes, night sky, and even wizards carrying aerial bombs can temporarily act as a mini-bomber. If you miss this once-in-lifetime opportunity and want to build a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier of this size from scratch, the difficulty and complexity of it is not as easy as grabbing an American Nimitz-class aircraft carrier. So it sounds like Dumbledore has to hide everything, at least until the Ulyanovsk appears on the Hogwarts lake. It is better not to let Professor Dumbledore worry about it for the time being. The name of the purchase of this large ship will also be to purchase scrap steel, not directly. Vessel. Grindelwald raised his eyebrows and glanced at Elena meaningfully. Although he knew that Elena was not a worry-free child, he did not expect that the girl solemnly let her bring her over today, actually wanting to do such a big thing. In order to achieve this, just for hiding, at least 30 wizards need to be dispatched to work in shifts. Is it worth it? There is only one chance. In addition to this big ship, next time we want to obtain such a steel giant, we may only rely on the way to seize the spoils after the official start of the weapon. If we can win, there will be no time has changed. Elena replied without hesitation. Grindelwald nodded slightly. His gaze glided across the small forged steel island in front of him, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. In that case, the last question these two muggles, what do you plan to do? There are follow-up assembly work. Are you sure you have a way to convince the muggle workers to help you complete this big ship wholeheartedly? Of course, don't forget what we have is not just cold money. Elena nodded confidently and replied, a trace of emotion flashed in her eyes. The history that has not happened has told her what the most powerful bargaining chip in this period is. For politicians, it is money, but for ordinary people, it is to survive. Then, Mr. Makarov, I look forward to seeing you next time. And Elena smiled at the 2 old Soviet old men beside her, and then said softly without changing her smile, sorry. While talking, the young Dark Lord turned and walked towards the back, waving his hand carelessly. Help them reset this memory first. The time sequence is wrong. Let's get the order first. This is not the time for hesitation and hesitation. Once the news leaks, she is not the only one involved. The entire plan, Hogwarts, and even the magical world may be affected. Ulyanovsk scrap steel is not that easy to buy. Not to mention that the competitor she is facing is a guy who can raise prices wildly. Even if there is no American spoiler, It is called golden steel. The aircraft carrier steel itself is not cheap. Understood, Mr. Reza? Forget it all. Chapter 515 Happy Cooperation. Ukraine, Kiev, Presidential Palace. The owner of this mansion, Kravchuk, sat behind his desk, and without a trace, exchanged a glance with his newly appointed finance minister Grigory Pieturenko, took a deep breath, and looked solemnly. Looking at the old gentleman sitting on the sofa. "I'm sorry, Mr. Apocalypse. Regarding the purchase of Ulyanovsk steel, we are already negotiating with a company from the United States, and the quotation provided by your company does not meet our expectations." The newly appointed president, the whole person exuded a strange sense of confusion. He did not seem to have a good rest. The center of his plump face was slightly sleepy, and even his speech was a little slow. But even so, his answer is still very clear, and there is not much room for divergence and negotiation. In the face of the Ukrainian president's rejection, the old gentleman in an exquisitely handmade suit did not have the slightest frustration on his face. He casually played with a small wooden stick in his hand and sighed while shaking his head. "It's really regrettable. I thought you would think that a mixed contract with a potato import quota would be more sincere than a pure currency payment method. After all, we all know that the food situation this year is more severe. Who knows? Ukraine is the most prosperous agricultural country in Europe. Compared with a single year of food imports, in today's international situation, we generally believe that the US dollar has a stronger trade value and ability to pay. Moreover, Ukraine is a reputable government. Even if the other party is just a private company, we will not easily break the contract." Finance Minister Pieturenko smiled slightly, opened the folder in his hand, and handed it forward. "Perhaps we can talk about another Variag or other military steel transactions if you urgently need special steel in this area. Ukraine is not just a warship in the country, we also have a lot of equipment from the former Soviet Union." "No, the Destiny Group is only interested in Ulyanovsk for the time being." At this moment, the silver-haired little girl who was sitting next to the old gentleman and was as clever as a granddaughter suddenly spoke. "It's really chilling and regrettable. Well, I know how to communicate with you." The girl stood up, walked to Kravchuk's desk carelessly, and pulled directly from the man's hand the purchase letter of intent previously submitted to the other party, looked through it roughly, and gestured randomly on it. "Here, delete the form of mixed payment for grain imports and change it to pure US dollar settlement in addition to the contract deposit. After signing the contract, 20% of the total payment will be directly prepaid the next month. This should be fine." Kravchuk frowned, looked at the little girl who looked like an adult in front of him, and shook his head dumbly. "Of course, if your grandfather proposed this plan from the beginning, we might really be excited. It's a pity that business negotiations for adults are not so simple. This requires a new contract." "Oh, sorry, I'm not talking to you." Elena raised her head and glanced at the white-haired old man in front of her, was full of contempt. "Grandpa, please, help me modify the points of trouble I just mentioned." "Understood." Grindelwald shook his head helplessly and looked at the contract that the girl handed in front of him. He tapped the magic wand in his hand. The handwriting on the contract twisted and retyped and rewritten. A few seconds later, a brand new content. If he remembers correctly, this contract has expanded from the original 2 pages to more than a dozen pages thick. Immediately afterwards, the old man sighed and looked at the 2 mole politicians in the office who were rubbing their eyes. There was a sneer exactly the same as Elena's face, and he nodded gracefully. "It's a pity, because our previous preparations were not very good. I will bother you both. Goodbye." "Forget it all." Suddenly, Kravchuk and Pieturenko's eyes became loose, their brows were also loosened, and there was a trance and indifferent expression on their faces. This is after the cast of the Forgotten Curse. A little sequely, Grindelwald put the revised contract back in the hands of the Ukrainian president with a smile on his face, and smiled politely. "Hello, introduce yourself. I am Otto Apocalypse, the president of Tanming Group." "In half an hour." "Happy cooperation, Beautiful and hospitable Ukraine will always welcome you all. So about the personnel dispatched at the dismantling site and the bank loan, don't worry, Mr. Apocalypse. This will be properly arranged this week. The Destiny Group will soon find that the enthusiasm and efficiency of the Ukrainian people is definitely the most trustworthy in Europe. That's good. Thank you Mr. President and Mr. Minister for the reception, so I won't bother you both. Grindelwald nodded, put on a round top hat, took Elena's hand and walked out the door. If it weren't for Elena's fear of leaving hidden dangers in the future, according to his character, an imperious curse would have gone down long ago, and there would be no intention to waste so much time on these stupid and greedy moles. Fortunately, in the constant negotiation of resetting the memory and modification, they finally achieved the result they wanted. After leaving the presidential palace, Elena glanced at the signed letter of intent in her hand, curled her lips disapprovingly, folded her hand a few times and put it in her arms, turned her head to look at Grindelwald and asked softly, "Are you sure you won't leave any traces of magic, right?" Of course, unlike memory tampering, forgetting spells are the most difficult to detect, especially this one that wipes out the incident immediately. As long as a few days pass, no one will be able to find that they have been used magic. What about these few days? There is also the wizard guarding them. Will there be a problem? Elena frowned and asked worriedly. It's just a crappy second-rate wizard. He won't appear next to the two mole politicians these days. By the time he returned to his post, all traces had disappeared, not even Albus ways to find clues. After all of this is the result of their subjective consciousness, without any coercion or tampering. Grindelwald grinned and answered confidently. And in the past few days, we will have two people staring at the Ukrainian presidential palace to protect those two idiots from encountering wizards from other countries. Dumbledore will also pay attention to the application for entry. There are not many foreign wizards at present. It seems that the situation is more optimistic than I thought. For the time being, I don't have to think about confronting the Magic Congress of the United States. Elena gave a soft hum and involuntarily let out a sigh of relief. So at the moment we only need to ensure that we try not to show signs of participation in the magical world, so that everything seems to be limited to the non-magic world's benefit distribution. The international secrets law is really an interesting double-edged sword. Interestingly, it would be nice if I could think of this back then. Grindelwald chuckled and glanced meaningfully at the white-haired dumplings beside him. Then my dear little Teresa, do you want to go back to school and rest now, or go to see your big ship first? Chapter 516 Joining Hands. Like most British schools, the Christmas holiday at Hogwarts is quite long. To be precise, this is closer to the small winter vacation experienced by Elena in her previous life. The vacation time will start on December 24th and will last until January 6th of the following year. The students will spend 2 full weeks, freedom to control. Therefore, after leaving the Ukrainian presidential palace, Elena did not rush to the Nikolaev shipyard. The closer you get to success, the more you need to be calm. Instead of rushing to talk to Makarov with a draft agreement, it is better to wait until the group of Ukrainian politicians take the initiative to complete all the preparations. Because of their widespread belief in the Orthodox Church, Christmas in Russia and Ukraine will be later than in most parts of the world. It will be their Christmas until January 7th, which happens to be the end of the Hogwarts holiday. Before that, the Ukrainian government will definitely complete all contract procedures. Harm from the outside world, the knife never stabbed from behind, makes people feel chilling. In order to have a happy Christmas, the Ukrainian government naturally hopes to officially start the dismantling of the Ulyanovsk before the holiday. At least it must be confirmed in all contracts and personnel arrangements. Calm down. What Elena needs to do now is to quietly wait for the Ukrainian government and the Norwegian shipbuilder to take action to push the already shaky Nikolaev shipyard completely off the cliff. Only if it has really fallen into the abyss, then the hand of hope that only stretches out from above will appear precious. You know, it is not an easy task to complete the final battle of Ulyanovsk. As Makarov said, It requires the cooperation of the entire Nicolef shipyard. No magic can manipulate such a wide range of human minds. Persuade those stubborn shipyard staff to be comparable to those. It is much harder to communicate with politicians who can betray the country by simply spending money. If you are not prepared enough, no matter how many times you use the forgetting curse to rewind, you will not be able to pass the level smoothly. It's a headache. It would be great if the transformation technique can directly transform food. At the Hogwarts library, Elena pulled a little irritably and crossed out the content on the parchment. After the holiday, most of the school was instantly empty. Although there are fewer people in the common rooms, they are more noisy and unscrupulous than in the past, similar to Ron, Harry and others who are obsessed with playing chess every day, and other lounges are not better. Where to go? Therefore, Elena had to hide in the school library, quietly thinking about the subsequent amendment contract. According to the girl's idea, the contract provided to Mr. Makarov is a hidden subcontract that will never appear in formal occasions. Its sole purpose is to save the aircraft carrier that is destined to disappear from the sight of the world, and continuation of the red fire that has almost withered in this bitter winter. After the previous brief contact, as well as the understanding these days, she has determined a little. Perhaps the current high levels in Ukraine and Russia are almost completely rotten, but those staunch idealists have not disappeared. They still exist in every corner of this continent. At least Makarov, the director of the Nicolef shipyard, is still that idealist. In the face of such a group of people, no matter whether it is bribery by money or coercion by force, it will not have a very good effect. But if she can find a reason to persuade these people to work together for a certain ideal. However, the current problem is that the potato output at Hogwarts is still too small. If everything is filled in the Ulyanovsk, the subsequent plan to harvest the former Soviet ruble dividend will inevitably be seriously affected. Although Grindelwald will find a way. It has been so many days. There has been no movement. At this moment, a familiar voice came from Elena's ear. "Oh, I knew where you still worried about things over there, Elena." The girl turned her head subconsciously, and saw Grindelwald and Dumbledore walking slowly in the same golden-eared wizard robes. There is no doubt that from the looks of the two, it was obvious that they were looking for her. What happened again? Ukraine, Russia, or elsewhere? Elena frowned, put down the quill in her hand, and rubbed her temples. These days, she has to deal with more than a dozen special situations almost every day. The employees of the Fate have accepted the newly appointed Apocalypse Patriarch, and will write letters if they are uncertain. Ask Elena's opinion. And Elena felt it for the first time, personally touching the difference between the historical process and sitting in the classroom talking. She makes decisions almost entirely about the overall planning and decisions of the Soviet Union, unless it requires on-site business trips, negotiations, or major decisions that involve the use of a small amount of force and large amounts of money. Even if you can't see these two things for a whole day. An old man is not a rare thing. In fact, there is no emergency. Dumbledore smiled gently, walked over to Elena, bent down and picked up the pile of parchment in front of the girl full of numbers and terms and looked at it, and then looked at the pile next to it that had not been taken apart. After opening the envelope, he sighed helplessly. "Gale and I just think, maybe you should relax a little bit. After all, it's during the Christmas holidays. Hogwarts is, but in Ukraine and Russia, Christmas has to wait another week or so." Elena shrugged, moved her somewhat sore neck, and said angrily, "If you two can help double the output of the vegetable field outside, I am very grateful, but if it is just to come over and pour the chicken soup for the soul, then it is better. I am not a 10-year-old kid like Luna, of course. You are the most mature child we have ever seen." Dumbledore nodded and said softly, "It's just that I don't understand that we are just buying stores from the non-magical world, mortgages, and preparing to sell potatoes in exchange for rubles. Why are you so busy these days?" "What, huh?" Mainly because there are indeed many emergencies these days. That's because Miss Kaslana secretly modified the original plan to use potatoes and currency to create greater influence in the non-magical world, such as launching commercial projects that directly connect with the governments of various countries. How do you know? Elena's eyes shrank suddenly, and she subconsciously turned her head to look at Grindelwald, who was standing behind Dumbledore. Although I have been with the International Wizarding Association recently, I have also paid attention to the news here, Dumbledore said with a gentle smile, touching the frightened white-haired ball's head. His eyes softening. Gale told me everything. You hope to use Hogwarts as the place of origin to assist the moles in the non-magical countries that are in a food crisis as much as possible. This is a very correct thing. Why do you want to keep it from me? Does Miss Caslana think that a kind act of saving others will be treated differently for magical and non-magical reasons? Elena blinked. Her gaze fell on the corner of Grindelwald's raised mouth. Her eyes flashed clearly. So this is Grindelwald's approach. It seems you can try. The girl raised her eyebrows slightly. Her face quickly sank, and she sighed worriedly. Oh yes. But just relying on the output of Hogwarts is really a drop in the bucket. Elena's brain turned quickly, and she said slowly while thinking, this is a disaster faced by the entire human world. Whether it is caused by man-made or natural disasters, but I feel that since wizards have the ability to prevent it, have to try something. Happy New Year. Hey, please vote for the first monthly pass of the new year. Happy New Year 2020. Love you guys. Happy New Year 2020. Fat Chicken loves you. Acridine. The new year starts from the explosion. Please give me a ticket. Super cute. Guck update during the day. Good boy. Don't stay up late. Happy New Year. Thank you everyone for walking with Fat Chicken through 2019. In the first year since it was launched, we will be happy together in 2020. Mew. Chapter 517, The Wizard's Solution. Regarding the layout of Elena and Grindelwald in the Soviet Union, Dumbledore did not participate too much. A small part of the reason is economic planning. It is really not the field that the old wizard is good at. The more he understands the knowledge of the mole financial market, the more Dumbledore feels that the content in this area is complicated and profound. It is better to hand it over to an expert. Response. Of course, more consideration is due to the fact that in the entire Destiny Rise plan, the main executors are the former saints. As the principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the hero who defeated the Dark Lord Grindelwald, the patron saint of the magical world, is indeed inconvenient to show up and get involved too deeply. Although he didn't participate much, Dumbledore still followed the movements of the two in his own way. Sure enough, during a routine inspection some time ago, Dumbledore discovered that a large amount of funds in the underground vault was unknown. After careful inquiry, he only knew that it was ultimately delivered to the Ukrainian mole government. Coupled with the frequent outings of Elena and Grindelwald since the Christmas holidays, and the increasingly busy reply of letters, if Dumbledore hadn't noticed a change in the situation, then he would have been caught by this old man. On behalf of the Dark Lord, they sold it together. Elena, don't blame Gull is always bad at lying to me. Dumbledore glanced at the white-haired ball of Grindelwald from time to time, shook his head and said softly, and you don't have to hide this from me. Although Hogwarts has always been not very generous, the wealth was originally unplanned, unexpected income. If it is used to help others, whether it is a wizard or a mole, it doesn't matter. Maybe the school board will care about it, but to me, as long as it doesn't affect Hogwarts, these kindnesses are extremely valuable. As long as it doesn't affect Hogwarts. Elena raised her eyebrows imperceptibly, and the rest of the light swept across Grindelwald's face. The expression of the first Dark Lord did not change. Obviously, he did not think Dumbledore's answer was inappropriate. Place. The magic world, after all, is still superior. Even Albus Dumbledore has a priority in his heart. The disasters caused by magic are handled by wizards, and the natural and man-made disasters in the non-magical world are the mole's own business if you are willing to help. Is that extremely precious kindness? From this point of view, there may also be some factors in the subsequent processing of Chernobyl. So, Professor Dumbledore, do you have any plans? Elena lowered her eyes, and asked indifferently softly while sorting out the parchment manuscript in her hand. Just like Dumbledore and Grindelwald's worldview that gradually formed over the long years, perhaps in a few decades, Elena will gradually become a mature wizard, just like the future Harry and Hermione like that. But before that, as a traverser, she had been in contact with the magical world for less than 4 months in total, and what occupied most of Elena's memory was shaped from the perspective of a mole. 3 views. From the results, it seems that everything hasn't had much impact. But Elena knew in her heart that in some subtle and more essential places, she and the 2 old men are different. Maybe one day, the 2 sides will walk on the opposite side of the 2 because of this gap on the cornerstone. I have some ideas, but I need to discuss it with Mr. Newt Scamander. Without noticing the girl's hidden thoughts, Dumbledore said gently, "The land around Hogwarts is limited after all. Today's vegetable garden is already at its limit, and it will be a little bit unpretentious if it expands. If the idea is feasible, it can not only solve the problem of part of the grain output, but also solve the transportation problem." "By the way, you mean the unmarked stretching curse?" Detailed reply. "Happy New Year" can be seen. Elena nodded thoughtfully. "The first part of Where Are the Fantastic Beasts has just been released before the previous life journey. Newt Scamander's magical suitcase left a deep impression on people, but the seemingly ordinary suitcase is like a magic weapon in the fairy tale. Same. In fact, the extended curse is not an exceptionally rare magic. Most wizard suitcases can use this spell. For example, Hogwarts school suitcases and wizard suitcases sold in diagonally are equipped with capacity enhancement or extension functions as standard, and the price ranges from 5 gallons to hundreds of gallons. Wait. These spells not only increase the internal dimensions of the object while keeping the external dimensions constant, but also make the object lighter. However, the existence similar to Newt Scamander's suitcase is still quite rare at present. It not only provides an exclusive habitat for each kind of magical animal, each piece of land also has its own independent the natural environment and the celestial climate of the world. This can't be achieved by a simple non-mark stretching curse. Yes, but the release of the spell is strictly regulated. I will submit a complete application to the International Magic Association, indicating the scope of application, specifications, and the source of land for the internal space. The land, the source? Elena raised her head curiously. Aren't those spaces created by magic? Yes. Not right. Dumbledore shook his head and said softly, "Then let me explain briefly. Professor McGonagall should have already told you that magic cannot be created out of thin air. What the unmarked stretching curse expands is only the size of a fixed space, which is equivalent to blowing a balloon a little bigger. But the land, lakes, wind, rain, daylight actually come from the surrounding natural environment where we live. In that case, would you understand a little bit?" Elena thought for a few seconds, then nodded slowly. "In other words, the essence of the spatial stretching mantra is actually a folding form of the existing space, and not so much in adding a new area. It is actually cutting and pasting the external space. It's just this: perhaps we need to look at spatial changes from a more macro perspective rather than changes in a single area?" The smile on Dumbledore's face stiffened slightly, as if he hadn't heard Ian's words, and continued speaking without change. "In short, it involves extremely advanced knowledge of magic, including not only magic spells, but also transfiguration, alchemy, and even some herbalism and astronomy. It is no longer what students can do. Therefore, just leave it to me and Albus for the time being. You can take a vacation and rest for yourself." Grindelwald grinned, raised his arm around Dumbledore's shoulder, and said with a smile, "And as far as we know, Elena, you haven't even had time to unwrap those friends who gave you a Christmas present." "That's not okay." "Well, I have been very busy these days. I really didn't have time to open the Christmas presents." But Elena nodded, a suspicion flashed in the Lake eyes, and asked softly, "Why, you 2 old men who can tend to the girls' dormitory will know the state of the pile of gifts I put beside the bed." Grindelwald! Dumbledore! Exclamation mark. Chapter 1. There will be in the afternoon. Chapter 518. Precautions. Facing the blue eyes of Lake Elena, the two old men paused abruptly for a few seconds. The two exchanged glances quickly, and Grindelwald coughed lightly and said unhurriedly, "About this, it is naturally because of the special characteristics of the principal and the castle administrator Hugh. The house elves found it while cleaning." Dumbledore replied softly without changing his face, and while retracting the left foot that had accidentally stepped on Grindelwald's boots, he smiled softly, with just the right care and sternness on his face. "The long-term plan outside school is certainly important, but I don't want Elena to ignore your friends around you and the happiness you should have enjoyed at this age. Let's open the present and have fun with your classmates. Yes, you should take a break, too. It's always alright to be alone." Grindelwald nodded and blinked meaningfully at Elena. Afterwards, the two greatest wizards in the magic world, like two ordinary old men, half-coaxed Elena out of the library, watching the girl's figure follow the guide elves and disappear at the end of the stairs. After waiting for about half a minute, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief, and a wry smile appeared on their faces at the same time. "This girl really doesn't look like an ordinary child." Grindelwald turned around and carefully put away the manuscript paper and envelope that Elena had placed on the table. "When I saw her, I was suddenly a little ashamed and scared we didn't have that way back then. What should I do?" "Describe it." "Urgency. A sense of urgency that has never been seen before." Dumbledore frowned and said worriedly, "There has been an inexplicable sense of crisis haunting her, as if there was an invisible person behind her who was driving her away with a whip. Think about it carefully. From the beginning of school to today, she hardly has a day to spare sometimes. I always worry about whether she will suddenly be exhausted." "Well, you are right, you do feel that way." Grindelwald nodded approvingly. His gaze fell on the signature of the familiar letter in his hand, and he exclaimed with a sigh, "Perhaps this is the price of foreseeing part of the future. We will never know the child. What kind of future has she experienced and witnessed? But I am even more surprised by her growth rate," Grindelwald said as he turned his head and waved the stack of thick envelopes at Dumbledore. "Albus, do you dare to believe it? In less than half a month, she has almost completely taken over the Saint contact points we arranged in various countries of the former Soviet Union. According to my original idea, such progress should at least appear in 3 months or even 6 months later, not now. We are raising a terrific little monster with our own hands." The first-generation Dark Lord's fingers slid over Elena's reply mark on the envelope, and a touch of softness and relief appeared on the wrinkled face. But his eyes fell on Dumbledore beside him, and he asked meaningfully, "So Albus, have you thought about what to do afterwards? When this incident is almost over, I am going to force her to rest for a while, at least until the 3rd grade. She will not be allowed to participate in too many things outside of school for the time being. It is better to make noise in the school than to disturb the situation outside her." "Good. I think so too. The situation today is too delicate, and I'm a little worried." Grindelwald nodded nonchalantly, his voice gradually getting smaller and smaller, subconsciously clenching the envelopes in his hands. Although there were no signs, and the International Magic Association did not have a large-scale entry and exit record of wizards these days, during Grindelwald's stay in the former Soviet Union, he vaguely felt that the scarce magic traces were gradually increasing. This is not the time for him to take the world by storm. Less than 10% of the saints gathered around him again, and some of them need to be allocated to Lovegood's house, Street, Mungo's hospital for magical injuries, and the Mandate of Heaven for supplies in the former Soviet Union. Station. More importantly, afterwards, Nikolef's shipyard will still need to occupy a lot of manpower once conflicts between wizards erupt. "What's wrong, Gale? What are you worried about?" Dumbledore raised his head subconsciously and looked at Gellert Grindelwald not far away. As Grindelwald stepped forward to clean up the manuscript left by Elena, Dumbledore couldn't see his face for a while, only vaguely heard the last words of the old Demon King. "It's nothing. I'm just worried that the child's childhood is too boring. Grindelwald turned around, put the pile of parchment full of handwriting into his arms, and replied with a rather sigh. I don't want to think that when the little guy remembers his campus career in the future, most of his time will be spent conveying instructions, or spent in various calculation games. I have rested long enough, and I should have more activities. Before I knew it, there were too many and too complicated the interests that Elena affected. Perhaps for Dumbledore, who has been teaching at Hogwarts for many years, these are nothing more than a certain amount of wealth, materials, and land. But Grindelwald knows that this is already a cornerstone that can shake the world up. The eyes of the old demon gleamed, and a hint of danger flicked quickly across. Hopefully, there won't be anyone who doesn't have eyes that violate the rules of the game, otherwise. On the other side, Elena, who had left the library, stood by the corridor for a while. Unpreparedly, Lao Tadu and Lao Luo were freed from the busy review memorial work. For a while, she was a little dazed about what she should do. The wings had not yet returned to school, and the professors of all subjects were enjoying their vacation. As the successor of communism in her previous life, she is naturally a staunch atheist. Although she grew up in the orphanage of Father Benitez in this life, every Christmas, the orphanage just prayed briefly, and then she had to start thinking of ways to get some meat around. Feed those children. Orphans are not qualified to celebrate festivals. People must first find a way to live before they have time to think about what God likes. Not to mention, Benitez, who successfully changed his job with the help of the Brotherhood and was driven out of the church when he was down, is not a very devout believer himself. For men, the priest is more of a job, not a belief. Therefore, in Elena's impression, Christmas has never had much sense of ritual and anticipation. Open gifts, and don't always be alone, Elena whispered to herself. Her eyes flickered, and she stretched hard. She naturally understood the deep meaning of Gellert Grindelwald's words. In addition to receiving the life-saving veterans left by the first Dark Lord, and the group of best friends such as Hermione, Hannah, and Luna, she also needed to form own small group. After all, the old generation of wizards will one day call a curtain call from the stage of this world, and at that time, it is these little wizards who are studying with her in the castle that really support the world and determine the direction of the future. More importantly, if one day she really came to the opposite of Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Chapter 2, maybe also ask for a monthly pass to vote hello. Chapter 519. The young man smiled happily. In Elena's eyes, Hogwarts Castle is a wonderful region in a quantum superposition state. Only when two or more people are observing at the same time, the random path of the castle will collapse into a certain correct path. Otherwise it will always be in an uncertain random state. Therefore, Elena has never been lost since Hogwarts appeared in Guide the Way. During the holidays, Elena has always lived in the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, on the one hand because it is one of the most popular lounges, on the other hand because it's Hogwarts when you go out and turn right. The headmaster's office is convenient for both business trips to the former Soviet Union and ward rounds. It's so deserted. Back in the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, Elena looked around the neat bedding on the surrounding beds and sighed softly. Not only Gryffindor, as far as she knows, every Christmas, there are very few girls staying at Hogwarts. Unless it is because of the rebellious period, almost all girls will choose to go home for the holidays. Because of this, she has no interest in opening gifts at all. It is too lonely to open gift boxes in the dorm alone. Of course, the more important reason is that she has received too many gifts. As the first-year recognized eldest sister, of course almost every child sent her a small gift. Immediately afterwards, due to their outstanding performance in Quidditch competitions in the past few months, most of the Quidditch team members in the school offered sacrifices to the silver demon soaring in the sky to thank the grace of not killing in the game. In addition, some senior boys in Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, and Slytherin College also quietly sent small Christmas gifts and blessings with their own minds. Dispatch is very easy to identify. The alcoholed pink beach heart pattern envelopes can be seen at a glance that they are mass-produced confession envelopes purchased in Hogsmeade Village. Of course, what takes up more space is the holiday blessings from the gaming veterans of destiny. Elena raised her head, looked at the mountain of gifts that was about to reach the ceiling, and sighed helplessly. Burly, move these things to the underground warehouse first. Different from the little wizards who are not economically free, this group of older wizards who have lived in the non-magical and magical worlds for most of their lives can be said to be quite generous, and they have done a lot in terms of giving Christmas gifts to the young Dark Lord. Effort. Just a glance, from the latest flying broomsticks to the latest black lacquered pianos, from the oversized unicorn dolls to the exquisite and cute golden snitch suits, from all kinds of magical candy that you know or don't know, to the dazzling array of Western European or former Soviet Union common dessert gift boxes. By the way, you can keep what you eat, and make a list of the rest and show me the rest. Elena hesitated for a moment, and thought for a while to add, as the chef of Hogwarts, how could she be greedy? She is just afraid that the candies and snacks will expire for a long time. As for other gifts that cannot be eaten, wait until the house elves make a list and choose slowly up. No problem, as you wish. Burly, the house elf, saluted respectfully and snapped his fingers lightly. In the next moment, the hill-like gift pile began to disappear one by one, and it quickly became a lot more refreshing. So, Chef Caslana, what about these remaining gifts? Except for the greeting cards from the professors, letters from my home, and greeting cards from friends of the same grade, the letters sent by the others are thrown into the fireplace and destroyed. The gifts are the same as the previous batch. After you have opened a list, make a list. Give me. Elena thought for a few seconds, and whispered to the house elf who was standing next to her. Well, that's it. I will dismantle the rest by myself. The magical world is different from the ordinary world. In addition to the blessings hidden in the envelope, no one knows if there is a curse or ecstasy, or something weird. As far as she knows, this situation is not uncommon in the magical world, especially the children of Hogwarts who are in the agitated period of youth. Elena doesn't want to be attacked by others inexplicably. Oui chef. House elf Burly bent his waist with his left hand on his chest, walked to the pile of gifts, and carefully stretched out his hand. Snapped. With a soft noise, the elf and the pile of gifts disappeared from the dormitory. In the empty Gryffindor girls' dormitory, there are only Christmas gifts from Elena's close friends and elders, as well as a variety of sweets, snacks. Fortunately, these are not too many. It looks much refreshed this way. Elena glanced at the pile of packages left by the bed, and sat on the soft carpet to check it. The top one is a square package with thick craft paper on the outside. The beautiful handwriting written on the cover of the package is very familiar to Elena. Hermione to Elena, Merry Christmas. Squeezing the package in his hand, a wry smile appeared on Beaumautuan's face. When he opened it, it turned out to be a thick stack of biographies. The wizard's shiny white teeth on the cover made her dizzy. There is no doubt that Miss Jack of all trades, this is something that Elena gave her advanced mathematics on her birthday before her return. Mr. Gidro Lockhart, is it? Elena glanced blankly at the smiling wizard on the cover in her hand, and tapped her fingers thoughtfully on the man's face twice. The future professor of defense against the dark arts seemed to have some time. Very popular with little girls. Speaking of it, it happened during this time that the masters of the Forgotten Curse were very scarce in the shipyards and the former Soviet Union. Without hesitating for too long, Elena took out a small notebook and wrote the name of Gidro Lockhart on it, and silently drew a triangular eye symbol in front to mark it as the key point instead of letting this because the wizard's personality collapsed during the teaching process at Hogwarts. It is better to let him shine in the field he is really good at. As a kind little witch, she has always been so empathetic, and she is ready to help Hermione guard this smile. As for whether Mr. Gidro Lockhart is willing, Elena is not very worried. After all, As long as she focused on the invitation and attention objects, the grandfathers will visit and lobby with great solemnity in groups of 5. If necessary, there will be a reserve team nearby to prepare to respond. In short, it must be possible to let Gilderoy Lockhart, who was still a family at this time, feel the sincerity from the destiny. Chapter 520 The Invisible Christmas Gift. After spending a few minutes to arrange the recruitment process and work items for Gilderoy Lockhart, who was temporarily unemployed at home, Elena put down the books of Magic Me and turned her attention to the rest. Christmas gift. The second gift was a package from Hannah Abbott. Compared to the book Hermione sent, Little Iron Girl is finally reassuring in this regard. The package contains handmade chocolates made by Hannah, but Elena is a little strange. The note that came with the letter. I received your gift and I like it very much. In the box is the chocolate I tried to make for the first time. I hope Elena will have a nice Christmas. Your best friend Hannah Abbott. Gift. Elena frowned in confusion. She didn't remember any Christmas presents for Hannah. She was busy these days. She was still in the mood to think about Christmas matters. All her attention was almost on the Red Alliance that collapsed. Shaking her head, Elena put the note in her hand aside, and temporarily put aside the doubts in her heart. When the holidays are over in a few days, Hannah and the others return to school. Just find a chance to tap and explore. Hermione, Hannah, this should not have been accidentally given by Luna. Elena glanced at the remaining gift boxes, one of which was painted with brightly colored cartoon greeting cards, and attached a small exquisitely wrapped envelope underneath. After opening the envelope, there was a thick stack of washed photos inside. From the early morning at Hogwarts to the night at Hogwarts, from the noisy auditorium to the quiet and relaxing dormitory for girls, from the corner of the mottled city wall covered with vines to the edge of the dark forbidden forest with bushes. I don't know. When did Luna quietly record the entire Hogwarts scene with the camera in her hand? And in every photo, you can see the delicate smile of a silver white-haired little angel. Luna, it's really... Elena was sitting on the carpet, looking at Luna's photos of her one by one, her mouth curled up happily. Although she had always felt disapproving before opening the Christmas gifts, because she had forgotten to send the gifts out, she naturally did not expect to receive any return gifts. But after the gifts were removed, she suddenly became really fragrant. Huh? Strange, it's a similar situation again. After reading the magical photos that Luna washed, Elena opened the greeting card casually and glanced at it for a moment. Similar to the note sent by Hannah before, Luna also mentioned a gift from her in the greeting card sent over, and said she liked it very much. Sister Elena is her closest friend in the past 10 years. Really weird. Soon, Elena, who had opened all the packages, sat on the carpet, muttering softly thoughtfully. Unexpectedly, Dumbledore and Grindelwald were the only gifts among the pile of gifts. In addition to her 3 girlfriends, there were some small gifts from professors in various disciplines of the school. Even Professor Snape, who had always been cold, gave her a set of crystal potion bottles of only one side. Mrs. Weasley of Yuan also sent her a red Weasley turtleneck sweater and a large box of her homemade fudge. Old radish and old potatoes. What do they mean? Elena looked around at the dazzling array of small snacks, as well as the various quill pens, crystal potion bottles, several daily spell books, and strange greeting cards and replies between the lines. In the blue eyes of the lake somewhat suspicious. Forget it. Anyway, she didn't expect to receive any Christmas gifts from the beginning, and now she is quite happy like this, but if this happens, she will have to return the gifts every Christmas afterwards. What a headache. Elena shook her head, not thinking anymore. After a while, the Gryffindor common room. If the female dormitory is completely dominated by Elena, then the Gryffindor lounge can be said that almost half of it is occupied by Red. Looking at it, the lounge is almost full of Weasleys. Boy. The eldest Percy Weasley sat at the square table against the wall, quietly flipping through a heavy book. Near the door, the twins who had just returned from the snow outside were standing at the door shaking their wizard robes. Judging from the pile of snow scattered on the edge of the entrance, It seemed that the two had just experienced an extremely exciting experience. Snowball fight. As for Ron Weasley, he is now with Harry, occupying the most comfortable armchairs by the fire, playing wizard chess, and eating all the food that can be poked with a baking fork: bread, mushrooms, grilled sausages, chicken legs. As the first-year little wizards at the bottom of the food chain in the entire academy, it is usually difficult for them to occupy the best position in this common room so leisurely, which is usually the prerogative of senior students by default. Wow! In this laid-back atmosphere, a small figure holding a lot of snacks taller than her, staggered down from the girls' spiral staircase on the right, and then buried herself in the lounge. The location is right in the center. Merry Christmas, everyone. This is a gift I received. Let's eat together. Elena pulled away the snacks blocking her head, popped her head from the candy pile, looked at the surrounding little wizards and said with a smile, "Huh? Sister Elena, you can be regarded as showing up." Harry, who was staring at the chessboard contemplating hard, stood up abruptly, looking at the sudden appearance of the white-haired ball with surprise on his face. "Hey, Harry, this game is not over yet. Even if the tie is good, we have about the same number of pieces left anyway." Harry, who was finally free from the chess game, waved his hand and said quickly as a kid who had just come into contact with wizard auto chess. He was almost rubbed by Ron on the ground these days, and he didn't fight back at all. Room. Now that I finally saw Elena, who had been haunting these days, Harry would naturally not miss this rarest time. A draw. You are embarrassed even if I let you be a knight and a bishop, it won't be a tie. Ron curled his lips contemptuously, a look of pride appeared on his face. Okay, Ron. Don't bully Harry, it's wrong to abuse food. Huh? This is. Elena glanced at the look of help in Harry's eyes, smiled and shook her head as she was about to say something. Her eyes fell on the chess pieces beside Ron and Harry, and she suddenly gave a weird whisper. If she remembered correctly, Ron had brought wizard chess to the school, but it was already a very old chess piece. It looked tattered and very impressive, according to Ron. This is the wizard chess left by his grandfather. But now it has been replaced by a new set of black and white marble chess pieces, which look extraordinarily delicate and beautiful. At this time Ron's queen is standing next to Harry's trembling soldier, gearing up to kill the killer. Oh, this is what you gave from the eldest sister. It's so great, I will be envious when Seamus comes back. Following Elena's gaze, Ron first nodded his head happily, then scratched his cheek in embarrassment. Sorry, Sister Elena, you gave me such an exquisite and precious gift, but I accidentally forgot your Christmas gift. I will make it up for you next year, or I will bake some chicken wings for you. Apologize. By the way, and the Quidditch manual you gave me by the eldest sister, it's also super awesome. Harry also looked a little cramped. It's okay. Elena was silent for a moment, raised her eyebrows, and responded with a smile. As long as you like it. She suddenly understood what the Christmas presents Dumbledore and Grindelwald gave her. Chapter 521 Night Talks Around the Furnace. Hey, Elena, you also received a sweater unique to the Weasley family? At this moment, the Weasley twins, who had just shaken off the snow by the door, came over, glanced at the bright red hand-knitted sweater that Elena was wearing, and stretched out their hands to bury them in the pile of gifts. The white hair dumplings were pulled out. Speaking of which, it is indeed. I didn't pay attention just now. Ron looked at Elena's clothes in amazement, and saw a big letter printed on the girl's chest, which was exactly the same as the dark fuchsia sweater he was wearing at this time in terms of style and stitching. Not only that, Elena stood up and looked around. Everyone in the Gryffindor lounge now seems to be wearing a sweater knitted by Mrs. Weasley, which looks like a family gathering. Fred and George are blue, thanks to the big yellow letters F and G on their clothes. They can finally be identified temporarily. Percy, who is sitting in the corner reading a book, doesn't make a sound, but he also wore a sweater with the letter P printed on him. Even Harry was now wearing a bright green sweater. Fred touched the corner of Elena's clothes, curled his lips, and said with a sad expression on his face, "Elena's sweater is obviously better than ours, and now girls are a little cuter in my mother's eyes." "Don't say it's a girl. You look at Harry's are more elaborate than ours." George Weasley echoed half-truth and let out a weird cry. "No, Harry explained awkwardly. But before he could finish speaking, George Weasley turned his head to look at Elena and asked curiously, "But speaking of it, why did my mother knit a sweater for Elena?" "Because I wrote to my mother that Elena has taken care of you all this time well." Percy Weasley, who was sitting in the corner, closed the book, shrugged and explained with a smile. "Elena, my mother said thank you very much for taking care of us in the submission of new singer, and if the two of them violate the school rules, they should be listed on Mr. Filch's monthly list." "No need to be correct. They opened it up on Lenny. You don't necessarily need more gifts if you want, so my mother knitted this sweater for you." "Well, I received a Christmas card from Mrs. Weasley." Elena nodded sweetly, raised her hand and touched her beautiful and warm sweater. Her eyes squinted happily as if they were a cat. Only flaw is the letter A on the chest. It makes her mood a bit complicated. Although she knew that it was actually the meaning of her initials, there was always a feeling of being implied. "Actually, I just built a platform." I explained to Mrs. Weasley that the magazine chose to publish your manuscripts and pay the author's remuneration only because of your talents and not other factors. Elena added with a smile, "Over the past period of time, as the actual operator of new singing contradictory, she still has a lot of intersection with the four boys of the Weasley family. Under her deliberate care, Percy and others' submission rate is more than it is obvious that other students are a bit higher, and the remuneration is also distributed as much as possible within a reasonable range. However, these behind things, Elena does not intend to use it to obtain anything for her. She just wants to make this kind and warm family live happier than in the original book within the scope of her ability." As Percy Weasley took the initiative to join the discussion, the Gryffindor lounge gradually became lively. Ron also put away the chessboard and gave 2 armchairs near the fireplace to the brothers George and Fred. Several children who stayed in school surrounded the warm fireplace, eating all kinds of snacks and desserts that Elena had picked up, and the toasted bread from the kitchen, while chatting without a word. "By the way, Elena, Harry, I have a question." Percy picked up a Ferrero chocolate set wrapped in a Christmas gift box, studied the words on the outside of the package. He thought it was some kind of spell at first, and then looked at Harry and Elena with some curiosity. "It is said that muggles in the non-magical world will also celebrate this holiday." "Eh? You mean Christmas? Isn't this a holiday derived from the festivals of the Holy See?" "If I remember correctly, it is to celebrate the birthday of Jesus, the child of God in Christianity." I always thought this was due to the incomplete fusion of the customs of the two worlds hundreds of years ago." Elena blinked in confusion. As an uncertified apprentice nun, although she is not particularly cold for this holiday, she still knows a little bit about the origin of Christmas regardless of past and present. Therefore, for so many days, she has never thought about this issue. After all, for Elena, this is nothing more than a customary holiday celebration in the Western world, but people who live here should not happily decorate a shiny Christmas tree, cook turkey and potatoes, and then put a big sock by the bed or in front of the tree, waiting for the grandfather with white beard and red hat to come and give gifts. Of course not. How can wizards celebrate the Holy See holiday? Percy Weasley glanced at Elena rather weirdly, and shook the big book she was reading before. Elena noticed that the cover of the book read Magic Celebration and Origin of Sacrifice. Christmas, perhaps as you said, is considered a Christian holiday in the non-magical world, but long before the Muggle religion sprouted, the magical world had begun to celebrate this holiday by decorating Christmas trees and holding various consciousnesses. Looking around the curious little wizards around him, Percy Weasley cleared his throat subconsciously, opened the large book in his hand, and pointed to a large piece of text on the yellowed parchment and read it softly. Mithras, these are the few illusory gods of the wizarding world during the solar calendar period. There are no real individuals, but the unified concrete description of certain phenomena and abilities by wizards, similar for the god of death. And Christmas is a celebration to celebrate the god Mithra. In some ancient languages, such as Sanskrit and Avestan, Mitra can be interpreted as contract or companion. Therefore, the original intention of Mithra was the god of contract, but later, he was called the god of light, the god of sun and even the god of war, but his nature as the god of contract has not disappeared. After a short pause, Percy glanced at Elena and the others, and said in a mysteriously low voice, "The following content can only be seen by real wizards. Wizard readers, please click here and pronounce the manifestation spell Aperisim." Chapter 522 The Legend of the Contract. Contract. This is an extremely important existence in the magical world. Modern wizards generally believe that the discovery and improvement of the contract signifies that magic has evolved from a disorderly talent instinct to a complete and controllable ability. Since then, magic has also entered a long period of rapid development. The wizards signed a contract with the natural world with spells, magic texts, and gestures supplemented by magical media, which is now the magic wand, so that their magic power can trigger more magnificent phenomena, which can call floods and burn away the wilderness. In the Gryffindor common room, Percy Weasley sat on a small round stool, holding a book slowly reading. And beside him, a group of children who were listening to the story sat obediently on the carpet, eating snacks, and listening to the knowledge of the rituals of the magic world and the origin of festivals, which was much more interesting than the history of magic by Professor Binns. With the experience of contributing to new singing and singing these days, the relationship between the Weasley twins and their somewhat old-fashioned third brother is obviously much closer. Percy no longer fully believes that these two brothers will only trick or treat, and George and Fred also experienced Percy's seriousness and responsibility in the process of helping them revise their manuscripts over and over again. Therefore, like Harry and Ron, George and Fred listened carefully to Percy's story. In addition, there are many types of contracts in the narrow sense. Percy Weasley moved her fingers across the page, reading the text gently and unhurriedly. We wizards sign contracts with other magical creatures in order to jointly resist the dangerous environment and enemies. We wizards sign contracts with each other to exchange knowledge and build trust and keep secrets. Of course, wizards will also sign contracts with muggles. They use magic to help them, and they provide the wizards with daily supplies. Contracts have a very special meaning for wizards, so as early as the solar calendar, we made December 25th each year as the birthday of the god of contract Mithra, and by hanging the sparkles on the fir tree to celebrate this holiday in the form of beautiful ornaments and gifts to relatives and friends. After learning about the custom of wizards, the muggles in the non-magical world also imitated the festival celebrations, hoping to see the power of magic and pray for the luck of the next year. Then in the non-magical world, the derivation of religious festivals in China and the changes of Mithra in Muggle mythology are also mostly derived from this. So, is it because of the birthday of the god of contract? Elena nodded thoughtfully. Although she heard what Percy Weasley read in the book for the first time, judging from many signs in the non-magical world, from this perspective, most of them can indeed find matching records and historical materials of mythology. Yes. Another point is that the book says that the exact name of this festival is actually Yule or Yuletide, with the word form Jil, derived from Old Norse Jol. The original meaning is midwinter festival. Percy looked around at the brothers and sisters who were sitting around, and explained with a smile. It is said that in ancient times, both wizards and muggles would pay special attention to the contracts made during this period, and regard them as important agreements directly witnessed by the god of contracts as long as the promises made at this time, all have magical power. Eh? Really? Oh my god. I have to change my wish quickly. Hearing what Percy said, there was a commotion among the little guys beside him. Even Elena, who has always believed in science, can't help but put a little caution on her face anyway. There is no money for metaphysics, and before the science reaches its end, she can still be trusted to some extent. Okay, the story is over. Percy Weasley closed the book with a hearty smile. All in all, this is a very old legend, which is just a good sign. But, Percy, why did you suddenly remember to study these things? George Weasley raised his eyebrows and looked at Percy with some curiosity. I remember when you started the semester. Didn't you still talk about preparing for the general wizard qualification exam and running for the male student chair? Because this is my academic thesis direction. Percy sighed helplessly, patted the large book in his hand with a complicated expression, with a somewhat awkward expression. During this time, there have been rumors that starting from the next school year, the selection criteria for prefects and male and female student chairpersons have become clearer and clearer. In addition to the assessments of professors and principals of various colleges, reference should also be made to the core journals of the magic world. The situation of academic papers, the pass rate of submissions in popular subjects is really too difficult, so. Wow. I just said, why did our prefect adults suddenly start to study these contents? Fred Weasley screamed, with a look of excitement on his face. Speaking of which, starting next semester, is there a male student chairperson in Gryffindor covering us? Then, don't you hurry up to please the future chairman. Come on, Chairman Percy, just chocolate. George Weasley stabbed Fred with his elbow, quickly pulled a Ferrero hazel ball and handed it to Percy, exclaiming loudly, as if he were a respectful house elf. That's it, Chairman Percy, eat sausage. Dear Master Percy, do you want an orange? Percy, enough of you guys, don't me mouth can't hold it full. In this way, the Gryffindor lounge soon became lively again, and as the feeling of strangeness gradually disappeared, Elena finally put aside the previous annoying things for a while, and happily enjoyed the beautiful vacation life. Except before going to bed every night, she will deal with and remind a little bit about things in the former Soviet Union. For the rest of the time, she played with everyone like an ordinary little witch. After waking up on time every morning, Elena rushed directly to the boys' dormitory and called the boys who were lying in bed one by one. Then a group of people went from the Gryffindor Tower to the auditorium for breakfast. Go to the yard to play a snowball fight for a while, or go to the lounge to play poker, chess, read a book and chat. Time just passed a little bit like this, and the Christmas holiday is finally coming to an end, or to be more precise, the birthday celebration of Mithra, the god of contract in the magical world, is nearing the end. Somewhere in Scotland. This is a very well-curated three-story single-family villa. Mole expulsion curses are set around the house to avoid British government officials who come to collect taxes, count the population, or send warmth to the community. A few middle-aged people dressed in elegant black trench coats gathered in the shadow not far from the house, whispering, "Then it's here. Make sure he is at home, right?" Yes, although he is very vigilant. We have locked this area by sending owls based on the remuneration of the magazine and sending letters from fans pretending to be him. Well, be careful. We have been laughed at by those guys for almost a week since we missed the invitation at the bookstore last time. Don't worry, this time the Flu network has been blocked in advance, and the apparition someone is staring in the even if it is a mature fire dragon, it can't escape. Very good, let's get started. In short, first of all, we should follow the plan one first. The leader nodded, straightened the collar of the windbreaker, drew out the magic wand, stepped forward and knocked on the door unhurriedly. "Hello, distinguished Mr. Gidro Lockhart. I am a reporter from New Singer and I have a Welpert exclusive contract I want to discuss with you." The 523rd chapter opens the door. The last day of the Christmas holiday. Gidro Lockhart was sitting in his study, looking at the revised draft of the new book on the desk, frowning, crumpling the parchment paper and throwing it aside, feeling inexplicably restless. Since signing for sales at Lyhan Bookstore a few days ago, he suddenly encountered a few strange old wizards who claimed to be his hardcore book fans who wanted to get in touch with him and take photos and talk together. Lockhart has been quite the same for the past few days. Vigilance. As an idolist, Gidro Lockhart is very aware of his fan base. His handsome appearance and wonderful and practical magical adventures are all created to satisfy the fantasies of housewives and ignorant young witches. There may be individual male book fans occasionally, but a group of capable veteran wizards who are generally over 50 or 60 years old are very problematic at first sight. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would almost be caught by those wizards of unknown origin. Kidnapped. Could it be that someone has recovered his memory and hired someone to retaliate? Gidro Lockhart stood up, looked at his works on the shelf, and slid his fingers across the spine of the book one by one. Although he is omnipotent in his autobiography and has done many amazing things, in fact, most of them are experiences that happen to other wizards. Lockhart is just covering these stories. It's only on yourself. Of course, this is not as simple as ordinary plagiarism. In order to ensure that his books can sell well, the story can be as concrete as his own personal experience, and there are no annoying copyright disputes. Gidro Lockhart's work is still quite heavy. In addition to collecting folk anecdotes, he also needs to track and investigate the wizards with wonderful adventure stories, find their place of residence, and find a way to get close to them, understand how they do those things, and then use the spell quickly subdued those guys, and carefully erase their memories with the forgetting curse. However, if he guessed correctly, he is now being spotted by the same people, and the hunter has finally become a prey. It seems that I need to hibernate a bit recently. Thinking of this, Lockhart fixed his eyes on the Merlin third-class medal placed in the most conspicuous position of the study. If there is a chance to go back to Hogwarts to teach, it would be a good choice. It is enough to teach some little motor who knows nothing with my resume and experience, and no one dares to teach at Albus Dumbledore. Lido's Hansen experience and short teaching experience are also very helpful for my future development. Think about it carefully. If you can serve as a defense against the dark arts professor, you only need to select my full set of books as the only designated textbook. Even if there are no new books for the time being, the sales might be higher and more stable. Gidro Lockhart's eyes brightened more and more, and he finally found a safe way to escape. If he continues to plagiarize other people's experiences, he will inevitably risk losing his hand closing his pen and teaching him. This is undoubtedly his best opportunity to wash his hands with the golden basin, which can earn both fame and Jinjialong. From then on, he could finally live calmly under the sun, without walking in the shadow of the world. At this time, tuk, 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 there was a rhythmic knock on the door of the living room downstairs, accompanied by the voice of a somewhat hoarse old gentleman. "Hello, esteemed Mr. Gidro Lockhart, I am the editor of New Singer?" This voice seems familiar. Gidro Lockhart's eyes shrank sharply, quickly drew out his wand, and walked to the door. "Sorry, I don't remember having contributed to New Singing and Singing." "Please open the door. We are here to talk about manuscripts, or our editor-in-chief appreciates your talent." "Sorry, I have decided to temporarily block the pen." "Then let us at least briefly interview and give you a special report." It's not very convenient for me now. Why don't we make an appointment tomorrow?" Gidro Lockhart's breathing gradually became a little bit faster, holding the wand in his hand high, trying to keep calm. He has made up his mind to pack up his luggage and travel abroad immediately after these people leave in a short time. He will never come back here again. It is too dangerous. With the wizard's answer, the voice outside the door quieted temporarily. Just as Lockhart relaxed a little, thinking that his slowing strategy finally worked, the other party began to consider giving up temporarily and was preparing to come back for an interview tomorrow, when suddenly he heard a helpless laughter from outside the door. Then, "I will confirm it one last time." Different from the gentleness before, this time the tone was vaguely capable and dangerous. "Mr. Gidro Lockhart, are you really not going to open the door and have a chat?" "Sorry, today is really not suitable." Lockhart swallowed and replied nervously. "Understood. Please stand a little back, Mr. Lockhart." Wait. What are you doing?" "Bombarda Maxima." Powerful blasting. Boom. Before Gidro Lockhart's voice fell, he heard a rapid curse from outside the door. The next moment the door of his house was like a foam board, shattered into several pieces. flying across the living room and falling heavily on the floor. Behind the sky of smoke and sawdust was a middle-aged wizard who was covered in a black high-collar trench coat. Is it really necessary? In just an ordinary home. Gidro Lockhart looked at the old wizard at the door, sighed helplessly, spread his hands, and tried to squeeze out his hearty smile that had won the Witcher Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award 5 times. Actually, we can have a friendlier forget-it-all. As a master of oblivion, Lockhart is most proud of his ability to cast spells quickly and accurately hit opponents in small-scale wizard confrontations between smiles and words. However, except for your weapons, armor bodyguard, silver shield guardian, all petrochemicals. As the beam of the wand in Gerald Lockhart's hand flew out, he heard at least 5 loud roars from different positions in an instant. 3 powerful spells hit him accurately. Lockhart fiercely. The ground flew back, hit the armrest of the sofa in the living room, slid down, and curled up on the floor. As for the wand in his hand, it had long been flying high under the spell and fell into the corner by the stairs. Chapter 524 Important Agreement. Old Mayor, your strength has regressed. HMPH. I also knocked him down without your help. I have removed his wand. If it weren't for my magical protection, you would now be slaughtered with distracted eyesight. I just don't bother to hide. In Lockhart's afterglow, 4 similarly dressed wizards in black windbreakers walked through the blasted door and walked in. One of them patted the old wizard who just opened the door, with a little bit of tone in his tone. Familiar ridicule. Gidro Lockhart fumbled for the armchair beside him, stood up slopingly, and looked around at the 5 wizards of unknown origin who were holding their wands at him. The corners of his mouth twitched and a helpless smile appeared. It seems that your magazine takes extra care of me. This kind of 5-man team capture and attack lineup, even if the aura of the Ministry of Magic goes out on duty, is a very rare configuration. Generally speaking, this kind of multiplayer elite is only used to capture extremely dangerous dark wizards. Action group. Obviously, in the face of these mysterious men in black who had torn the disguise, Lockhart didn't think he could resist anymore. Hearing Gidro Lockhart's voice, the leading wizard raised his head and smiled kindly. Don't be too nervous, Mr. Lockhart. We came with sincerity. Introduce myself again. I am a senior employee from the Austrian Destiny Group, Kurt Mayer. Destiny Group, Austria. Are there any misunderstandings? Gidro Lockhart repeated, confused. He did not remember that he had been there. But if it is seeking revenge, from the current situation, it does not seem to be like. In any case, let's talk first, try to delay as much as possible, and wait for the rescue of the Ministry of Magic to hear a noise outside the door. He has already asked the Ministry of Magic for help through the Flu network, and reported that an unknown dark wizard was breaking into him illegally. At home. The author of this book is you, right? At this moment, a black wizard walked to the bookshelf in the living room and pulled out a copy of Wandering with the Werewolves from it, flipped through it at random, turned his head, picked up the book and shook it towards Gilda Lockhart. Lockhart nodded calmly, squeezed a smile, and explained unhurriedly. Oh, yes, this is when I was traveling in the United States. Kurt, the Flu network intercepted a letter for help, and there is no sign of the owl messenger flying out over the house. At this time, another middle-aged wizard in a black trench coat walked in from outside, holding a struggling magic letter in his left hand. It was the letter of help that Gidro Lockhart had placed high hopes for. Well, thank you. Continue to be vigilant. I will get it done as soon as possible. Kurt Mayer nodded, a touch of embarrassment appeared on his face, then turned his head and glanced at Gidro Lockhart, whose face was as grey for an instant, with a hint of meaningful play on his face, as he took it out of his arms. 2 rolls of parchment paper. Gidro Lockhart, you are suspected of tampering with the memories of many people, pretending to receive the Merlin Medal, insulting the heroes of the magical world, improperly making profits. A number of crimes. The Justice Destiny organization, in a humanitarian spirit, decided to give you the opportunity to rehabilitate. Now, you only need to sign this Destiny employment contract, and no one will be held accountable for the previous matters. Do I still have room to refuse? I just need to sign. Gidro Lockhart smiled miserably, and without looking at the content of the parchment, he picked up his pen and signed his name Dragonfei Fingwu on it. The other party had clearly checked his details and faced this horror, his mysterious organization. He can only choose to entrust the virtual snake temporarily, and then slowly think about it. Very well, there is also a non-disclosure agreement for employment here. Kurt Mayer compared Lockhart's signature on the parchment with the signatures he usually gave to fans, and satisfactorily put away the employment contract, and picked up another much longer roll of parchment in Los Angeles. Hart unfolded in front of him. As for this scroll of parchment, it is a model essay for the affidavit of confidentiality. Because your next job is very important, and you need to temporarily become a person who does not exist in the magical and non-magical worlds now, you just need to follow it, and make an unbreakable oath, even if you join the core business side of the Danming Group. The old wizard grinned, his eyes flashed, and his wand tapped on the parchment. Time is running out. Let's start now. Today is the last day of Mithra. At the same time, the other side. Free Ukraine, the city of Nikolaev. The friendship of Ukraine. Oh, I learned the face of capital so quickly. Strolling on the main road of the Nikolaev shipyard, Elena looked at the stack of contracts in her hand and sighed in a low voice. Behind her, there were more than a dozen serious-faced people dressed in black. Middle-aged and elderly people in high-color trench coats. Of course, there is also a black double-breasted woolen coat with a shirt and waistcoat of the same tone, and even silver buttons and small pendants are very delicate. He carefully sorted out the president of the Danming Group, Otto Apocalypse Mr. Less than half a month after the talks the previous day, the Ukrainian government has reached a consensus with Yeltsin's Russian government and decided to immediately dismantle the unfinished Ulyanovsk on the zero berth. In terms of how to sell national assets, the Ukrainian and Russian governments are quite skilled and enthusiastic. In this way, on the one hand, Ukraine can vacate the space for the 6 large freighters ordered by the Norwegian shipping company, and on the other hand, it can complete the purchase order for scrap steel from the Danming Group as soon as possible to replace the empty state treasury. As for the Austrian company that suddenly emerged, the steel company from the United States, or the CIA after it learned about the contract through its own secret channels, did not pay more attention. After all, the current domestic economic situation in the United States is not too good, and it depends on one breath before completely digesting and devouring the bare meat left by the former Soviet Union. The eagle sauce, which has just emerged from the vortex of the Cold War, is actually quite weak in the international market, and there is not much spare capacity to disperse. Since there are Leng-Tuking companies willing to take the initiative, it is natural for the Americans to come out to take orders, as long as they can dismantle the dangerous nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Therefore, Elena's task today is to try to make the entire dismantling of the abandoned aircraft carrier look more decent. Of course, only looks like is enough. The Ulyanovsk has been demolished once, and there is no need to repeat it in this history. Chapter 525 Davris. The contract signed by Danming and the Ukrainian government is actually a pure steel purchase intention. This is the only way to temporarily hide the sight of the Americans and obtain a low opportunity to intervene in the Ulyanovsk at a relatively cost-effective price. But for Elena, whether it is special steel or gold steel, it doesn't make much sense. What she needs is a precision-assembled steel throne, not a pile of industrial scraps stacked randomly. This is the biggest stealing deck-changing plan in the history of the magical world, and at this point, only a small and a half has been carried out. The most important task at the moment is to find a way to persuade Mr. Makarov, the director of the Black Sea shipyard, to restart the assembly project of the Ulyanovsk. For this moment, Elena has at least deduced no less than 10 arguments. If it doesn't work, reset the file a few more times and find a way to bring the old factory director to her on the same front. As for the common coercion methods in the magic world, for example, Imperious Curse, Confusion Curse, heart-drilling curse. From the girl's point of view, these are crooked methods that only innocent terrorists would use. At this point, Elena agrees with Grindelwald's statement that the threat of death and pain is not effective for everyone, especially not for companions. Moreover, in such a sophisticated and large-scale project, it is not a wise choice to use violence to subdue those responsible for the president's construction. Elena doesn't want to work hard to get a work full of loopholes and hidden dangers. While thinking about the content of the next conversation, Elena and others walked to the shipyard's director's office and knocked on the door. "Please come in." There was only one person in the room, and it was Makarov that Elena had seen before. "Huh? What's the matter with you?" Makarov took off the reading glasses from the bridge of his nose, put down the document he had read several times, raised his head and looked at the door in confusion. Obviously, the old man at this time no longer remembers seeing Elena some time ago. This is a weird combination he has never seen before. Headed by a foreign little ally who does not seem to be as tall as his granddaughter, and a grim-faced old foreign gentleman, behind them are a bunch of old men who are about his age and wearing all-black high-collar trench coats. People. For some reason, Yuri Ivanovich Makarov vaguely felt that he had seen them somewhere in front of him. But thinking about it carefully, he didn't have any clues. It was indeed the first time he saw these foreigners. Elena looked around the office, and there was no one else in the room, and no fixed camera was installed. But even so, the girl turned her head, looked at Grindelwald with a look, and said softly, "Please, Grandpa, we need to be quiet." "No problem." Grindelwald smiled slightly, tapping the ground with his cane. The next moment, an invisible magical barrier enveloped the entire office, and all the electronic devices made a light crackling sound and fell into a state of stagnation. Just as Irina had guessed, there are many strange electronic devices in the office of this level of elderly. Unfortunately, they are facing magic. "Hello, Teresa Apoklis from Destiny. I think you have received an official document from the Ukrainian government regarding the dismantling of the Ulyanovsk and the sale of scrap steel." Elena smiled slightly, placed a contract in front of the old factory director, and snapped her fingers lightly. "Wow!" A wizard's wand standing behind the girl waved, and with a sound, the shutters around the room were neatly pulled down, blocking all possible prying eyes from outside. Makarov's pupils shrank slightly, and his fingers flicked on the table without touching the pistol in the drawer. In any case, at least the other party is a manufacturer that came through an impeccable formal process. If it overreacts just because of this unusual thing, it will make people laugh. Not to mention, the situation is not very useful at the moment. "I already know about your company's purchase of scrap steel. Please rest assured that the Nikolaev shipyard will carry out the dismantling of the Ulyanovsk as soon as possible and will not worry you for too long." Makarov glanced at the contract on the table. A touch of humiliation and sadness appeared on his face, and he said in a deep voice, "Even without this order, the shipyard is already preparing to dismantle the Ulyanovsk and provide a place for the next few orders. This is the purpose of your coming today, right?" "Don't worry, it doesn't. It may be finished." In this period of global economic downturn, there will be Norwegian shipping companies ordering high-value large-scale merchant ships at one time. At the same time, it is also coincidence that foreign companies want to purchase scrap steel after the dismantling of aircraft carriers. All things are here, appearing in just 1 month. Makarov knew exactly what it meant behind the scenes. In fact, not only Makarov, but the senior officials in Kiev also know the driving force behind all this. It's just that the Cold War is over. Whether it is Ukraine or Russia, there is no longer any reason to compete with the huge US Navy for maritime hegemony. Appropriate gestures can earn more points for subsequent international loans. On the contrary, the plan may actually change slightly. Elena smiled slightly and stepped forward and took the initiative to open the contract placed in front of Makarov. "Dear Comrade Makarov, I want to know what is missing if the Ulyanovsk is to be completed." "Done," I said. "It's impossible." "Wait, what did you call me just now?" Makarov shook his head, and was about to subconsciously refuse to say, Suddenly he was taken aback. Time is limited. I suggest you watch the contract while listening to my explanation. Elena did not continue to explain. Instead, she tapped her finger on the document that was spread out in front of the old old man. Her delicate face seemed to be shrouded in a dim gleam, and she spoke quietly. The contract in front of you is not exactly the same as the one passed to you by the Ukrainian government. First of all, the object of this contract is not for the Ukrainian Republic, but for the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics and its former people, beliefs and civilizations. You know, we grabbed this order from the Americans, not to dismantle her into scrap. I hope you and everyone at the Nikolaev shipyard can restart the zero berth and let the ship flow. Children with red blood are born into this world. Ocean has never belonged only to the stars and stripes. What do you think? Dear Davris. Chapter 526. The Way to the Right. Ukraine, Nikolaev shipyard. After a long silence, the old factory director's slightly trembling voice finally broke the silence. This is treason. Makarov closed the contract in front of him, closed his eyes and took a deep breath, and said heavily, the contract placed in front of him now is not just an order for the purchase of warships. It also includes Ukraine's food statistics this year, per capita consumption, and light industrial product reserves. The form was far more serious than he had imagined, which reminded Makarov of the famine decades ago. Even if he is not a professional macro analyst, he can clearly foresee the disasters that will happen on this land and the distressed lives of the people living on this land through these data. In fact, this kind of disturbing signs have appeared in the city at this time. There are always long lines in front of the bakery. All kinds of livestock and meat have become priceless, and eggs and fish have become priceless, become a luxury for civilians. And at this moment, a demon temptation that was hard to refuse was placed in front of him. Makarov didn't know the outcome of signing this contract, but he had to admit that, compared to cold money, this order with food and hope in front of him is too difficult to make. People refused. In fact, even just a request to fulfill her can shake Makarov's heart. Treason? Maybe. The premise is that you have to define where your first motherland is, and when the top of the country betrays his people, whether you are on the side of the people or on the side of the bureaucrats. As for the treason you mentioned, it seems to me that helping the Americans tear down the Ulyanovsk, sitting by and watching the politicians corrupted by capital throw the country into a famine is called true treason, isn't it? Elena shrugged unmoved. Her blue eyes looked directly at the old man's face, and said softly, but don't worry. This is not a threat. Even if you finally reject our proposal, the Tanmin Group will still meet the food consumption in the former Soviet Union as much as possible according to the market price of the former Soviet Union, of course, paid to the workers. Our remuneration is also in the form of a mixture of rubles and potatoes in this supplementary contract. In any case, will you pay according to the above content? Makarov frowned and looked at the little girl in front of him with a bit of astonishment. Even if we dismantle it into scrap steel, will the assistance and benefits attached to it still be honored? Yes, I said, this is not a deal. Elena nodded lightly and replied with a smile. We have already paid the Ulyanovsk deposit to the Ukrainian government. As a reputable businessman, I have never bothered to sign any yin-yang contract. In your hand, it's just a special dismantling plan and an additional supplementary agreement. You don't mean to say, these? Makarov picked up the thick document and shook his face. A strange touch appeared on his face. You have worked so hard to get this order, and the purpose of coming here today is to give it to us for nothing. Send food and money. It can be understood that if the negotiation breaks down in the end. Elena thought about it for a moment, and spread her hands helplessly. I don't want to watch you starve to death, not to mention that potatoes have a storage period, whether it is for sale or for order payment. It is very cost-effective for us. Well, maybe you will make less. Who are you, and what do you want? Makarov groaned for a moment, took a deep breath, and stared at Elena's eyes piercingly. He has never seen such a way of negotiation. a unilateral supplementary contract that will be honored no matter what the result is. This kind of lucky thing similar to a pie in the sky is not in line with a company that seeks benefits in the capital market. Nothing. Except for the big ship outside, there seems to be nothing we want. As for us, Elena glanced at Makarov, paused for a second or two, and said meaningfully, "You can think of us as a ghost wandering over Europe." Want to be the ghost of the savior? Makarov's eyes flickered, and he repeated the sentence softly. Phew, this time I finally reached the correct plot line. Hearing Makarov's answer, Elena breathed a sigh of relief, and her little hand behind her made a gesture to tell the old wizards who were about to cast the forgotten curse to not act rashly at the same time. Remember this archive time node. No, you are wrong. Elena smiled and shook her head, cleared her throat, and hummed a slow melody softly. There has never been a savior, no god, Caesar. To create the happiness of mankind, we all rely on ourselves. We must regain the fruits of labor and let our minds break through the cage. As the girl's first note uttered, Makarov's eyes began to trance, and he couldn't help but began to hum with the girl in a low voice. This song, this melody was so familiar with it. Hurry up and make the fire red, and hit the iron while it's hot to get the results. This is the final struggle, unite till tomorrow. Internaxua must be realized. This is the final struggle, unite till tomorrow. Internaxua must be realized. After just a few minutes of international singing, the former Soviet old man was already full of tears. Makarov was silent for a moment, calmed down his excitement a bit, solemnly tidied his clothes, reopened the document in front of him, and after a few minutes of careful reading, he shook his head regretfully. Sorry, even if I am willing to help you complete her, I can't hide it from everyone. The old man sighed, a touch of reluctance appeared on his face. Give up, we can only save the construction drawings as much as possible. But Ulyanovsk, it is too big. The satellites in the sky, the government inspectors, we can't fool them for too long. Unless they am all blind. Magic? Huh? What are you talking about? Makarov was taken aback for a while. I said, magic, magic. Elena smiled slightly, drew her magic wand, and gently touched the clock on Makarov's desk, turning it into a miniature version of an aircraft carrier. Well, a standard Nimitz-class aircraft carrier. Her posterity only seen this on the picture. Of course not relying on the power of the non-magical world. But if you add the power of magic, I think we can give it a try. Wait, I am not an American spy, listen to me to explain. Forget it. Elena sighed lightly, ignored the old man with vigilant eyes in front of her, turned her head to look at Grindelwald, stuck her tongue out rather helplessly, and begged with her hands folded. Grandpa, the last time, help me get back to the file until I sing. Next time I will be a metal owl. Forget it all. Want to be the ghost of the savior? No, you are wrong. There has never been a savior, no god, Caesar. Ma, ask for a day off. I'm a little sick, in a bad state, and I've been dissatisfied with the plot I wrote. Take a day off, sort out the plot and outline by the way, and finish the finishing work of this volume. Later, I will try to compensate everyone with better stories. Go. Chapter 527 Helplessness in Predicament. As night fell, the Nikolaev shipyard was enveloped in a thick layer of mist. The guests who visited during the day have already left, and the workers have returned to their homes a long time ago to greet the Orthodox Christmas with their families. Although this holiday is more embarrassing, it is better than staying in the factory to kill time. Among the huge Black Sea shipyard, now only the old director Makarov remains in the office and has not left. The old man stood in front of the window with his hands on his back and looked at the ship's berth not far away at night. He was full of flavors. Behind him, the pure mechanical watches produced by the former Soviet military clock factory were still faithfully sending out crisp watches. Tick. Unconsciously, is it already so late? A bit of bitterness appeared on Makarov's face. He quietly watched the snow falling from the sky, and his mind kept reverberating with the conversation that took place in this office in the afternoon. as well as the special demolition that seemed to have been seen countless times. Solve the contract. Unexpectedly, there really is magic in this world, and at this time, it appeared in front of me in such a form. Apart from being a little bit unreasonable and taking advantage of the fire, there is not much choice. Whether it is the hope of completing the Ulyanovsk or the high deposit and valuable food aid paid by the other party, it is the most urgent and desired thing for the Nikolaev shipyard and Makarov at this time. As the head of the Nikolaev shipyard, known for his punctuality, Makarov is naturally aware of the inconsistencies in the afternoon negotiations. When he opened the appendix to the contract and saw the last article, Destiny Group is responsible for the confidentiality work during the dismantling, and then contacted the magical magic displayed by the wizards, Makarov was 90% sure that he must have forgotten something. Is it some kind of magic that can erase memory? In fact, on this point, the other party does not seem to have any intention to explain or cover up. It seems that the discussion this afternoon was not entirely smooth. Although judging from the monitoring of the gate and the description of the guards, they only stayed in the office for less than half an hour, but in fact, the time must be far more than half an hour. Such a weird ability is really scary. I don't know if I'm trading with the devil. Makarov frowned, tried to think about it for a while, and finally shook his head helplessly. Except for the extremely smooth conversation process, he did not find any information in his memory, as if time was suddenly pressed to fast forward. However, in this situation, he would be extra cautious if it were changed to. After all, today's organization is no longer as pure as it used to be. Especially after Gorbachev disbanded the CPSU, the form became even worse. Too many comrades were arrested and betrayed, and the Red Faith had long since been transferred underground. As for the other party's act of taking advantage of the fire, Makarov's heart is actually more sigh than anger. The once huge alliance has fallen, and all the sober-minded forces will find ways to share a piece of the pie, rather than distributing it at a cheaper price. Traitors and capitalists who have the stench of capitalism might as well choose comrades who have inherited some of the same beliefs. Taking a deep look at the slippery berth shrouded in mist outside the window, the old man returned to his desk and sat down, thinking carefully. According to the progress of the previous project, the atomic vapor generator has also been assembled in the workshop. The main modular components of the entire nuclear reactor propulsion device have also been welded into the piping system of the first loop pump. The main steel consumption does not require additional purchases. The counterintelligence is the responsibility of the wizards. The only problem is the time for the closing of the slipway. Even if it is 7 times 24 hours of uninterrupted work, it will take at least half a year. The pen in Makarov's hand kept writing the various components of the aircraft carrier on the white paper, crossed out or circled some names from time to time, and kept calculating the possibility of shortening the construction period. His face was full of dignity and worry. In half a year, it is almost the time to complete the normal dismantling. No matter how the wizards use magic to cover up, the slipway needs to be completely vacated before that time point, and the sooner the better. The old man suddenly raised his head and glanced at the metal clock on the table, recalling the vivid metal owl in his mind. Unless magic can participate in the entire assembly work. Makarov looked at the densely written manuscript paper at hand, took a sigh of relief, his frowning brow gradually eased, shook his head with a wry smile, and slowly put down the pen in his hand. Since it involves magic and the participation of wizards, it is not for him to be here alone. According to that Mr. Apocalypse, a group of special talents from the magical world who have been carefully selected and invited will arrive at the Nikolaev shipyard at the latest tomorrow morning to contact him for follow-up work. For the rest of this time, it is better to eat and drink, and take a good rest. It is foreseeable that the next Christmas, he may have to spend the next Christmas in communication with those dangerous and unfamiliar wizards. Thinking of this, Makarov stood up, moved his arms and shoulders, walked to the glass coffee table in the corner of the office, and looked at the dinner plate covered by the plate cover with some curiosity. This was the wizards in the supplementary agreement. It was promised to provide meal standards for the workers of the Nikolaev shipyard. In fact, this is also a condition that ultimately defeats Makarov's psychological defense. Since this fall, the entire Soviet Union has faced extremely serious food difficulties, large-scale crop failures, inability to expand imports, and private farms refusing to hand over grain to the country. The entire Union has long been on the verge of famine. The news of the disintegration of the Soviet Union even pulled off the last layer of fig leaf, and the bread reserves in the markets of the various republics that fell into a completely free trade and liberalized price system were almost sold out overnight. The bakery is either closed and locked, or the shelves are scary. The employees of the Nikolaev shipyard who have stopped paying their wages for a month or two, naturally, most of them have returned home, or they are trying to find other ways out, or go back to the countryside to buy and find farmers who are still selling grain. For the abundance promised by the magical world, Makarov did not expect much. I hope it's not all black bread with sawdust, as long as the free supply of large liber, mashed potatoes, and simple bacon is enough to keep those guys in the factory. Of course, if there is vodka, then not bad. This is Chapter 528, Bets and Choices. In today's situation, as long as you can eat and survive, it is already the best job. There is a pile of cold rubles and bonds, but you can't buy food. This is arguably the most terrifying thing of this era. Since the global grain harvest failed and the Soviet Union's policy of centralized control of agriculture failed, the former Soviet Union began to be unable to pay foreign suppliers of imported grains as scheduled, resulting in the suspension of a large number of freight trades. If a few years ago, people thought that waiting in long lines to buy sausages was the worst situation, then since 1991, people everywhere were buying cane sugar, butter, rice, salt, flour, potatoes and other basic foods. Long queues have become a normal life. Even as the director of the Nikolaev shipyard, Makarov hasn't had a decent dinner for a long time. In this environment, as long as there is a turkey and a few sausages, it's enough. It's a luxury. Makarov thought about this, and with a little expectation he lifted the lid of the hemispherical dinner plate. In the next moment, the rich aroma diffused from the plate in front of him, accompanied by a mellow fleshy aroma and black pepper aroma that Makarov almost forgot, and the heat rising from the authentic Russian beet soup. Even if only smell it, you can feel a lot warmer. Next to the Russian beef stew with potatoes, there is also the classic big labor bread topped with thick chive oil. The soft mashed potatoes modulated by butter and honey are side by side with the caviar that exudes a full luster on the surface, and exquisite. The only fly in the ointment is that Makarov did not find the shadow of the water of life vodka, but a simple glass of home-brewed wine can barely solve his gluttony over the past few months. Guru Makarov, who was already hungry, swallowed hard, and instantly felt his stomach start to protest. Without any hesitation, the old man quickly picked up the metal fork next to the dinner plate, looked at the hot and meaty potato stew and other dishes in front of him, and couldn't wait to fork a piece into his mouth. Potatoes and beef are very soft and tasty. It may be related to the choice of ingredients, which is far more filling than the ones he has eaten before. The carefully boiled potatoes have long been simmered golden, soft and fragrant in the mouth, and the gaps in between are soaked with beef broth. With the warmth of black pepper, the chill that has lingered on Makarov these days has almost instantly dissipated. The food in the magic world is so delicious. Blessed are the lads in the shipyard. At this moment, Makarov's face suddenly stagnated. Wait, if this is what the wizards call the workers' daily meal, it would be too costly, right? If such a plentiful meal supply can be fully realized, all the employees of Nikolaev shipyard will become the happiest people living in this large area this winter. At the same time, Makarov recalled the contract placed on the table in his mind, and in his memory. The girl repeated the sentence at least 3 or 4 times, all for Elena. Transfer the red fire, so that's it. Makarov stood up abruptly, walked quickly to the desk, violently opened the drawer, found a phone book that had been stored for a long time, and carefully checked the name and position on it. He clearly remembered that the little witch made a casual request before leaving, hoping that he could help write to some familiar former Soviet researchers, inviting them to temporarily go to the potato shop opened by the damning group to help. However, the remuneration paid is very strange. It is the quantity and share of potatoes that can be sold independently. Potato shop, potato or ruble mixed payment. Free potato goulash supplies. Goal is not just here. Perhaps those high-level officials who have national supplies and guarantees don't have to worry about their lives being in trouble because of the disintegration of the Soviet Union. But Makarov is very clear that even the Ukrainian cities known as European granaries have now appeared. The prices of food ingredients and consumer goods are skyrocketing and the supply exceeds demand. There is no doubt that for a huge and mysterious existence like the magic world, it is absolutely impossible to look only at his shipyard, which is on the verge of bankruptcy. It can be seen from the fact that the leading person who came to the talks was a little girl. There must be more important goals, as well as a larger resource scheduling space. If Makarov is not wrong, at this moment, the adult executives of the Destiny Group have mostly been around the high officials and the army of the various republics, and are engaged in invisible transactions. Since they can spend a lot of time to save an unfinished aircraft carrier, those precious talents who created and laid the foundation of Soviet industry and science will naturally get more resource tilt and transfer opportunities. As for the reason, Makarov raised his glass against the portrait hanging on the office wall, his face full of determination. Comrade Ulyanov, Happy New Year. We have received your gift, Russia. Bolshevik Hamatavan. After Elena processed all the information gathered in front of her, she picked up the enamel open cup and took a sip of warm white water to moisturize her dry lips. She sang a song for a whole afternoon and said that for so long, she felt his throat is almost smoking. Although she wanted to taste the vodka of this era, it was a pity that Grindelwald was very determined on this matter. According to this old antique concept of living in the last century, children should drink milk, boiled water and juice. Whether it is coffee or alcoholic beverages, they are all restricted drinks for adults, and Elena is no exception. Thinking of this, Elena couldn't help but took another look at Grindelwald, who was paralyzed in the soft armchair not far away. At this time, the old man was drinking a can of Bavarian dark beer with delight. You wait, don't be too happy. I must expose Professor Dumbledore about your drinking secretly when I return to school. It's up to you anyway. Albus can never control me. Some kids are different. Hiccups. Grindelwald shrugged non-committal and said indifferently. While talking, Grindelwald glanced at the white hair dumplings that seemed to be frizzy, raised his eyebrows, and quickly changed the subject. But speaking of it, why did you deliberately toss that mole so many times this afternoon? I can see that even without the aid of the forgetting curse, you are sure to convince him. In fact, this can be said to be the most confusing afternoon for Grindelwald these days. The negotiation process was smooth and full of twists and turns. Elena made some unplanned requests more than once, or made some unusual behaviors, deliberately pushing the incident to an unhappy ending. Even after the first preliminary discussions were settled, they deliberately left the Nikolaev shipyard directly, and let them apparat directly to the Mole office and start over, because the human heart is the most complicated thing in the world. All unbreakable fortresses often collapse from the inside. Elena's eyes flickered, and she shook her head slowly. Besides, sometimes, I can't even see through myself, let alone a stranger. I don't want or dare to put all the bets on one tested beliefs and humanity. As for whether Makarov would notice something wrong afterwards, and whether it would cause uncontrollable anger, she had already used 2 files to check the results in advance. In Elena's eyes, this old man is more than just an experienced ordinary technical worker. If nothing else, he is most likely to become the first and most important step of the fate and magic world to pry the scientific brains of the former Soviet Union. Next thing is fission. To make up tomorrow, it was swallowed. The writer's assistant swallowed the manuscript again, and directly returned the file to a version with only 290 characters left. And no other recorded cac! There is nothing to love in an instant, and it's okay to code together tomorrow, but I'm so angry that I can't get enough of my cold. Chapter 529 No choice. In the empty tavern room, Grindelwald drank the beer in his hand and walked to Elena. Human hearts? Maybe not necessarily so. The old man picked up the stack of documents next to the girl and flipped through a few pages at random. After a few seconds of silence, he glanced at Elena indifferently. A flash of light flashed in his eyes, and said softly, "Indeed, whether it is the unfinished aircraft carrier, or some non-magical real estate or light industrial production plant, it sounds like it has a very high value. I never knew that there are so many non-magical worlds. Baby, they have always been there, but you never cared about these," Elena replied calmly. "Besides, as a Hogwarts economic advisor, investing in high-value areas and chasing benefits is not normal. Does it make sense? No problem. But only if." Grindelwald glanced at Elena and said with a grin, "These values are not forcibly given to them by you, right, my lovely little angel?" "Huh? What are you talking about?" Elena's eyes flashed, and a touch of confusion appeared on her face. Grindelwald shook his head and said, "Leech, lacing, these are the smallest insects, but after being prepared by a potion master, a valuable compound decoction can be made. Birchwood and larchwood, these can be seen everywhere in daily life. Trees, only after being processed by the wand craftsman, can a spell with magical power be made." While speaking, Grindelwald shook the stack of documents in his hand, stretched out his index finger, and made a clear sound on it. "If there is no magic power and follow-up transformation plan, that aircraft carrier is just a pile of scrap steel for most of the forces. If there is no bet against Gringotts, and the follow-up magic scientific output direction, the money you propose to accept scientists and the money hoarded under Hogwarts are equally useless." The old man let out a long sigh and looked softly at the little witch in front of him. "Do you think I and Albus can't see it? It is you who are really precious, not the things you said. This also means that you are actually using the power of the magic world to help the non-magic world melon." "So?" Elena raised her head. The Lake eyes looked at Grindelwald quietly, and asked softly, "Yes, this is actually an aid program, humanitarian aid using the power of the magic world, not a capitalist aid program. I admit that I do have selfish intentions, but as long as I find a win-win way, what does it matter? Didn't you and Professor Dumbledore acquiesce in this because of this?" "Not exactly." After a few seconds of silence, Grindelwald said in a low voice, "I don't mean to reprimand or question you, but you have to be clear. Muggles are not pure-minded animals. If you are good to them, they may be grateful for the time being, but once you are in line with their interests, if you violate it, they will tear through the friendly disguise without hesitation and use your help to deal with you." Behaviors like Elena are not uncommon in history. In fact, in the long history, wizards and muggles have had a honeymoon period in which they got along intimately, but they eventually turned into wars over time, and hostile. At that time, the magic world whose mysterious cloak was stripped was always the most injured party. However, for Grindelwald, the most important thing at the moment is not to keep secrecy. Times have changed. It will be a matter of time for the magical and non-magical worlds to merge and meet frankly. Instead of waiting for the verdict, it is better to take the initiative. What he cares about is actually, Elena Kaslana, I am a little worried. Grindelwald drew out his wand, tapped his palms one after another, and asked softly, "At some point, when everyone has to choose one side, which side will you be on?" The room suddenly became extremely quiet, and a powerful magic power gradually brewed in the tavern. The emotions of wizards can always be more stressful than muggles, especially wizards of Grindelwald's level. Grindelwald looked at Elena's eyes quietly, waiting for the girl's answer. As if not feeling the pressure in Grindelwald's tone, Elena replied with ease. I will not choose. Huh? It's not up to you. Hearing Elena's answer, a faint disappointment flashed in the eyes of the first Dark Lord, and he sighed without leaving a trace. You may have some misunderstanding. I am not running away. I mean. However, before Grindelwald's voice fell, Elena increased her volume and interrupted his voice. Yes, one day, everyone will be faced with a choice. But it is not what you and Professor Dumbledore imagined. It is too boring to divide according to the outdated boundary between the magical world and the non-magical world. I saw Elena smiled slightly, put down the water glass in her hand, stood up and walked to Grindelwald, raised her head and looked at the old first-generation Dark Lord, with a scorching look in her eyes that made people a little scared. At that time, everyone has only two choices: stand on my side, or the future will stand on my side. Whether it is the magical world, the non-magical world, the magical animal world. The animal world. Elena stretched out her left hand, and 5 fingers slowly passed in front of Grindelwald's eyes, clenching her fists. I want it all. Grindelwald's eyes burst into light. Sure enough, this little girl's appetite was much bigger than he thought. Even if he didn't have such big ambitions and ideas back then, he tried to bring all the powers together. This is what can be called the devil of hope in the new world. As for what the future holds, he doesn't care. The disintegration of the Soviet Union brought him too much emotion. He would rather hand over the future to a radical wizard than a visionary and compassionate Madonna to lead the magical world to disintegrate. In order to prevent this from happening, Grindelwald has even prepared for the worst: personally execute the traitor. So, do you have any questions, Grandpa? Elena glanced at Grindelwald, who was close at hand. Her little white hand was gently resting on the old man's arm, and the other hand was resting on the placket of Grindelwald's chest. Like a timid little granddaughter, Grindelwald came back to his senses. His lips fluttered, and with a wry smile, he let go of the wand in his hand. This distance range was enough for him to see clearly the tyrannical magic lingering in the girl's fingertips. I surrendered. Don't do it. Supplementing yesterday's update. Chapter 1. Chapter 530. The Mercy of the Demon King. It was already evening when he left from the Russian Hammer Tavern and returned to Hogwarts. Does school start again? Time flies so fast. Elena was sitting on the edge of the terrace outside the Ravenclaw lounge, watching the little ants constantly influx on the castle avenue below, and sighed slightly as she recalled the complicated layout of the holidays these days. Oh, the evil capitalism. If it is said that half a year ago, she had the opportunity to participate in the capital feast of the disintegration of the Soviet Union, she might directly choose the same methods as European and American countries to drive up prices, short the ruble, destroy the market mechanism within the scope of the rules. What capital can earn benefits are ultimately limited. Only by completely destroying the market can we obtain nearly unlimited benefits in the past, present, and future. But now that she has entered Hogwarts, she has to consider the problem from another angle. This not only needs to take into account the interests of wizards in the magic world, but also has new options that the magical power of magic can bring. At least in front of Elena at this time, the winter solstice of this year will be divided into 2 entangled but completely different roads in the future. The ending of one has been written, the alliance collapses, and the stars and stripes dance on the bare corpse. Billions of people will face a famine for nearly a decade, and half of the most brilliant knowledge of mankind will be buried forever under the snow in Moscow. On the other hand, it leads to an unknown new world. The power of magic will shelter from the red afterglow, and the Iron Throne will soar in the sky. The course of history will change from this moment, but the future will also be overwhelmed. She will never see it again. Wearing the fog, this is also the point that she hesitated most before. After returning from the Nikolaev shipyard, Elena has been thinking that maybe she doesn't need to pay too much attention to the foresight of historical events. People's hearts will always change, and too much reliance on this aspect may lead to a big deal. Even Mr. Makarov, who has a firm conviction, has been shaken, furious, crying and other emotional out-of-control situations in several archives. Elena doesn't think that the plots in her mind will still performed as scheduled. You know, the plot of the Philosopher's Stone has almost been fanned by her little wings and never come back again, and the plot of the secret room is unlikely to repeat itself. Instead of praying for the restraint of the world, it is better to take the initiative to grasp the future tightly in his own hands. Elena looked at the sky in the distance, stretched out her hand to catch the grain reserves that fell from the sky, as if supporting the whole world. And I, Elena Kaslana, just Elena, guess who I am? At this moment, a pair of fleshy little hands slammed her eyes from behind, and the two false human hearts slammed into the white-haired ball's back, almost knocking her directly off the terrace that stretched out from the castle. A familiar voice came from my ears. Hannah, startled me. How do you know that I am here? The atmosphere that was finally brewing was suddenly dissipated. Elena squeezed the stored grain into her chest, and while she opened her hands in front of her eyes, she turned around and looked back in surprise. In addition to Hannah Abbott, Hermione Granger and Luna Lovegood are also there. The three excited little faces were a little red, and the girls' frail bodies trembled slightly under the large wizard robes. Apparently, the three of them had just returned from the snowy weather outside the castle, and they rushed directly here. Luna told me, she feels that you might be waiting for us here. Long time no see. Small reserve. Hannah smiled, stretched out her hand and rubbed the little head on Elena's chest expertly, and replied casually. A little behind Hannah, panting, Hermione glanced at the white-haired dumpling that had just jumped down from the terrace. A shock of shock appeared in her eyes, and her eyes hovered between the smiling Luna and Elena in disbelief. It's amazing, Luna. How did you know that? You must have written a letter secretly, right? Well, I just guessed. I think Elena should be on the terrace. That's too coincidental. Hogwarts Castle is so big. You should have played here with Elena, plus this is the best place to observe Castle Avenue. So, Granger, you always want to be too complicated, but I really just guessed. Elena looked at Hermione, who was unwilling to her face, then looked at Luna, who retorted quietly, and said with a smile, "Okay, stop fighting. Let's go back to the Gryffindor lounge. I'll take you to see Harry's new baby." And the boys and Weasley, they play chess together these days, but bullied me. I need help. In fact, neither Grindelwald nor Dumbledore understood. From beginning to end, Elena didn't have such huge ambitions. All she hopes is to be able to live the life she wants freely, and to have the ability to keep the people she cares about safe and happy. Or it's just that the number of people has become more and more now? Stand up. If the most powerful person would be dubbed the Demon King, then Elena didn't actually mind wearing this crown. Because as Grindelwald said, guardianship is the most powerful force in the world. Ukraine, a wizard hotel in Kiev. Kurt Mayer, who had changed into a non-magical costume, pushed a stack of documents to the Destiny temporary security advisor Gidro Lockhart, and said in a bad tone, "This is your first job and your only responsibility at the moment. As long as you complete it, you will be free." Is it just that? Helping to maintain the secrecy of a large industry? Gidro Lockhart flipped through the documents in front of him, and said with a little surprise, "In fact, you don't need to be so cautious. If it's just this, we didn't have to go through that way." Keep looking down. Kurt snorted coldly. A look of unwillingness and threat appeared on his face. "Although I don't know why, Miss insists on letting you serve as the chief security advisor for this event. In other words, you will be able to mobilize 30 wizards, including me, for magic protection work. The only condition is, absolutely must not leak secrets. All sounds, images, and memories can only be left in that slipway." "Wait, I'm always in charge. And there are 30 wizards?" Lockhart was taken aback for a moment, and pointed to himself somewhat exaggeratedly. The wizard quickly lowered his head and looked at the document in his hand. "It is estimated to take 3 months to 6 months. The total planned Jinjialong is estimated to be 12 million, and there are 30 resident wizards. In an emergency, all Destiny staff in Ukraine can be transferred. When lives are threatened, the use of including most of the single epicene curses, including Avada's life curse and Imperious curse. Guru Lockhart immediately looked around the room, the dozen or so middle-aged wizards staring at him informedly. The handsome blonde wizard swallowed nervously, showing an awkward but polite smile. Is there something wrong? Except for the forgotten curse, I have a little talent. Actually, if at first he was fortunate that he was not a target for revenge, Lockhart's heart was already full of anxiety. In today's magical world, he can mobilize dozens of elite wizards at will, and he is not the Ministry of Magic. In his impression, even the Death Eaters under the mysterious Man of the Year needed to go out. Where are these people? Don't worry, you are not mistaken. Since my granddaughter said you can, then you must be. At this moment, an old hoarse voice came in from outside the door. Gidro Lockhart raised his head and saw a well-dressed old gentleman slowly open the door and walk in. If you don't achieve the effect we want, then you must be deliberately making a ghost or neglecting. As for the consequences, it must be something that both of us don't want to see. Of course, we are not unreasonable villains and scumbags. Rogue. The old man drew out a weird wand covered with scabs and smiled at Lockhart, who was worried. Following the ancient tradition of the magic world, you can directly end this contract through an Ian and wizard duel. As long as you can defeat me in the duel, then all of this can be cancelled. Duel? Gidro Low asked for a certain concentration, subconsciously. Yes, it seems that I don't need to explain too much. The old man grinned, showing a particularly nostalgic look. Dear Mr. Lockhart, considering the special period, I can give you 1 day to come. Pick a dual assistant. Click to view notes. Okay. Can you choose an assistant? Exclamation mark. A trace of hesitation flashed in Gidro Lockhart's eyes, and he began to think in his mind about the powerful wizard he knew. As a small celebrity in the magic world and an honorary member of the Anti-Dark Magic League, he still knew a lot. Powerful role. However, in the face of this unknown mysterious old wizard, there is no guarantee of complete victory. In this case, after hesitating for a few seconds, Gidro Lockhart gritted his teeth, raised his head and looked up at the head of the mysterious organization in front of him, who began to look at the pile of employment contracts in front of him with interest, and took a deep breath. Said, then I choose Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore, surely you know? Yes, he has been my pen pal for many years, and it is reasonable for me to choose him as my assistant. Huh? Albus? The old wizard repeated with a weird face, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Lockhart playfully and shook his head. I'm very sorry, I guess it may not work. Sure enough, I know. What wizard duel is just a bad game of cat and mouse. Gidro Lockhart had a bleak appearance on his face. He should have understood that the other party would never give him the opportunity to get in touch with Dumbledore. How could this kind of low-level loopholes appear in this mysterious and huge magic organization? No, I think you have misunderstood. I didn't intend to break the contract. The old wizard shook his fingers, and said with a gentle expression, it's just that by convention, it is impossible for the same person to serve as an assistant to both sides of the duel at the same time. Albus is already my assistant to the duel, so you may need to find another one. One person. Besides, as far as I know, he doesn't seem to have a pen pal like you, right? A dangerous light flashed in the old man's eyes, and he said softly, Chapter 531 Silent Period and Warning. Kiev, Wizard Hotel. The surrounding windows were already covered by black curtains, and no light could penetrate through it. Gidro Lockhart faced the old wizard, who claimed to be Otto Apocalypse, sitting quietly in his seat, floating in front of him with 2 unfolded parchment signed with flowers, a dual book with names and an employment contract. And beside the two, surrounded by dozens of middle-aged wizards with different looks, everyone's eyes flashed with anticipation. As an own duel master in today's magical world who has only lost one match in Aenean and public duels, Gellert Grindelwald's magical attainments have risen to a level of art. There is no doubt that everyone is looking forward to admiring Grindelwald's dueling skills again. Grindelwald squinted his eyes, rubbed the scab on the old wand with his fingers, and asked slowly, "So, what is your decision, Mr. Lockhart, Mr. Apocalypse, or I?" Kurt Mayer, who was standing next to Grindelwald, frowned, stepped forward and was about to volunteer to say something. "SHHH, give me some time and Mr. Lockhart some time." Grindelwald pressed a finger to his lips and motioned to Kurt to keep quiet. This gesture is just as elegant and protective as it was decades ago, but it also reveals an indisputable arbitrariness. Kurt Mayer met Grindelwald's eyes, moved his lips, and retreated obediently into the shadow of the room. Grindelwald walked to Gidro Lockhart's side, picked up the file that was in the wizard's hand, and looked through it carefully. Gidro Lockhart, a well-known writer, a Merlin Medal winner, honorary member of the Anti-Magic League, and adventures in every corner of the world. TSK. It's really an awe-inspiring resume. Actually, my favorite honor is 5 times that I won the Witcher Weekly Most Charming Smile Award. Lockhart swallowed, with a bright smile on his face, trying to get his attention away from the signature of Albus Dumbledore on the 2 parchments in front of him. As a wizard who graduated from Hogwarts, Gidro Lockhart naturally knew the headmaster's handwriting. Not to mention, at the end of the parchment, the magic seal of the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts is also stamped. Whether it is an employment contract or a dual book, it has passed through the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts. What's two-factor authentication instrument? Obviously, the matter was far more serious than he had imagined. The Ministry of Magic was secretly controlled by fate, or everything was instructed by the Ministry of Magic, and it was difficult for him to determine which situation was worse. Ignoring the tremor in Lockhart's voice, Grindelwald continued to look at the file in his hand and read softly. "In your book, you have recorded the process of fighting various magical creatures, but according to investigations by relevant departments, in fact, these are all collected from magicians who have actually experienced these things, not your personal experience. You just used the forgotten charm to attack them. I can explain. This is just an accident." Lockhart shuddered, subconsciously retorting loudly, "Don't be nervous, boy. It's not the worst part yet." Grindelwald smiled slightly, put his fingers on his lips, and continued reading unhurriedly. "Illegal tampering with the memory of others, deceiving the International Ministry of Magic, and pretending to be the badge of Sir Merlin. It is said that you intend to deceive Albus Dumbledore and apply for the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. One charge of deliberately instigating a minor wizard and subverting the future of the magic world must be added, of course. Even if the last one is not there, your previous actions are enough to punish all illegal gains, life imprisonment, and even death penalty. Charge. Speaking of which, by the way, I happen to be a temporary professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. You haven't heard Professor Dumbledore say that I want to fire me?" Grindelwald glanced at Lockhart, who was about to refute something, like a fire dragon staring at its prey, exhaling gracefully and slowly, and quietly admiring the whole process of the wizard's face from rosy to grey. "As for the evidence, I think one drop of Veritaserum should be able to get everything. Now, tell me your answer." I agree to all the penalties you have proposed." "Stop talking." Lockhart grabbed the quill on the desk with his head down and began to sign behind the pile of papers without even looking. "Oh, this is not what I want to hear. You don't seem to understand what I mean." What do you want to say?" "What I want to express is actually—" Grindelwald looked around the wizards around him, nodded slightly, and said softly, "Although in the next period of time, you will be responsible for coordinating the confidential work of the Nicolef shipyard, but if you are trying to pass information to the outside world during this period, or you can be passive and cause information leakage, I allow all the official wizard of the Destiny Group can eradicate traitors on the spot before reporting to us." Grindelwald waved his magic wand slowly, and a small piece of paper flew to everyone except Gidro Lockhart. This is the address of a safe house established in Ukraine. Once a dangerous situation arises due to leaks, everyone immediately evacuates. Wait, what about me? Lockhart looked around for a while and asked nervously. Don't worry, you won't need this, we will protect you. Kurt Mayer read the note in his hand carefully, and after silently memorizing the contents of it in his heart, he waved his magic wand and turned the note in his hand into ashes, grinning towards Lockhart, revealing whiteness. Tooth. Grindelwald nodded in satisfaction, and said solemnly, very well, that's it. From now until the end of the project we all need to remain silent for a while. Huh? Is the form so severe this time? Mr. Goberkalis. Kurt Mayer was taken aback for a moment, bit his tongue, and asked curiously. No, it's just the situation is a bit delicate, and there is nothing wrong with being cautious anyway. Grindelwald's eyes flickered, and he repeated it in a deep voice. Remember, from now on, unless I come here in person, if there is correspondence or your presence in the safe house, I will judge the mission as a failure. According to Elena's worst deduction, the US government may join forces with the American Magic Congress and the American Goblins. If that happens, then the magical world and the non-magical world may have to change. The remaining European wizards must fight back at the first time, otherwise they will wait until the traitors join forces and start marching towards the whole world. Late. Even if it is not the worst result, judging by all the signs today, the American Mulls, the American Magic Congress, and the American Gringotts Goblins have all been eyeing the disintegrating behemoth of the former Soviet Union. This is a response to most unexpected situations during this period of time. When you are in doubt, look at this. Grindelwald took out a document from his arms and solemnly handed it to Gidro Lockhart. Afterwards, the old man waved his hand and walked towards the door without looking back. Counting the time, he had been away from Hogwarts long enough, and he would be suspicious if he didn't go back to Dumbledore. Wait, Mr. Apolcalis, can I ask you a question? Seeing that Grindelwald was about to leave, Gidro Lockhart stood up and asked loudly, why must it be me? Is there any quality in me that deserves your attention and you? Good question. This is actually a question I am curious about. I hope you can give me the answer in a few months. Grindelwald stopped, glanced back at the blonde wizard, and said meaningfully. Immediately afterwards, it turned into a black shadow and dissipated in the air. End of this chapter. Chapter 532 Ominous Signs. Hogwarts, Gryffindor Girls' Dormitory. After a holiday without seeing each other, the girls looked quite excited when they got together again. After arranging the luggage and clothing a little, and putting their little ornaments, little alarm clocks, and little dolls beside the bed again, Hermione, Hannah and others sat on Elena's bed, eating snacks and chatting. As for the Gryffindor common room downstairs, not to mention that there are so many senior students, and it is just at the time when people are coming back from school. It has been too crowded for a long time, and it is not suitable for chatting. Good place. After skillfully kicking off her shoes and climbing onto Elena's big bed, Hannah glanced at the unopened box of handmade chocolates beside the bed. Her cheeks bulged quickly, and she raised her arms slightly displeased. Ask the guilty way. Wow, Elena, you haven't even eaten the chocolate I made myself. I have been a little busy these days. Elena stuck out her tongue, quickly took the box of chocolates by the bed, opened the box with a curt expression, stuffed Hannah, Hermione, Luna and her own mouth one by one while chewing, explained. And I also want to wait until everyone comes back from the holiday, and then share it together. All sophistry. Speaking of which, it seems that you haven't opened the book I gave you to read. Before Elena could comfort Hannah, Hermione glanced thoughtfully at the pile of books tucked under the pile of gifts that hadn't been opened at all, and the neat Guide Arrow Middle Dot Lockhart series, said quietly. Elena blinked, showing a playful smile, her eyes flickering. This, how do you put it, Mr. Lockhart? Sister Elena, have you received all the photos I gave you? Photo? Of course, I think about where I put it. Sure enough. I knew, Elena, You forgot about us as soon as you have a holiday. That's it. For so many days, except for Christmas gifts, there has been no letter, and no reply to the letter I wrote to you. I almost thought that the owl that sent the letter was taken away by some monster. I cried in. I was wrong. I was wrong. Don't tickle. I'm going to fight back. Everyone, go together. There is no need to talk about fairness and justice when dealing with this white-haired dumpling. Hermione, you were shooting me on purpose just now, you traitor. Facing the torture from the three little wings, Elena covered the trembling little dumb hair on her head, while playing with the three little wings. A trace of fortune flashed in her heart. Luckily there was an old turnip. He and Lockhart helped to give a gift, otherwise she might be cold tonight. Of course, a well-known writer as one of the culprits was silently remembered by Elena. The dead and missing people are always the hardest to overcome. It seems that if you want to reverse Hermione's incorrect star-kissing values, the step of disillusionment of the idols must be arranged. In short, Hogwarts after the Christmas holiday became lively again for Elena, with the company of Hermione, Luna, Hannah and others. This castle can be regarded as an uncontested paradise. The waves of the outside world are amidst the noise of the girls. Eliminate no shadow. All the layouts and chess pieces in the distance are already in place, and everything is developing in the direction she expected. Many results, often before the event begins, are already doomed. With Jidro Lockhart, one of the most outstanding liars in the history of the magical world, joined the reception of the Ulyanovsk. The last shortcoming in secrecy and adaptability it was finally made up. Over the years, being able to become a celebrity step by step with a tiger's skin, and never overturned, Lockhart's talent as a field agent is quite worthy of recognition. Elena needs more than just a loyal and strong old man saints. She needs a liar, like Lockhart, who is proficient in the world. From then on, the Nikolaev shipyard will enter a period of silence for up to 6 months. Potato supply stations located in various parts of the former Soviet Union are still recruiting those salesmen with a doctorate degree or higher. Big movement. Professor Dumbledore has been in contact with Newt Scamander these days, working hard to authorize the space of the portable large-scale farm and perfect the preparations for the large-scale magic planting industry. However, it seems that there is still a long way to go before the final result is formed. At least in the current discussion, most of the frill unfolded in the portable large farm can only be found in the former Soviet Union. However, the form of the Russian magic world at this time is extremely chaotic. According to the feedback from the International Magic Association, they even have the framework of the magic government is about to collapse, so it may go directly to the local Ministry of Magic, and the International Magic Association will temporarily take over the secrecy and magic maintenance of that area. In addition, with the cooperation of Elena and Dumbledore, Hogwarts seemed unusually quiet. The school mortgage crisis that occurred in the previous few months seemed to have subsided. Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore. The double statement of is still extremely useful, even if there are some disharmonious voices. It will not come out for the time being, but silently watching in the dark. As for the Ministry of Magic, which originally planned to sign a strategic binding agreement with the Gringotts elves, because of the unprepared disintegration of the Soviet Union, the previous issues were temporarily shelved. Cornelius Fudge is not stupid. As a mediocre magic minister, his biggest shortcoming and also the biggest advantage is that he will never make decisions that affect stability. Looking at the entire magical world, the most talked about by wizards on a daily basis is the interesting and novel new contradictory and Hogwarts on the tip of the tongue, which has just been split from this publication into an independent publication. As for the recent drastic changes in the faraway Mole country, even the qualifications to become the main talker of wizards are not enough. At best, I lament a few stupid moles, and affected by this, the Gringotts Wizarding Bank exchanges foreign exchange and various currencies. The above procedures and restrictions have become more complicated. Time is the most powerful kind of oblivion magic. After more than 3 months, it was enough for most people to forget that after Hogwarts was mortgaged, The huge loan that mysteriously disappeared in the error office gradually began to abandon the investigation of the incident, and began to refocus on those trivialities. When it comes to trivial matters, some things that have been written down have finally begun to show their fangs to the world. In mid-January of 1992, people who believe in the Orthodox Church have just started their Christmas holiday, while other parts of Europe have just emerged from the joyous Christmas atmosphere, ready to welcome the new year in a relaxed mood. In the past few months, although there have been many far-reaching events in both the magical and non-magic worlds, everything in everyone's hearts is actually moving towards a better future. Until one day, without any signs, the whole situation suddenly became weird. If it were placed thousands of years ago, it would be like the sun rising from the horizon one day as usual, and rising to the apex at noon along the established trajectory. When everyone is bathed in the sun, the sky suddenly darkened without warning. The dazzling fireball disappeared little by little, and the boundless darkness swallowed the entire world. All the people and animals living in this world were in a state of hesitation. No creature could know what happened and the reason behind it. Only after many, many years, as the sight of mankind gradually extends to the sky, a few smart people will gradually come to understand a fact. After various signs and observations, that seems to suddenly appear in the sky, swallowing all the warmth and light. The mysterious black shadow of, in fact, is the moonlight that guides people through the darkness in every night. Chapter 533 The Fiery Dominator. The first wave came from a clerk at Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Gringotts Wizarding Bank, the only bank in the wizarding world, has been run by goblins for thousands of years. It can deposit money, exchange currency, loan or enter vault. It is known as the safest place in the world. In the general impression of the magic world, any fairy must be a business wizard who is good at calculating. No matter how complicated financial knowledge is, it is a piece of cake for them, as if people always think that Chinese are kung fu, the same as a master. But in fact, just like any normal race, most goblins have more or less financial talents. But those who can truly enter the core of Gringotts and participate in economic activities still rely on the ancient ones that support various business departments. Lingilit, and among this, the Gringe Venture Capital Department and the Council of Elders are undoubtedly the most important link. Leos of the Gringotts Fairy Elder Council. This is one of the most radical and dominant veterans among the decision-making groups supporting the two poles of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. He just passed the age of 249 last year. On his birthday, he contributed to the most cost-effective investments in Gringotts history, especially the establishment of the First French Empire and the First Industrial Revolution in Britain. Those two attempts on the one hand allowed Gringotts to taste the sweetness of capital in the non-magical world, on the other hand, they also established the title of Leos the Fiery Dominator. He is like a slightly stubborn wise man who guards fairies and the interests of Gringotts. Because of this, Leos has a very high decision-making power at the Gringotts high-level meeting. After all, the prosperity of the entire Gringotts today is largely due to his huge amount of opposition to the public war bonds. As time goes by, Leos, who has entered the old age over the years, will usually not follow up too many trivial financial activities. At most, he will pay a little attention to the development plan of Gringotts in the annual report every 6 months, and for some large-scale investment behaviors. After all, the few goblin executives he pulled up with one hand are not bad. However, in the past few months, the old fairy has become busy again. As the most powerful elder in Gringotts, whether it is the Hogwarts mortgage contract, the ruble and the Jingaran gambling, the reaping of the drastic changes in the layout of Eastern Europe, the challenge of the fairies from the division of America, all kinds of complex situations, in fact, it is all managed by him. As for the current layout of the disintegration of the Soviet Union, Douglas, the successor he had high hopes for, obviously had a problem with the roots of his thoughts. Perhaps it was the smooth winds of these years that made the young man forget the purpose of Gringotts, and he felt like a human wizard in a whimsical manner. The idea of getting involved in Gringotts shares is something that can be negotiated. After receiving the news, Leos did not hesitate to persuade the Fairy Elder Council to deprive Douglas of his position in less than half a day, and once again fully took over the Gringotts Wizarding Bank and became the helm of this financial giant. In fact, the position of the head of the Gringotts Venture Capital Department seems important, but even if such a person is missing, the operation of the entire Gringotts will not be affected in the slightest. The managers and employees who are in charge of their respective fields will still supporting the entire system. What Leos needs to do is to make some macro-level decisions. As for the rest, it is mainly carried out by the two deputy heads of the investment department originally under Douglas. After all, on the one hand, Leos is no longer young, and there is no way to do everything by himself as before. On the other hand, after being disappointed with Douglas, the old goblin also hopes that through this period of work, he can choose from the two remaining deputy supervisors. A suitable candidate was selected so that after the incident subsided, he could be promoted to the head of the investment department. Bogo is one of the deputy directors. Although he is not as outstanding as Douglas in terms of enterprising and vision, as a manager promoted from countless goblin elites, he also has his own uniqueness, at least in terms of probing business details and diligence and caution. Even Douglas often needs to rely on him. Since Douglas was suddenly dismissed by Elder Leos, and he was promoted from a deputy to half a formal supervisor at one time, Bogo has become more cautious and meticulous facing this sudden opportunity. He is not like another. The deputy director was so dazzled by joy that he became more and more worried. He understood very well that since Douglas, the Gringotts tomorrow star, would be smashed to the end, and the 200-year-old goblin elders had re-emerged, it showed that the situation had definitely become serious enough to not be underestimated. In such a situation, instead of eagerly rushing to take over the forces left by Douglas, it is better to follow the instructions of Elder Leos and find a way to help Gringotts tide over the current difficulties steadily. As at the core of the investment department, Bouge vaguely heard some bad rumors and Douglas nonsense in the small black room. Perhaps it was precisely because of this cautious character that, one day in mid-January, for the first time, he found some unusual clues in the complicated and vast salesman reports. Elder Leos, there seems to be a problem with our plan to absorb rubles in the former Soviet Union. Foreign bank investment is 14% higher than we expected, and the acquisition of vacant industries has failed one after another. At this week's regular meeting, Bouge said hesitantly with a bunch of reports, the competition from non-magical banks and the investment of American goblins are all factors that have been considered before, but this deviation is already a bit dangerous. As for debt recovery through borrowing and industry failure, although it has occasionally happened in the past. But in the past few days he has received several reports in succession that the target industry has been preemptively bought. The financial war in this area is a major event in Gringotts recently. Leos is naturally very concerned. The old fairy took the documents in Boge's hand and scanned it roughly, squinting his eyes thoughtfully, and tapping his slender fingers. Knock on the desktop. The non-magical world of the former Soviet Union. This is normal. After all, no one expected that it would suddenly collapse. All forces are now focusing on this piece of fat. It is normal for more competitors to appear by those industries. Is it from the Americas? No. We have checked. It is a seemingly ordinary mill company in Austria. It seems ordinary? Well, although most of the employees are ordinary moles living in the non-magical world, the information of the registrants is a bit strange. We speculated through various signs and studied their capital inflows to determine who actually controls them. It is probably the alchemist who had business dealings with us and owned the sorcerer's stone Paracelsus. A mal enterprise that the wizard secretly injects capital. Then don't worry about it. After all, the old guy who has lived in seclusion for many years is probably just taking advantage of the chaos to search for some rare experimental materials. Money does not make much sense to him, of course. Yes, it will not pose any threat to us. The real focus is still on other forces. Leos nodded slightly, he naturally knew the alchemist. As a few wizards with magic stones, Gringotts pays close attention to the movements of these dangerous skies. At the same time, they are also one of the few extreme customers with unlimited consumption privileges, and they can withdraw money at Gringotts at any time. Thanks to various factors, Leos knows the character of Paracelsus well. He is a guy who would rather be single for hundreds of years because of trouble. In short, he is a super harmless otaku wizard. If it weren't for his novel alchemy experiments, that wizard would definitely not show up in the magic world. The market share is so large, even if we entered the game a little later, but now that we have started, with the capital of Gringotts headquarters, we can definitely occupy the largest piece of cake. These little things don't care too much. Leos explained a few words to Bogo, and immediately made a decision to continue to increase investment. Not to mention that the gambling with Hogwarts is not over yet, and neither the Ministry of Magic nor Hogwarts has moved much lately. Although Cornelius Fudge as the minister rejected the strategic cooperation contract with Gringotts, he failed to propose any effective response measures. He watched the changing world like a fool, but didn't know how to benefit from it. And if at the same time, Leos can snatch the meat from the American goblins in the market that carves up the bear meat and inflict heavy damage on the traitors, then he will become the greatest goblin in the history of Gringotts. It may even be possible to erect a pure gold statue of the same height in front of the bank gate. After being judged by the fiery dominator, Bouge naturally temporarily suppressed the anxiety in his heart, and continued to repeat his daily investment work, trying to inject the capital controlled by Gringotts into that fragmented bear. In order to reach the market share of more than 30% set by Elder Leos as soon as possible. After half a month, request for leave middle. Change. The breeder said that today, take a good date, enjoy life, and have a good dinner. Fat Chicken is a good obedient child, so he asked for a day off. Code words will definitely break out during the spring festival holiday. Wish everyone an early year. Chapter 534 The Lamb to be Slaughtered. Gringotts has many daily financial activities. Since the Goblin Elder Leos judges that everything is normal, Bogo will naturally not pay attention to the vast external employee reports all the time. The failure reports that appear from time to time have left the original master pipeline, Glass, and he and another the amount of work that the deputy director of the Gringotts Venture Capital Department needs to handle every day has increased dramatically. It's just that the financial competition in the market left over by the former Soviet Union can be regarded as the most important large-scale battles of Gringotts in these years, especially when one of them is the traitors from North America. Gringotts in Europe is even more eager to kill each other in this financial confrontation. Well, whether it takes place at the military level or at the financial level, it is never meant to prove who is the right party. Its only purpose is to decide who can stay. This is what Elder Leos said half a month ago, and it is also the main atmosphere pervading the investment department now. Heretics and heretics. The latter has always been more hateful as long as the group of guys who betrayed Gringotts gold coins can be dragged to hell. The Gringotts Elder Council can even give up this once-in lifetime profit opportunity and actively choose to lose money. In fact, due to the late entry time, Gringotts Europe does not have much choice. In order to snatch sufficient market share from the chaotic market, Gringotts, who was forced to fight, had to invest a large amount of foreign exchange reserves and gold reserves, and quickly conquered the market at a cost of more than 20% premium to the prevailing price in the market. There are not many state-owned assets, bonds and market hot money left. The game of the financial market in the non-magical world does not make a difference because you are a fairy, a wizard, or a mole. This is like a huge casino. When everyone lifts their money bag and puts out chips on the side of the gaming table, their identities have become the same existence except that there are dealers, lucky ones, and, over time, the losses of Gringotts in Europe have begun to become more and more obvious. Although in theory this is just a normal early-stage capital investment before the market is manipulated and dividends are harvested, an unknown premonition is still like a terrible Volbat, covering a little bit of black shadow in the heart of the fairy BOGO. He was a little breathless. I don't know why. There are still those few documents that failed to invest half a month ago on his desk. Since I haven't looked back or moved these days, I still maintain the previous data situation without being overwritten by the updated data files. This is actually a relatively rare mistake in the Gringotts that promotes high efficiency. Bouge, who is still the deputy head of Gringotts Venture Capital Department, rubbed his eyebrows. He picked up the first few contracts and glanced at them. They were all reports sent by energetic but inexperienced young people. If it were replaced by him back then, he would never take the initiative to inquire about the purchase without a certainty of the property right. Delivery. The former Soviet Union was split into more than a dozen countries, and the coverage area was too wide. The number of experienced professional Goblin employees is definitely far from enough. Even with the addition of the moles that are secretly controlled by wizards, they can barely stabilize the situation. Deviations and imperfect investments, these are the uncoordinated notes that have long been expected. Compared with these failed investment reports, most of the report documents piled up on his desk are from constant good news and success. After learning from those few unlucky lessons, the European Gringotts cells chose to give up all the real estate and industries that the Destiny Group had intervened, and instead packaged them as delicious bait and threw them to the traitors in the Americas, and those greedy mole capitalists. Faced with an alchemist like Paracelsus with a magic stone, the Council of Elders chose to temporarily avoid the edge, because according to the judgment of Elder Leos and the senior analysts of Gringotts, Paracelsus is not interested in money at all. What he hates most is gold, and naturally it is impossible to have any power and capital in the non-magical world. Interest as a single longevity individual, the journey of destiny is limited, and they will soon withdraw from the competition if they lack financial knowledge and ambition. And the news that came later proved that everything was like the judgment of the Gringotts Fairy Council headed by Elder Leos. The Tanming Group from Austria, with an almost unreasonable aura, waved banknotes to take down high-value vacant stores in most of the key cities of the former Soviet Union, and then entered a state of dying, like a high-speed flying dragon being displayed. Like an obstacle curse, he quietly retreated to the end of this financial feast. Of course, it has not completely disappeared. However, compared to many foreign capital forces that are still fighting fiercely in the banking, securities, state-owned heavy industry, and real estate industries, the formerly aggressive Tanming Group suddenly focused its energy on some corner pieces, such as soap factories and pulp factories, above light industrial workshops and factories such as factories, glass factories, daily chemical factories, tobacco and wine factories. It should be understood that, unlike capitalist countries where light industry is sound and developed, due to the development concept of heavy industry that has been dominated by the former Soviet Union in the past few decades, light industrial plants in the former Soviet Union are generally poorly managed, and both technology and productivity are relatively backward. In other words, the overall valuation is pretty bad. Therefore, with the exception of a small number of red countries with the same lack of light industry, it is estimated that only Paracelsus, who has long lived on the edge of the magical world, would be willing to be like a fool to buy at a high price at the price before the collapse of the Soviet Union. These mole industries have long ceased production or are on the verge of bankruptcy. After more than a month of financial competition, whether it is the Goblin of Gringotts, the Goblin of North America or the Americans, all have realized this strange force that appeared on the soil of the former Soviet Union, and after a short contact, the unanimous choice avoided the Tanming Group's investment field. Low income, low output, high risk, high labor costs. No force is willing to play a price-raising game with a group of emotional lunatics for this insignificant corner benefit. Capital will never use emotions, otherwise it will be a lamb to be slaughtered. This is a consistent concept for all mature interests, and Bouge of the Gringotts Venture Capital Department naturally thinks so. It's just that, in these days, the names of the several failed investment reports, Hogwarts and the Destiny Group, have been dangling in his mind, making him a little confused. He has always had one question whether he dared to ask: the problem of export. In case the fate, the wizards, the moles of the former Soviet Union, these lambs to be slaughtered in their eyes, are also based on this concept. If they participate in this game, they are at the bottom. What do they want to eat? At this moment, Bouge suddenly recalled the fuse of Douglas' dismissal. Wait. Those wizards from Hogwarts who have long been forgotten by them, seem to have wanted to acquire half of Gringotts! The face of the middle-aged fairy changed slightly, and the documents in his hand trembled. As far as he knew, Nico Mailer was one of Albus Dumbledore's best friends. Paracelsus was one of Nicole Mailer's best friends. The wizards at the top of the magical world were originally friends in the same secret circle. This kind of big action happened with each other. It is impossible to be unconnected. In case all this. An unknown premonition faintly flashed in Bouge's heart. Sitting at the desk in a daze for a few seconds, Bouge took a deep look at the reports in his hand and walked out of the office. Chapter 535 Chaos. Time has come to February of 1992, and the disintegration of the Soviet Union has become news of the past. Whether it's Russia or Ukraine, these non-magical countries, or the Gringotts of Europe and Gringotts of the Americas, they have already embarked on their own new chapters with ambition and devoted themselves to busy work in the new year just past Christmas. However, at this tense and busy juncture, a certain deputy director of the Gringotts investment department, who is known for his prudence and dedication, left his post during work for the first time and came to the archives located in the depths of the Gringotts Venture Capital Department. Library Gate. Bouge took out all the investment reports that had been archived in the past few months, and spread them out in the open space in front of them one by one, uneasy and carefully searching for something, until the fairy elder who inspected the work daily took photos. At that time, the empty room in front of the archive was already covered with densely packed files, like a horrifying white spider web. The fairies who took care of the archive did not stop Bouge's absurd behavior. On the contrary, almost all the fairies present were frantically helping to unpack and organize the archives, calculating and placing these white flowers according to some strange logic. Bug, you are. The old fairy elder frowned. Before he could finish speaking, he had already seen the pile of special archive reports piled up next to Bouge. Gringotts marked all investment projects that were determined to be abandoned on the side. The last touch of black meant that the follow-up was stopped, and the pile next to Bouge was almost about to form a black curtain wall. Your Excellency, our investment plan in the former Soviet Union has been attacked by mysterious forces in advance. According to Gringotts' previous operational logic, as middle and high-level managers, no matter Douglas, Bogo, Leos will not have access to businesses that were directly evaluated and abandoned by the bottom-level goblin employees. This is also to improve the investment department work efficiency. Generally speaking, they will only directly deal with the investment that will generate profit and the failed projects that are determined to have suffered losses. As for those projects that deviate too much from the preset target value of the venture capital department, they will be directly marked in black and accumulated in the archives. The reasons for these abandonment are also various. For example, the price fluctuation ratio exceeds expectations, the subject matter has been frozen and mortgaged by one's own capital during the value evaluation process, the type and form of payment currency are disputed, and the market's ambiguous attitude poses a high risk. It's just that the proportion of the number of giving up now is a bit too much. If it wasn't for the collective mental deterioration of the employees at the bottom, then there must have been a huge mistake in a certain link that would have caused such a phenomenon. In fact, according to the past, this situation would have affected normal business a long time ago. But because the blank market left by the former Soviet Union is too large, these abandoned files will not have an immediate impact. Leos only hesitated for a few seconds. His eyes sharpened, and he waved his hand behind him. Come on, help Deputy Director Bouge. Find out all the investment intents that have been marked as abandoned since October last year, and sum up all the reasons that appeared in them. There is no doubt that Gringotts in Europe has been sniped hard. The war started ahead of schedule. In the evening, the Gringotts Fairy Elder Council and the senior staff of Gringotts major core organizations gathered in a huge conference room and announced the news. Someone who knows how to use the loopholes of this abandoned mechanism to attack. Most likely it is the American fairies who have also used this operating system. Judging from the final feedback results, the main cause of premiums and the active confrontation with Gringotts in the positive market are mainly controlled by the use of US dollars and Zuogo Golden Jialong in the United States. Fortunately, because Bouge discovered it early, Gringotts only needs to continue to increase investment and raise the budget threshold to destroy these sub-plans. At present, there are too many entrants wandering around the former Soviet Union market. It is difficult for us to track the flow of funds from each force. However, in view of this situation, the Council of Elders has long prepared emergency plans, comprehensively relaxed the risk review level, and absorbed a large number of non-magical circles. Loans and scattered money in the market will release Jinjialong reserves and impact Zuogo's exchange rate suspension of profitability. The war has begun. With the promulgation of the financial war order, Gringotts is like a sophisticated war machine. Every fairy employee and department has been turned into closely intertwined gears and quickly operated. For this kind of situation, some older fairies are no strangers. Capital is profit-seeking, but the truly terrifying state of capital is to completely ignore short-term benefits, use money to actively make losses, and turn all zero-sum games into the crudest and primitive game of comparison. Such a situation is not uncommon, as long as it can be determined that the opponent has fallen into the vortex first. According to countless verifications in history, the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, which has a huge cash flow and coinage rights, can always be the last to survive. By this time, the study of local gains and losses has lost its meaning. Gringotts only needs to continuously increase prices, buy in, borrow, store, and release gold. There may be occasional failures, but the other party will definitely pay a more painful price. No one pays attention to the abandoned projects in the past. No one is going to sort out the ever-increasing loss figures on the income statement. Everyone knows that the figures for losses and liabilities are meaningless until the final settlement. If one must find out something that is truly important, then it may be particularly important to grasp the right to burst the financial bubble. For Gringotts in Europe, this can be said to be an almost inevitable battle. Before digesting this non-magical windfall, the capital that the fairies of America can control is definitely not as good as that of the headquarters of the European Gringotts Wizarding Bank. In other words, their blood bars will be better than those of European fairies. They are shorter a lot. Therefore, after analysis by Leos and other senior goblin investment masters, there will only be two in the end. 1. The American goblin could not support this tragic currency grinder and chose to use the market share advantage of its first entry to pierce the false prosperity of the ruble in advance, form a currency shrinkage in a short time, and earn capital to leave. 2. The headquarters of Gringotts Wizarding Bank, through capital investment regardless of cost, gradually controlled the profit and loss reversal button, and quietly waited for the American goblins to come out to clean up when the capital chain broke, debts broke out, and they were about to die. Endgame, and complete the final winner chase takes all. At the same time, in Hogwarts, the defense against the dark arts professor's office. The same dialogue and analysis sounded in this bad place just not long after changing the owner. Elena quietly helped the old man analyze while eating the fresh black caviar Grindelwald brought back from Ukraine. The situation I still don't understand, little girl. Grindelwald rubbed his eyebrows and tried to digest the financial knowledge class that teacher Elena had just finished, and his wrinkled face was full of confusion and worry. Since everything is profitable by fairies, doesn't it mean that we are all sending money to fairies these days? From the current situation, it seems like this after all. This is the most basic law of capital plundering, gathering enough chips, manipulating the free market, harvesting dividends and exiting the market perfectly. This is a classic technique that has been repeated countless times. Elena nodded carelessly, licked the silver spoon in her hand carefully, and said softly, "But the above 2 points, and even countless points, must be based on a very important premise." The girl was sitting on the desk, kicking her calf in midair, shaking the spoon in her hand gently. Whether it is depreciation or appreciation, currency must still have circulation attributus. In other words, it needs to ensure that it is still a special commodity that exists in the market, not. The 536th chapter is extremely cold storm. The ruble of the former Soviet Union was once one of the most influential currencies in the world. Any financial scholar who studies the history of world currency will inevitably spend a considerable amount of energy and time to review and study the overall situation of the ruble scam. As a master of quantitative economics, Elena will naturally not miss this part of the content. Compared with the so-called profit, what she has is not only the result itself, but more importantly, thanks to the attitude of carefully listening to lectures in class that year, Elena is almost the only person in this era who has seen all the behind thousands. Due to the unprepared disintegration of the Soviet Union, and without preparation and market supervision, all the countries of the former Soviet Union entered the market economy reform process of financial liberalization almost overnight, and the ruble went directly from the original without any buffer. The fixed exchange rate was transformed into a dual exchange rate system, and the US dollar officially began to enter the market. Immediately afterwards, after the decision of the summit of the 7 Western countries headed by the United States, the kind and generous people of the free world will successively send 20 to 30 billion US dollars to Russia, Ukraine and other countries in the next few years. Such long-term assistance loans used in any field that can stabilize market finance except for physical industrial investment. As a testimony of friendship and to better guide the use of this batch of funds, American economist Jeffrey Sachs proposed a genius economic improvement plan, the 500-day private plan, which is often said by later generations, shock therapy. According to the bright prospects he described to the Yeltsin government and the Russian people, this is an extremely fair and great decision. The original state-owned enterprises of the former Soviet Union will be divided equally among everyone, and every citizen of the former Soviet Union will receive an additional state-owned assets worth 100,000 to 150,000 rubles if they do nothing. Of course, yes, in the form of state-owned enterprise shareholding reform and securitization. Stimulated by windfall wealth, the people of the former Soviet Union quickly forgot the bear that fell on the snowy night last year, waving the booked huge wealth in their hands and denominated in Soviet rubles, and fell into the carnival of the whole people. At the same time, the capitals who had been looking around for a long time rushed in. Gringotts, the United States, foreign private institutions through high-interest deposits and huge bribes to officials of various countries, a large number of ruble deposits and securitized state-owned enterprises wandering on the land of the former Soviet Union were eaten. Just as Elena once did, while absorbing and grabbing the market share of the ruble, they borrowed rubles from the financial institutions of the former Soviet Union in various ways, and promised that they would never return their high interest. Then, when the time is right, join forces to destroy the exchange rate of the ruble and complete the most classic empty glove white wolf bridge segment in currency history. Of course, this is the story of the past, or it can be said that in the minds of Gringotts fairies, the future should happen 2 months after the start of shock therapy, that is, at the end of February after the disintegration of the Soviet Union. The breeze caused by a butterfly flapping its wings in the world finally formed a chilling storm that made people tremble. Gringotts Wizarding Bank, Diagon Alley, London. The venture capital department located deep underground, the backup archives that had been closed under the order of elderly Urs was opened again. Deputy Director Bauge shuttled among the files flying all over the sky, calculating something eloquently in his mouth, and his expression was a little crazy. As more and more documents were taken apart by this middle-aged fairy, the look on his face became more and more terrifying. The buttons of the elegant suit had been roughly torn apart. After a long time, Bogo finally piled up like a hill. In the document, he turned to the end of his preset time, August 1, 1991. On this day, no major exchange business occurred. Hey, he. Bouge glanced at the empty file location, lowered his head and glanced at the calculated value in his hand. The whole goblin seemed to be tens of years old for an instant, staring blankly at the white paper scattered around. His eyes lost their expression for an instant. As the deputy director of the Gringotts Venture Capital Department, who is mainly responsible for risk accounting and internal audit, even if he does not have the authority to directly view the overall financial statements of Gringotts Wizarding Bank, he can still pass various values and valuation coefficients to predict the current ancient times, Linge's current cash range, as well as foreign exchange reserves and debt ratio. A few months have passed. Due to the original mortgage agreement with Hogwarts, Gringotts Wizarding Bank's golden Jialong cash flow should have entered a monetary tightening situation, otherwise there will be a serious capital chain break. Risks of, but these days, the Gringotts Fairy Elder Council is still continuously approving the expansion of capital investment. Instead of using the foreign exchange reserves of non-magical nations such as rubles to fill it, if Bogo remembers correctly, the mortgage agreement signed by the Fairy Elder Council and Hogwarts at the time, except for 400 million gold gallons, most of the loan amount was paid in mull currencies such as US dollars and British pounds. It stands to reason that Gringotts will not directly bear this debt, but after drawing a high commission, it will go to the non-magical world to exchange it. Moreover, based on the principle of prudent preservation, they should establish a hedge in the rubly golden gallandelaire exchange rate to ensure that the commission and loan interest they draw will not be affected by market exchange rate fluctuations. However, just a few hours ago, Andy Serkis, the young goblin who had hosted Albus Dumbledore, told him that Gringotts' non-magical currency cash reserves had been stored as early as a week after the start of the war. It was exhausted, and all their expenditures in the previous month were directly settled and exchanged in Jinjialong. It's just that because the risk audit warning is removed, unless there is too much premium, it will not show any abnormality. Moreover, the words of Jinjialong are definitely not enough. In addition, the mull bank and investment institutions that Gringotts Wizarding Bank previously held secretly in the non-magical world have also invested capital in this crazy competition. But the most important thing is, click. The door of the archive room that opened to the outside suddenly closed. The noisy office area outside was instantly blocked by a thick magical protective gate, and a familiar old voice came from behind Bouge, who was sitting on the ground, with a bit of chill. It's amazing. Bogo, you deserve to be Douglas Deputy. Leos leaned on a cane, standing beside the closed door of the archives room, and said in a complex tone, "Since you started investigating the funds of Gringotts, we have guessed that you will find it, right? It was discovered that the Council of Elders took risks for profit in the mortgage contract a few months ago, omitting the exchange and the hedging process. Why, and where did the Jinjialong we use now come from?" The goblin Bouge slumped on the spot, without turning his head. His voice was extremely dry. "You are the deputy director of the venture capital department. Do I still need to answer these questions?" The so-called total war is naturally using the entire Gringotts gold and the small pieces of paper from the mull vault. Leos' wrinkled and spotted old face moved and pulled out a distorted ugly smile. "As long as this chaos ends, these costs can be flattened, and in fact, we will also be the final winners, and those traitors and American mulls will do the same. Otherwise they have left the playground a long time ago. Elder, this will cause problems." "This does not meet." Bouge opened his mouth and let out a weak moan like someone rescued from falling into the water. Leos gave a cold snort and paused hard with his cane. "What's not in line? Bogo, I think you and Douglas have been influenced too much by those stupid mulls and wizards, blindly learning mull financial concepts, and even our fairy traditions have forgotten. The rightful owner of anything is its maker. not its purchaser. Since we cast Jinjialong, all Jinjialong should belong to our fairies, and the gold circulating outside is only temporary for wizards. It's just on at such an important juncture. I won't let a weak fellow like you destroy the Battle of Gringotts. Notify the Venture Capital Department that Deputy Director Bouch is unwell and needs to rest for a while. A coldness flashed in Leo's eyes, and he waved his hand decisively. Standing beside the fairy elders, the few goblins in scarlet uniforms walked up silently and stood in front of Bogo. The scene that took place in the office of the head of the Gringotts Venture Capital Department several weeks ago, as if it had been cast a weird spell, once again repeated itself in this backup archive room full of information. In the investment department office area just across the door, thousands of fairies are still enthusiastically implementing various investment plans, and copies of the former Soviet state-owned enterprise bonds have been registered by the Gringotts fairies. Astronomy, the digital ruble deposit, is beating up every second, and all the fairies are gearing up to look forward to the day when the bear meat is harvested. Ask for leave. The elderly at home encountered some emergencies, and we are dealing with them. Sorry. Chapter 537 General Gringotts Wizarding Bank, deep underground, vault number 997. Although it looks no different from many of the highest level private vaults around it, it is actually the only special area that cannot be directly opened by the fairy magic Gringotts Fairy Prison. Of course, generally speaking, the frequency of use here is not high, because according to the customs and values of the fairies, after most fairies make mistakes, detaining them is a very cost-effective behavior. The Red Hat Execution Department and exile are the most common ways to deal with them. As the former head of the Gringotts Venture Capital Department, even Leos of the Fairy Elder Council is not eligible to directly impose additional judgments on Douglas in addition to temporary dismissal, and can only be temporarily detained and waited for trial later. Therefore, Douglas has been under house arrest in this area since his dismissal. Along with him, there were several die-hard goblin clerks he had brought up with his own hands before, and the intern who happened to be thinking of him to report to work when Elder Leos broke into the office. Garraway. Kess. Mr. Douglas, it is said that we have a full-scale war with the traitors in America. Gary Vickers glanced at the guard standing at the door, and looked carefully at the man who had never handled or discussed any Gringotts decision since entering here, smoking a cigar and studying Maleconomics books alone. Former supervisor. It should have been war long ago. Now Douglas shook his head, a trace of mockery flashed across his face. Yes, but, click. Click, click. Before Gary Vickers reorganized his language, the mechanical metal door that was sealed by multiple magics not far away made the sound of gears and chains rubbing against each other, and a small crack appeared under the front door that had been closed for nearly 2 months. Immediately afterwards, a small figure was pushed in by 2 goblin guards, and the door quickly closed again. Bogo? I don't know yet. You count me on my side. Douglas raised his eyes to see the new prisoner in the small prison, closed the book in his hand, set up a cigar with his fingers, and slowly spit out a round white smoke ring, a bit of surprise in his tone. Those old men treat their intelligence personnel this way. This is not Gringotts style. At the moment when he saw Elder Leos, Douglas was almost 90% sure, and reported to the Elder Fairy Council about the follow-up decision of the Venture Capital Department, and the person who prompted the Gringotts group of old men to directly intervene was the Deputy Director Bogo. According to Douglas' idea, Bogo, who succeeded in the rebellion, was either digesting the fruits of victory or conducting financial accounting under the command of Elder Leos, instead of appearing here as a prisoner like him. Mr. Douglas, you know, I've never been loyal to anyone. Bouch patted the dust on his body, slowly got up from the ground, and shook his head with a wry smile. As the Deputy Minister responsible for the internal control of major risks in Gringotts, I must always maintain absolute neutrality and objectiveness. All risk assessments are based on the interests of the Goblin tribe and the interests of the entire Gringotts as a starting point. Some of your previous words, indeed out of the box. I just turned on the risk warning reminder according to the usual practice. Oh, so this time, You selflessly report yourself. Douglas grinned open, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, and his expression was full of mockery. Bouge sighed lightly, and after a few seconds of silence, he said slowly, "It's not actually. I was secretly removed from my job. It's a little different from you. It's called vacation recuperation." Secret dismissal. Interesting. Douglas raised his eyebrows, the cigar in his hand trembled, and he repeated it, his expression gradually becoming serious. "Tell me what happened." "Now, there is a problem with cash flow, Gringotts. We have begun to pay out gold." "Pay gold? What kind of gold?" "It's the ones that the wizards keep in the bank's underground vault." "I know it's Jinjialong in the underground vault." "Isn't this normal? Any bank must use a part of depositors' deposits, otherwise our cost of funds will soar all the way to an extremely terrible point." "This is not us." "What is the significance of the venture capital department?" "What do you want to say?" "Different." Bouge shook his head bitterly, and briefly explained the conclusions he had drawn in the archives and the calculated inferences. If he was less than half confident before, then as Eldelios appeared at that moment, everything turned into a cold fact that could hardly be questioned. After more than 10 years of cooperation, although the concept is different, Douglas has already formed a very high degree of understanding in the transfer of work and information reporting with BOGO. He just listened to it once, and he had already sketched it in his mind, out of the overall picture. In this huge financial slaughterhouse that can affect all social life in the world, the European Gringotts Wizarding Bank, which seems to have the most capital, may have changed from diners to delicacies in advance because of a greed a few months ago. But fortunately, as long as there is no large-scale run, if it is just a pure struggle, Gringotts will still. The money paid to Hogwarts. Paracelsus. The first equity requirement for mankind. Standing by the side, Gary Vickers, who quietly listened to the conversation between the 2 dismissed bosses, frowned in confusion. Strange, isn't the mark carried by that half-blood which at the beginning belonged to Grindelwald and Dumbledore? Why did it involve the alchemist who had disappeared for hundreds of years? And she had asked about equity long ago. Is the matter? Yeah, what are you talking about? Douglas suddenly stopped the conversation with BOGO, and slowly turned his head. His eyes swayed on the face of the fairy trainee. A fierce expression appeared on his face as if he was about to eat a fairy, and he said in a deep voice, "Didn't the deal a few months ago we signed directly with the legal heir to Hogwarts?" "No. At first, Dumbledore brought a little witch to Gringotts to exchange for Jinjialong, and I personally received it, and all subsequent contracts were signed by the little witch as an intermediary." The talker was a half-blood little witch. From the Jinjialong in her hands, I smell the veils under the protection of the wizard. Faced with Douglas' suddenly terrifying gaze, Gary Vickers swallowed nervously. "Is there any problem, Director Douglas?" "That's just a little guy who was pushed to the front desk." In addition to silly waving mole currency to ask some basic questions, he would only recite what Dumbledore taught her in advance. "That's it. Stupid little guy." "I suspect now that we are the idiots." Douglas twitched his cheeks, exchanged a look with the uncertain BOGO beside him, and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Gary Vickers, I hope you can repeat all the conversations, surrounding scenes, questions she asked, and the expressions of all the people involved in it at the time as completely as possible." Glancing at the former head of the venture capital department who looked so gloomy as the eve of a rainstorm, Gary Vickers nodded in a panic, trying to remember the failed investment that happened a few months ago, and began to talk in pieces. "At the time, I heard that Dumbledore was coming to Gringotts for business, and he paid gold coins to win. It's a pity that she is actually a first-year freshman. She is a curious little girl who doesn't even know about the Soviet wizards." She also asked Dumbledore why there are Russian wizards here. "Gringotts is not only for British wizards." She asked if Gringotts could exchange rubles, and if there is any loan business. This kind of basic stupid question, I naturally disdain to answer. The greedy Andy Serkins started quickly and accepted the consultation fee from that little girl. Yes, that wizard boy's AI has something very interesting. "Time is Jinjialong, my friend." The first time I heard this sentence, I thought she was raised by a fairy. That evening, she came back to Gringotts again, and Sirkins and I received her. As you know, that is a big deal. I am naturally not qualified to participate. It is said that she asked a lot of strange little questions. The last question seems to be whether Gringotts is a shareholding system. In the voice of Gary Wicks talking and adding from time to time. Time slowly passed. It has been almost half a year since I first met Elena Kaslana. However, until this time, some demons finally accumulated enough power to pierce the level of normality that was neglected intentionally or unintentionally. Several or more goblins were fiercely removed from their visions for a better future, pulled back. Russia, Ukraine, because the government was unable to pay the deposit. The third demand for food imports was again terminated. The trend of global food production reduction has not improved, and the granaries that were stored in the former Soviet Union have officially run out. Meat has begun to become an extremely rare supply. A completely open market economy makes the price of a bag of potatoes and vodka even more expensive than a new car that has just been bought for 2 years, provided that someone is willing to sell it to you. Food words. A kind of extremely depressed, extremely hesitant cloud began to diffuse among the crowd. At the same time, the magic world, a gossip that came from nowhere, gradually began to spread. The mysterious man is not dead, and the world may become messy again. It is best to take a little ginger along and put it at home in advance, so as not to be accidentally injured when shopping on the streets outside. Gringotts has received the news, ready to start restricting withdrawals. At this time, Elena was in the warm Gryffindor common room, facing the wizard chess challenge of the Weasleys, and under the advice of Hermione, Luna and others, she tried her best to contend with the boys' camp. A few heads of mine. When the game of chess is over, they will continue to discuss the content of the next issue of Hogwarts on the bite of the tongue. After Christmas ended, she gradually discovered from the guidance of Dumbledore and Grindelwald a lot of fun of playing carefree with her friends. And the joy and excitement outside the castle continued. Whether it is the majority of the people in the former Soviet Union who have received dividends from state-owned enterprises, or the Yeltsin government that has just received a loan of $24 billion from the good friend of Russia Bush Sr., the two fairies and the capital hot money with lips waiting to be served. In this magical time period, the air of the world is filled with a happy atmosphere. Outdoor good time left for most people may not be much. And in the second half of the night when the dream was over, some people who slept not so deeply had actually awakened from the dream in advance, desperately watching the cold in the dark room gradually spread, and finally formed a strange and hideous appearance. Hogwarts, Gryffindor common room. Elena moved the queen to take the last move, with an innocent smile on her face, and said softly, "Checkmate." Chapter 538. The Eve of Dawn. Leos, what's going on? Don't you say that everything is under control? You elders, the original decision to directly take the Hogwarts contract was voted on by the whole Council of Elders. Since something like that has happened, it is naturally something you should have understood that the capital chain might break. Before that, every financial war we participated in was won in this way. Leos clenched his fist, coughed twice on his mouth. His face was no longer as cold as before. The specific financial statements in this regard have been removed from the archives by me in advance. This is also to prevent people with ulterior motives from using Gringotts' emptiness to make trouble before this, except for the former deputy head of the venture capital department, Bouge. Besides, no one is aware of the cash flow problems so far. Perhaps in these days, some people will notice that Bogo's mental state is not right, and the news of Bogo's suspension from work today will inevitably trigger some more discussions. But fortunately, Bogo and I have always been cautious. Even if some of the accounting abnormalities were detected before, I would not publicize it until a conclusion is reached. Of course, I guess he might have some fluke at first, but as the amount of capital investment increased during this period, even if he didn't go through the files, he would feel some of the problems thanks to Bao with these actions of we can be regarded as patching up the last loopholes. After that, if someone comes to investigate, we won't be able to find any clues. Is that so? At the huge ring-shaped fairy Elder Council table, the Elder Gloin frowned, his sharp and long nails tapped gently on the table, and a slightly hesitant gloomy expression flashed across the old cheeks. Very well done, Leos, you have lived up to the trust that the Gringotts Council has placed in you. The Gringotts Fairy Elder Council, this is the core class that has secretly controlled the direction of the fairy clan for thousands of years. It is not so much a high-level advisory group, as it is the ruling layer that has been hidden in the dark since the Fairy King was killed by a human wizard. Leos, who was born as the former minister of the Venture Capital Department, was not qualified to join this level. However, the Gringotts Fairy Elder Council took into account the outstanding performance of Leos in those financial investments more than 100 years ago, and on the other hand, considering that the resources in his hands have gradually reached the hands of the elders. Some shares of Gringotts made him the 13th elder of the Fairy Elder Council. But Chief Elder Groin groaned for a few seconds, and exchanged glances with the two old fairies around him, crossing his slender and thin fingers, and whispering slowly. After all, it caused some people's hearts to float, whether it is Douglas or Bogo. Both of them are elite goblins pulled up by Leos with one hand. Although Leos has now followed the advice of the Gringotts Elder Council to deal with these two dangerous signs, he has returned to the position of the helm of the Venture Capital Department and has experienced several war bets that shocked the world. They all know how disturbing the ambition and gambling nature of the young Fairy 13 Elder at the end of the round table are. What are you going to do with those little guys who raise objections or spy on secrets? Just as I reported to you in the Council of Elders, I immediately removed them from their posts, completely blocked the news, sealed up their workplaces, destroyed all draft documents, and controlled them all in vault number 997. But they will come out after all, and wait until the situation subsides. Groin frowned, sighed slowly, looked at Leos meaningfully, and didn't speak anymore. The situation of these days has given them a very bad feeling, as if some extremely dangerous force has been secretly peeping at the gold in the Gringotts vault, and after careful consideration, it ended up in Venture Capital Department of the body. As the only bank in the magic world, the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, which has the rights to mint and issue coins, and shares in dozens of large commercial banks, should have no opponents unless the threat comes from themselves. The empty and cold underground hall fell into a weird silence. The 12 fairy elders who controlled the actual operation of Gringotts stopped talking and what they were doing, and turned their eyes to the youngest 13 who stood at the end of the round table. Elders, I understand. Leos grinned, showing sharp teeth, and replied softly without changing his expression. Since Douglas and the others have abandoned the interests of the Gringotts goblins, they are not worth continuing to consume our precious resources. Don't worry, I will take care of all this. They won't be troublesome for you anymore. That is naturally the best. After this incident is over, you can give Raz the position in charge. After all, it seems that he is suitable. As for you, the Gringotts Council will reward you 1% to 5% based on the final income. Equity. Yes, then I'm going to clear the storage space of the 997 vault. Leo bent over respectfully and walked out slowly with his gain. Before receiving the emergency meeting of the Gringotts Fairy Elders, he had already imagined the worst situation in advance. After all, the world has become too fast over the years. Whether it is fairies or muggles, they have not done a good job completely. Preparation. As for the result now, for him, it was not wasted his efforts for nearly 100 years. Walking out of the cold and spacious underground council hall, not far away is their hub channel leading to the Venture Capital Department, Overseas Strategy Department, Heritage Survey Department and other core departments. For thousands of years, the Gringotts Fairy Council at the core has been like a heart that never stops. It keeps sending orders to the departments in all directions, driving the stubborn existence of the fairy in the world. Therefore, when Leos received the notice more than 100 years ago, Standing at this fork, the sense of accomplishment and pride in his heart can be imagined as a goblin of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, being able to set foot in the ranks of the Council of Elders and hope to become the last in charge is arguably the greatest dream and luck of all fairies. But at this moment, he stroked the gold coin carving on the stick, feeling cold and tranquil in his heart. Whether it is the Gringotts Council of Elders, the goblin traitors in North America, the selfish and short-sighted idiots of the venture capital department. If you can give him another 200 years, Leos may have the confidence to slowly take the position of chief elder, and spend the rest of his life to change everything. However, there is not much time left for him and the fairies. The wizarding civilization is gradually declining, and magic is slowly dying. As a longevity species, Leos can clearly foresee that in the next 100–200 years, maybe a little longer, but the collision between the non-magical world and the magical world will definitely happen. At that time, the fairy who controls the commonwealth of the two worlds will be the first to be eaten. War needs profit, war needs fuel, and goblins, it happens to have both. The elves of America saw all this, so they chose to surrender, pressing all the future between the thoughts of the bureaucrats of the Magic Congress of the United States. Fortunately, they have a second choice. Elder Leos, we have been waiting, shall we go? Two goblins in dark red magic armor came to Leos, nodded respectfully, and said dully, each fairy holds a scythe stained with black and red traces in their hands. Unlike the yellow-green skin of common goblins, these two fairy skins are extremely dark, and there is a faint smell of sulfur when they speak. Heliopa does exist, but they are not the secret army of stupid wizards and bureaucrats, but the secret executioner of Gringotts. Okay, let's go. I also have something to say to my former men and students. Leos nodded, showing an indifferent smile, and a flash of heat flashed in his eyes. As in the past, when facing the short mole-born mole from Corsica, he resolutely completed Gringotts' greatest war investment in history, and earned money from the future. A 100-year-old fairy can still stand tall after several rebellions. And now, Leos touched the small woman's purse in his arms. The Devil's Contract. Chapter 529. Leos did not leave too much time to react. Accompanied by the appearance of two goblin execution officers, and a magic minor cart coming along the track from the darkness, Leos got into the car without changing his face. Heliopa was sitting in the front row, and the other was sitting next to him, the scythe in his hand knocking lightly on the carriage. The unnamed Heliopa made a low voice, like coal rubbing against metal. Gringotts Vault No. 997 cleanup work. Immediately afterwards, the magic minor cart suddenly started, getting faster and faster, turning around along the maze-like corridor. The sound of the car clicking and the sound of the wind whistling in the tunnel were mixed together, as if it were walking through a certain giant beast. In the abdominal cavity, Leos looked at the receding stalactites above his head in silence, and began to wonder if he would be crowned the stupidest elder in Gringotts history after his death. Perhaps without doubt, no matter if he succeeds whether or not this will be his end. This is the result that has already been determined during the first discussion. Soon, they descended to the depths of Gringotts, and the magic minor cart stopped at the door of the fairy prison. In the middle of the road leading to this special vault, a curtain of water poured on the ground. This is the thief-proof waterfall that Gringotts is most proud of. It will wash away all spells and all magic disguise. Once the intruder is not authorized, the Gringotts wizard above the bank will directly activate the defense mechanism. And behind the never-ending curtain of water is the fairy prison where Douglas and others are held. Leos stepped out of the magic minecart and took a deep breath through the curtain of water. Fortunately, the pale pink lady's purse was still lying quietly in his coat, without any changes. As for the two Heliopas had already walked outside the door at this time, touched the metal door, and began to communicate with the internal guards to open the door. The old goblin let out a sigh of relief. The last level passed smoothly. As the secret prison at the core of Gringotts, the protection measures here are already quite strict, and with the increase of prisoners in the past few months, The Fairy Elder Council has sent additional manpower to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Leos and the two Heliopers walked through the gate towards the inside, secretly counting the number of guards in scarlet uniforms. All the magic torches around have been ignited, and all the prisoners have been gathered in the center of the vault, including Glass, the former chief pipeline of the Venture Capital Department, Boge, the deputy director, and the other core managers of the Venture Capital Department. Most of them are responsible for all areas of the Gringotts Venture Capital Department. They belong to the die-hard elite of the Douglas faction. Of course, there are also interns Gary Vickers and Sirkins who were accidentally hit by Caillou, and floating in front of all the fairies is an execution decision signed directly by the Fairy Elders Association, which is full of 13 floral signatures of dragons and phoenixes, and each of them is flowing with a shallow magical brilliance. Douglas just glanced at the execution book, then looked at the old goblin standing not far in front of him, and asked calmly, "So, is it over here?" In these days, he has conceived countless times how to persuade the Presbyterian Church, how to turn around in the next desperate situation, how to expose the crisis that Gringotts is about to face, and how to use his last voice to sound the alarm. However, Douglas only waited for the secret execution decision. Obviously, the old guys in the Gringotts Fairy Elder Council would not give him this opportunity. In the past few months, the deputy head of the Venture Capital Department, who had lost almost a circle of weight, glanced at the parchment in front of him again, frowned and closed his eyes, took a deep breath, as predicted in his mind before, said softly, "Dear Elder Leos, I accept all penalties from the Council of Elders, but I hope you can give me 15 minutes to hear me report some of the conclusions summarized by the Venture Capital Department during this period. Even if it is, as your former student and deputy, my last request." Unfortunately, time is limited. Leos grinned and shook his head regretfully. "Besides, I don't think you can provide much useful information, so in the next time, it is better to listen to my old guys talk for the last time, right?" Having said this, Leos turned his head and glanced at the two goblin execution officers standing beside him. The two Helioper exchanged glances, nodded immediately, and muttered, "At most 10 minutes. This is the request of the Great Elder." 10 minutes? It doesn't take that long. In fact, there are only a few words. Leos leaned on his cane, waved his hand, walked in front of Douglas, and looked at the middle-aged goblin he had pulled and cultivated with one hand, with a look of dismay and complexity in his eyes. "What you want to say is nothing more than a run-on crisis and a wrong entry time. This is a financial war that is doomed to fail and will drag Gringotts into the elusive vortex. I think about it. Maybe there is a wizard conspiracy, the stupidity and corruption of the non-magical government. Oh, yes, and the greed and madness of the Presbyterian Church." Leos chuckled lightly, and poked the roll of parchment floating beside Douglas with his skinny fingers. "I already know all of this, even earlier than you know if you have to say it, roughly 4 or 5 months ago. Yes, your judgment is correct. The goblin is heading for destruction. Therefore, those guys in America chose to betray, lick the boots of wizards, and voluntarily surrendered to the Magic Congress of the United States, hoping to have the opportunity to become the second house elf. After all, we are calculating accounts and building magic weapons. There are still some merits, isn't it?" An ugly smile twisted on the wrinkled face of the old fairy elder, and continued, "Fairies are not the opponents of wizards after all. This era already belongs to humans. Whether it is the non-magical world or the magical world that controls the world, it may be difficult for us to have a foothold hundreds of years, or thousands of years. After that, all magical creatures will become animals, just like captive Vales, or fire dragons that have become beasts. Is this the idea of the Council of Elders? The last one is desperate." Douglas laughed sarcastically, his eyes full of disappointment. "Yes." Leos nodded calmly, and his gaze flicked over the surrounding fairies. "Only a traitor would betray the interests of Gringotts and fairies, betray the Council of the Elders, betray Gringotts, and defect to a certain mixed race. Little v, at a price that is unacceptable for all kinds of fairy traditions, to continue the existence of the fairy. And you are the only few traitors that I found in Gringotts. The old fairy's voice was not high, however. Following Leos' words, the entire vault fell silent for an instant. Perhaps the two Heliopers who were execution officers could not understand the meaning of Leos' words for the time being, but these elite goblins who had experienced decades of experience in the venture capital department all vaguely heard what Leos said. Deep meaning. Especially, there seems to be a silver-white shadow named Elena Kaslana, the beginning of all events. Teacher, we are about to be executed. After a long silence, Douglas shook the picture and said slowly, as the entire vault suddenly fell into tranquility, the two execution officers finally noticed something wrong, and they clenched the scythes in their hands, looked carefully at the fairies standing not far away, and walked over quickly. Elder Leos, the time is up, go back. There is no eternal existence in this world, and every living creature has a passing day. No one can be an exception. It's just for you. Not today. Leos shook his head, showing a painful smile, fumbled for a pink woman's purse from his arms, and a wave of magic waved. You know, this mullbag cost me 30 silver coins. Damn. Leos, what do you want? The expressions of the two Helioper goblins changed, and flames rose from their bodies, and they flew forward quickly. However, before the execution officers approached, Elder Leos turned around and opened the pale pink lady's purse, shaking to the side. His eyes seemed to be burning with two hot flames. Fulfill your promises, demons from the destiny. Help me take these children out. The next moment, accompanied by a few dazzling magic beams, and a clear and loud spell sound. Forget it all. There are so many obstacles. Faint. Several wizards appeared in the vault in the depths of the Gringer, headed by a young man with wavy blonde hair, wearing a blue robe like a forget-me-not flower, and a hearty smile. Oh, I didn't expect that there is such a mutant fairy who can make fire. I will definitely make fire next book, the wizard said with a smile half-jokingly, while casually raising his wand. He pointed flexibly at the Helioper who was leaping on the right. Forget it all. The 540th chapter Fairy Queen. That's it. Douglas glanced ironically at the volume of execution orders he held in his hand, and then looked at the magical battle in the vault that was about to come to an end. The fairies wanted his life, and the wizard instead. I wanted to save him. Is this in your plan, Mr. Leos? Along with Douglas' question, all the fairies present turned their heads and looked at the old fairies they had never seen through. They fell into silence for a while. After a while, Leos sighed and shook his head. Plan? This is the fate of the Gringotts goblin. Leo slightly tapped the roll of parchment signed with the signatures of 13 fairy elders, his tone a little tired. Whether it is the Fairy Elder Council or the general trend of the world, all I can do is to guess, predict, and prepare for the worst in advance. Unfortunately, most of these preparations have been played. Function. If nothing else, this is the last opportunity for the goblin to fight for equality and freedom. It sounds a bit tempting. Douglas took the last cigar out of his arms, rubbed his nails, and ignited the cigar with some magical sparks, and let out a burst of smoke leisurely. The diffuse white smoke quickly dispersed, enveloping him and Leos. But what is the price? The sound echoed in the smoke, as if it had encountered an invisible barrier. All this, the entire Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Feeling the smoke lingering around him, Leo's eyes flashed with satisfaction and the corners of his mouth raised. Times have changed, and the decadent Fairy Elder Council can no longer allow us to continue. Fairies must make some changes. I hope you can pass this once-in lifetime opportunity to swallow Gringotts in one go. If you and our internal and external cooperation, coupled with external funds, it is really not difficult to achieve. Facing Leos with his scorching eyes, Douglas raised his eyebrows non-committal and asked in confusion. It's just that if we want to choose this path, how do we differ from the traitors in America who surrender to wizards? It's just a change of allegiance, and we still can't escape the fate of being a slave. No, You are all loyal to Elena Kaslana alone. Leos grinned, raised his fingers and shook it lightly, saying meaningfully, when we meet again, I hope you can bring back an absolutely dictatorial queen for Gringotts and the fairies, instead of some scattered and arguing complex human forces. You said let a human wizard become the queen of Gringotts. For so many years, no one is more suitable than her. At the same time, she is sheltered by Grindelwald and Dumbledore, controls the transfer of thousands of wizards, and manipulates the wealth that is enough to subvert a continent with lightweight. The most important thing is, she is younger than everyone, crazier, and more likely to change the world. As for what you worry about, the old fairy coughed lightly, and thoughtfully squeezed the light pink lady's purse in his hand. Envy, greed, suspicion, fear, this is what we have seen when dealing with most humans for thousands of years. The other half of the blood flowing in her will inevitably become attacked at some point. The focus. Inevitable. A dangerous smile appeared on Leo's face, and his voice became softer. This is an attribute she was born with and can never be changed. In order to protect herself, she has only two choices: stand on our side, use divided wizard power to fight against wizards, or become a real the queen. The smoke cleared, and Leos took the initiative to end the conversation. Reasonable and intelligent people know how to change themselves to adapt to the environment. Only those stupid and crazy guys will try to change the environment to adapt to themselves. But history has always been created by the latter kind of people. He is too old. Rather than brazenly competing with young people for the ticket to the new world, it is better to stay in this wooden building that is about to collapse and break the dangerous beams that have been wormed to pieces and let the flames burn more vigorous. Most of the wizards who sneaked into the Gringotts came from the elites who had been closed at the Nikolaev shipyard not long ago. Except for Gidro Lockhart, who temporarily joined the Destiny group, they are all veterans of the magic world who have experienced the first wizarding war of the year, whether they are loyalty or ability. According to Elena's classification, it is roughly at the forefront of Hogwarts professorial level. Even Lockhart, who used to be a little unreliable, after 3 months of intensive magic practice and dozens of older wizards taking turns in training, now it seems like a completely different person, exuding an affinity smile, with a trace of self-confidence and competence that I didn't have before. Therefore, as the attack signal was issued, the unprepared Gringotts goblin guards and executive officers did not even have time to issue a decent resistance, and they were all firmly controlled by the wizards with magic. Thanks to the confidential work over the past few months, before Lockhart could speak, the wizards had already begun to consciously clean up the traces of the battle, isolate the external alarm, and then gathered together to discuss the false memories that should be implanted, and the location of the time period that needs to be erased. The whole process is smooth and flowing, without the slightest confusion. After a while, Leos and the 2 goblin execution officers left the fairy prison. In the vault behind them, more than a dozen fairy corpses who were declared to be executed lay quietly on the ground. The guards who remained were skilled in cleaning up bloodstains and piled up the remains of these prisoners. At the same time, pushed to the side of the fire dragon raised in the vault next door, which can be regarded as saving a small meal of feeding expenses. Since the execution was over, Leos appeared to be extremely silent. After returning to the hall of the Fairy Elder Council located in the heart of Gringotts, and after briefly reporting the cleanup work with the 2 Heliopers, all the fairies' elders nodded with satisfaction, comforting and encouraging Leo. After a few words, he finally let go of the anxiety that had lingered in his heart before. After this series of events, the influence left by Leos in the venture capital department has almost been wiped out. Even if this financial war is still coordinated by him, there will be no more situations beyond the control of the Council of Elders. After half a day, located in the uppermost level of the Gringotts underground vault, belonging to the lowest level, in the vault of the Weasley family that had no protection except a key, a light pink lady's purse appeared silently. Arthur Weasley, who worked at the Ministry of Magic Department of Prohibition of Multiplies, did not choose to go home after get off work. I bought a gingy along, 30 silver sykes, and an ordinary lady's wallet, and then went to the Lion bookstore next to him and bought a copy of Gidro Lockhart's Guide. Lockhart teaches you to clear family pests. I wandered back home. Chapter 541. Life is like a play. Outside the village of Ottery Street, Catchpole, England, Arthur Weasley returned home and intimately hugged his wife, who was still busy in the kitchen. Taking advantage of the time before the dinner started, I casually found an excuse, wandered out of the main entrance, and came to the sorcerer colony centered on the Lovegood house not far away, which had just been established for less than half a year. Nearby. In the past month, he has actually been working at the Ministry of Magic for less than half a day every day. For more time, he has been participating in another superlarge magic project that has subverted his values, but is incredibly seductive. In order to avoid Mrs. Weasley's worry, he had to be extra cautious. Even if he occasionally went out to discuss matters, he was also an excuse to visit the Lovegood house next door and join the editor-in-chief Xenophilus Lovegood, chat and consolidate the friendship, and thank the devil for supporting the children of the Weasley family. In fact, with Arthur Weasley's caution, he would not have been easily involved in such troublesome things. But, Arthur, you are here. You have been working hard these days. Molly is not suspicious, right? Not far away, an old wizard with white beard and hair was standing on the edge of the street sign with his hands on his back. The dark green coat was slightly stained with some dew from the evening, and it seemed that he had been waiting on the side of the road for a long time. Behind the old wizards, dozens of middle-aged and elderly wizards from abroad happened to be busy outside their huts. Some were turning over the vegetable garden, some were decorating their doors with magic, and some were sitting, holding a telescope on the eaves to study the astrology. It looks extremely lively and peaceful, which makes people feel certain. Professor Dumbledore, sorry to keep you waiting. Molly is still cooking dinner. It's okay. Arthur Weasley walked over quickly without any hesitation. The surrounding residents can be trusted. This is the original words of Professor Dumbledore. After decades of acquaintance, Mr. Weasley would naturally not believe it. What the old man said. It's just Professor Dumbledore, you can actually go directly to the burrow. I believe Molly. Okay, Arthur. Haven't we already discussed this issue? Dumbledore smiled slightly. A gleam of light flashed on the half-moon-shaped lens, raised his hand to interrupt Arthur Weasley's words, and looked at the middle-aged man with amazing magical transformation technology in front of him. The wizard said gently, you know, it's not that I don't trust Molly. It's just that there is a slight difference between transforming an aircraft carrier and transforming a second-hand Ford. Don't worry, I will wait until everything is over. I will find an appropriate time to tell Molly in person. But Arthur Weasley suddenly had a strange thought for no reason. In case Professor Dumbledore was taking a look at Arthur Weasley, who seemed to be a little worried, Dumbledore drew his wand from his sleeve and waved it flexibly in the surrounding air a few times, and an invisible magical protection barrier opened again. The sky not far away suddenly dimmed. If someone was standing 5 meters away at this time, maybe he would not be able to see what happened here. The thin mist gradually began to spread, and it was enveloped in a few seconds. The rear area. Then, that thing, Arthur. Did you bring it back from the vault? The old man asked dignifiedly and softly, his azure blue eyes staring at Mr. Weasley's face. Of course, sorry, I'm a little distracted. Hearing Dumbledore's voice, Arthur Weasley returned to his senses. He quickly moved his eyes away from the wand in the hands of the old wizard, and quickly fumbled in his arms. His simple and honest face was a little embarrassed and awkward. Embarrassment. It was a slender and distinctive wand with a wonderful and prominent wood-knot carving. The wand was inlaid with bones and engraved with ancient characters, which can be recognized at a glance even from a distance. Albus Dumbledore's wand. As a member of the Order of the Phoenix, Mr. Weasley had seen it with his own eyes so many times. What he was thinking about just now, maybe someone can imitate Professor Dumbledore's appearance through illusion art and compound decoction. but absolutely no one has the ability to take away his wand from the hands of the most powerful wizard in the world today, even if Voldemort is resurrected. Can't do it. Looking thoughtfully at Mr. Weasley, who was distracted, Dumbledore gently stroked his fingers on the protruding wooden knot carving on the wand. A light flashed in his eyes, and he asked quietly with concern, "What's the matter, kid? Is there anything weird about me?" "It's okay. It's not your problem, Professor Dumbledore. I guess it might be because I travel back and forth between Ukraine and England frequently these days, so I'm a little tired. I'll just rest early tonight." Arthur Weasley shook his head and added silently in his heart, it seems that he would not talk to Mr. Lovegood too much in the future, so that now and then some absurd voices pop up in his own mind from time to time. After a brief pause, Mr. Weasley took out the light pink lady purse that suddenly appeared in his vault and handed it to Dumbledore. After hesitating for a few seconds, he asked curiously, "It's just that I don't understand what this is. I mean, I don't remember." "Huh? Haven't you ever opened it on the way?" The old wizard took the light pink lady's purse, glanced at Arthur Weasley, who was shaking his head, raised his eyebrows invisibly, and a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes, and said softly, "In fact, it doesn't matter even if you open it. This is a noble and far-reaching humanitarian rescue operation. Your actions have saved a lot of lives. Come out, safe." "Huh, come out, come out." Arthur Weasley repeated the sentence with some confusion, and then his eyes were rounded and he looked forward in disbelief. "Leo, Mr. Lockhart, and Mr. Mayor, why are you here?" And there are, accompanied by the voice of the old wizard, the seemingly ordinary light pink purse opened rapidly, and several figures squeezed out of it and appeared on the clearing. The advanced application of the magic extension curse, if Weasley remembered it correctly, this should be the special item Albus Dumbledore applied to the International Wizarding Federation for transformation some time ago. What makes Mr. Weasley even more puzzling is that in addition to the wizards who have been working with his mole shipyard in Ukraine, there are more than a dozen Gringotts goblins behind those wizards. His dress looks different from the clerks he usually sees in the bank. "What is this?" "Sure enough, you have been watching behind the scenes a few months ago, just like watching a clown." Douglas turned his head and glanced at the white-haired wizard standing in the night. His pupils shrunk slightly, and he murmured subconsciously. He quickly picked up his mood with a sigh, and his eyes brightened again. "Thank you for your life-saving nonsense. I don't think you would be interested in listening anyway. Let's get started. The purpose of the potatoes planted in the vast space of this wallet, and your next plans, are now. Can you tell us one by one?" After all, the spirit of the former head of Gringotts Venture Capital Department gradually returned to this fairy. Douglas looked around the surrounding wizarding town that had just been completed and said with a grin, "Time is money, my friend." "Excuse me, where is that lady?" "Well, if nothing else, she has now reached the back room through the fireplace. Just follow me." The old wizard took out a pocket watch from his arms and looked at it, and replied with a gentle expression, then turned his head to look at Gidro Lockhart and Kurt Mayer, who were standing aside, and nodded slightly. Then, "Mr. Weasley, please help me explain." "Don't worry, Professor Dumbledore, Mr. Weasley is very familiar with us." Gidro Lockhart showed a hearty smile. His eyes glided over Arthur Weasley, who was standing in the middle of the field, and accidentally landed on the book held in the wizard's hands, with a smile on his face. "Cannot help but a little more brilliant." "Oh, Arthur, I didn't expect that you actually bought my book on purpose." "It's so polite. If necessary, I can sign a name for you and write a message you want in the title of the book." Let's talk about business first, shall we?" Kurt Meyer glanced at the look of Dumbledore Grindelwald not far away, raised his arm and patted Lockhart's shoulder, who was a little excited because he had just experienced a small battle, coughed, looked at Mr. Weasley, who didn't know how to answer for a while, and said with a smile, "After all, our poor Arthur has a limited time to let the wind out at night. If you talk too long without meaning, you may have to go home and sleep on the floor tonight." Of course, I remember that after working overtime last time, he was said to be sleeping in the garage. Not far away, The night was gradually falling, and the smoke was wafting, exuding an alluring sweetness. In Hogwarts, Elena separated from her wings in front of the defense against the dark arts professor's office as usual cause she accidentally broke the Quidditch stadium with a walker in the previous game. The goal post. She needs to come here every weekend to be confined, copy sentences and learn how to control her magical abilities. After bidding farewell to Hermione and others, opened the door and entered the office of Professor Dark Defense. Elena went straight through the holographic projection of Professor Apocalypse condensed by magic at the door, walked to the burning fireplace in the room, and skillfully grabbed a handful of flu powder and sprinkled it into the fire. He cleared his throat and said clearly, "Lovegood's house." Chapter 542 Demon King's Castle. Lovegood's house, once crowded and chaotic, has now been completely renewed. With the help of the friendly neighbors around, although the Lovegood's cabin does not seem to have changed much from the outside, the spatial structure inside has been expanded by more than 3 or 4 times compared to the previous one. It was originally placed in the room. The magic printing machine was even moved directly to the small warehouse behind the hut for printing, packaging and mailing. However, Xenophilius Lovegood was not at all happy about it, and he even wanted to move a little bit, because these expanded spaces have nothing to do with him for the time being. Most of the time, this place is used as a transfer station for personnel of the Danming Group, a temporary office space, and a meeting room for the Little Devil. And as the transformation of the large ship anchored in Ukraine is coming to an end, these days, the situation of Elena going out for meetings has gradually become more frequent, and finally a fixed pattern of 2 regular meetings per week has gradually formed. This is not only to ensure the smooth completion of the closing and handover work, but also because after nearly 3 months of fermentation, the false bubbles in the countries of the former Soviet Union have reached the climax, and one step further is the cliff. According to the news from the wizards distributed in the former Soviet Union, local famines have begun to appear in Ukraine and Russia. The candy of capital has melted in every corner of this land. Under the oligarchical governments of various countries, the inside and the outside are combined. The hot money has raised a sufficient share of rubles and securities, ready to drop the butcher knife at any time. It's just that in the eyes of very few insiders, they are just slightly fatter praying mantises. Xenophilius, who was carefully proofreading the spelling of the latest issue of the Contradictory at his desk, raised his head and looked at the row of clocks hanging on the wall. According to London time, the silver-haired little devil should be coming soon. After these days of getting along, I have become more and more aware of the face of Elena Kaslana and the catastrophe that may come to this world. Xenophilius Love, who is full of justice and wisdom, Good had already made up his mind. Crackling. The flame in the fireplace turned green in an instant, a slender figure stepped out of the flame unhurriedly, and long bright silver-white hair floated slightly in the flame, and the entire living room seemed to become a little brighter all of a sudden. Elena, came so early today? Are you thirsty? I made you lemonade. Xenophilius put down the quill in his hand, stood up with a smile on his face, and used a delicate and beautiful ceramic teacup in the tray section and a steaming crystal teapot with several slices of fresh lemon in it. Wait, I think maybe you still need a little rock sugar or yellow granulated sugar today. Xenophilius put the tray on the long table in the middle of the living room, pouring hot lemonade from it, and started talking. To say, as the person who had the earliest insight into the truth and knew the most ulterior secrets, Xenophilius Lovegood had already set his position, accepted his own destiny, and became a loyal demon king. Friends and relatives. Of course, if you use Elena's words, it is called partner of justice. Moreover, according to his observations, his most precious daughter, Luna Lovegood, is almost in the shape of this white-haired dumpling. If he wants to see Luna more during school, he must have a relationship with Irene. Now just needs to make a good relationship. Well, I'll do it myself. You don't need to be so polite. Elena smiled and shook her head. She took out a letter from her robe and handed it to Xenophilius. By the way, this is a letter from Luna to you. She will not come back this weekend. In the forest there is a litter of puffballs giving birth to cubs. Huh? Not coming back? Oh, well. The smile on Xenophilius Lovegood's face froze, and he let out a bit of loss. He looked at the envelope in his hand and was stunned. His daughter liked magical animals. He naturally knew that compared to this room full of manuscripts, the cute little animals in the Hogwarts Forbidden Forest were obviously more likable. Right. Just when Xenophilius was slightly lost, there was a rhythmic knock on the door. This is quite a rare situation. After all, most of the time, visitors use door keys or flunets to directly reach the teleportation hut next to the living room, instead of walking through the trail full of magic traps and entering from the main entrance. The corners of Elena's mouth raised, and there was a hint of excitement in her eyes. Aha! It seems that our guest has arrived. At the same time, outside Lovegood's house. So did you hide the gold in it? The goblin Douglas frowned, looked at the strange cylindrical tall building in front of him, and said in confusion, now they have come to the top of the hill in this wizarding village. A weird house stands under the blue sky and is surrounded by small wooden houses. At first glance, it looks like a huge black column, or a castle in chess. And behind the castle, a ghostly moon hung in the afternoon sky. Along the way, there are at least 6 or 7 kinds of magic traps that Douglas can recognize, including alarm, trapping, weakening, and direct killing. If it weren't for the guidance of Dumbledore, it might be the case. There were dozens of Rs here, and they couldn't directly break through such multiple layers of magical protection for a while. At the same time, as the distance to the castle got closer, Douglas clearly felt the stagnation in the air, and all phantom-shifting magic, including goblin magic, was severely disturbed. There is no doubt that this area, like the Gringotts underground, Hogwarts Castle, and the Ministry of Magic's office area, is a special restricted area. Gold? No. Why do you think so? Of course gold is at Hogwarts. The old wizard glanced suspiciously at the goblin behind him, and pointed to the wooden courtyard door with a bit of classical charm beside him. This is just the editor-in-chief of the Contradictory, Mr. Lovegood's home. Look. 3 hand-painted signs are nailed to the courtyard gate, and the writing on them seems to have been modified many times. The first piece, New Singing and Singing Devil, Hogwarts on the bite of the tongue, into the magic editorial department. The second piece, Please pick a bunch of parasites by yourself. The third piece, Don't touch the airship Lee. Before Douglas could understand the meaning of the next 2 signs, the yard door creaked open by itself. Follow my footsteps and don't move anything. Don't resist. Not far away, the voice of Albus Dumbledore became serious, and the old wizard gently waved the magic wand in his hand, as if he was directing a silent concert, which looked a little strange. Accompanied by a strange magical power, Douglas and others unconsciously followed Dumbledore. They felt layers of magical imprint slightly falling on them. The fairies first became nervous, and then they were very nervous. So relaxed. As the fairy elite from the depths of the Gringotts, they almost immediately identified the purpose of this magic. This is the most common authentication magic, used to pass through the magic forbidden zone, which is equivalent to the access control of the Muggle world. Card. This is an ancient magic derived from fairies, and apart from this, there are no other side effects. Therefore, after being slightly surprised by the severity of the protection here, Douglas, Bogo, Gary Vickers and other fairies gradually put down their vigilance and began to look at the surrounding environment with interest, wondering what is important here. Place. The winding paths are full of strange plants, like a beautiful fantasy garden. The silver shrubs on the side of the road are full of orange or radish-shaped fruits, and there are knotty vines that look like dead branches, and a few mandras are buried in the ground shaking the grass above their heads. Besides this, there are red peppers panting lightly, and balbotubers twisting in the woods. 2 old begonia trees that were bent by the wind guarded the 2 sides of the front door. The leaves had fallen out, but they were still covered with small red fruits and large pagodas with white beads. The two owls were on the left and the other squatting on the branches, quietly peering at them. Douglas and other fairies who have been in contact with various magic traps for a long time can feel the magic power lingering at the roots of the two trees in front of them. Even if they suddenly pull out their roots and become treants, Douglas will not have any surprises. This is simply the place I have seen, the most tightly guarded. Even Gringotts. Hush, keep quiet, watch and learn. He won't keep showing you the way from now on. Not far ahead, Dumbledore suddenly raised his fingers and made a quiet gesture that was somewhat inconsistent with his habit. He walked to the heavy black door and knocked it 3 times, which was inlaid with iron-quality round nails, and a strange round door knocker. Following the action of the old wizard, the round door knocker rotated 180 degrees horizontally, as if it had been facing them all the time before, turning into a round owl face. The metal beak opened and closed. Excuse me, what does it look like? Fatty chicken with round face. Correct answer. The next moment, the door revolved and opened automatically. At the same time, the feeling of danger that had been lingering around Douglas and the other fairies before finally dissipated, and 2 pieces of wood were crusted on the pinned courtyard door behind them. After moving, he glanced at the visitors in the yard like an old man's eyes, and slowly closed the door. After nearly half a year of transformation, as the temporary base of the Tanming group, this place has almost become an increasingly secretive and dangerous devil city. At this moment, a female reporter who is still locked in a nearby cabin is Xiaof, who disappeared in it. Insect. As the heavy black door opened, the room was filled with warm light. Before Douglas and the other fairies could see the layout clearly, they heard the voice of a fragile girl coming from the door, with a little bit of anger and excitement in the voice. Grandpa, you are late today. I thought you would arrive before me. Immediately afterwards, a cute little girl like an angel appeared in everyone's sights. Grandpa, Grandpa! Exclamation mark. A trace of doubt appeared on Douglas' face, and he looked at the white-haired and white-bearded old wizard standing in front of him suspiciously. According to the information of the spirits of Gringotts, Albus Dumbledore should have no heirs, let alone granddaughter. It's mainly because the frequency of borrowing the wand from Albus has been a bit frequent recently. He may be a little suspicious, so it took a little extra time, but it will be fine afterwards. This time he asked me to pay it back next month. The old wizard gave a light cough, bent down slightly, touched Elena's head affectionately, turned around and looked at the petrified goblins behind him with a friendly smile, and made a please gesture towards the room. Come in, friends from Gringotts. The house is much warmer than outside. Just recently escaped from the edge of death, from deep underground in Gringotts, London, to the fairies outside the village of Ottery St. Catchpole in Devon, thousands of miles away. They were shaking as if at this moment the civis average, combined with the strange wizards that I saw along the way before, a terrifying conjecture became clearer in the minds of all the fairies. As the deputy director of various materials, Bouge was trembling all over, with a shocked expression on his face. Looking at Albus Dumbledore, who was smiling in front of him, his breathing became rapid. You are not Dumbledore. This is a trap. Who are you? For a moment, he even doubted that the final result of the peak duel that the magical world had focused on decades ago. Will it be that since then, the world has actually been deceived by the surface? Elder Leos, I haven't said this before. Of course I am not Albus. In fact, I never said that I am him. This is not a deception. The old man grinned and nodded, shrugging reluctantly, and while pulling out his wand, he waved it slowly. His face began to change towards another appearance. His eyes with different colors flashed with a strange light, extremely elegant to say. Oh, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself just now. Grindelwald, Gellert Grindelwald. But don't worry, it won't be long before the real Albus Dumbledore will meet you. To wait until the time is right. With the wave of Grindelwald's wand, the fairies standing by the door felt a soft thrust faintly behind them. Under the shock of their minds, they involuntarily walked a few steps forward, crossed the threshold and entered the cabin. Boom! Before the fairies could stand firm, there was a dull sound of closing the door suddenly behind them. The owner of the house, Xenophilius Lovegood, had walked to the door at some point and closed the heavy black door again. All the fairies felt that they had entered a strange space and looked at the surrounding environment uncomfortably. The transformed room is still a standard circular shape, just like a huge pepper shaker, and all kinds of spices, candies, biscuits, fruits, dry butcher shops can be seen everywhere on the surrounding walls, cabinets, and cupboards. In the middle is a huge round dining table. The little silver hoard witch is already sitting on the edge of the dining table. While talking to Grindelwald in a low voice, she looks at the fairies with interest, shining with a strange look. Not far away, Xenophilius Lovegood had sat back at the desk again, picked up the quill and continued to revise the content of the new issue of New Singing Devil. The title of the open book is Shock. Gringotts' Secret Industry of the Dark Lord! Chapter 543, Winter is coming. The weather is gradually warming up, and the bitter winter has passed. However, the real severe cold has just come on this land. With the passage of time, the people of Russia and Ukraine gradually wake up from the joy of embracing freedom and begin to return to their daily lives filled with trivial things such as firewood, rice, oil, salt, potato bread and vodka. The red flag that was lowered in the Kremlin not long ago did not bring too many changes to people's daily lives. What the 500-day plan allocated to every citizen of the state-owned enterprise securities brought about the illusory book wealth has increased. Food is still increasingly in short supply, and light industrial daily products are also in short supply. Based on the new policy of Russian President Elena, most laboratories, research institutes, and academies of sciences have entered an indefinite state of closure. Even projects like mathematics research have completely stalled. Russia, Ukraine and other countries have increasingly severe government finances, and even some military salaries have been unable to pay, let alone take into account the scientific researchers who cannot create direct benefits, are willing and able to continue to stick to their jobs and guard. There are not many people who hold those precious data. Of course, it just exists as a file manager. Except for checking into work on time every morning and patrolling all the research rooms according to decades of habit to ensure that no homeless people sneak in to make trouble, or no desperate unemployed come in to steal, there is no other job. After get off work, these scientific researchers who were once regarded as treasures by the country are still the same as most people in the city, flocking to the entrances of bakeries and daily necessities that seem to never see the end, waving their elbows and squeezing into the front. Go buy bread and daily consumables whose price tags are changing every day. Free trade is like a poison wrapped in honey, quickly spreading across this land. While cursing the black-hearted shop owner, people kept taking out more rubles from their pockets to buy what they wanted at high prices. Fortunately, the Red Bears left a lot of savings, along with all kinds of economic stimulus policies like drinking poison to quench thirst. The situation has not completely deteriorated for the time being. Whether it is a newborn speculator or someone who wants to guard the past, you can still maintain a delicate balance in the embers. However, many times, with my own efforts alone, I am still too helpless in the face of the tide of the Great Era. The new capitalist countries that have emerged from the shell of the former Soviet Union are more eager than any Western country to eat the bare meat that has already been on the table as soon as possible. The cold winter has arrived. Russia, Budka Institute of Nuclear Physics. As the deputy director of the institute, Mr. Alexei's daily routine is no different. I run to the institute at 7 o'clock every morning, count the names of the people who are still in the institute, occasionally hold small meetings, and arrange how to make all the processes run again as soon as possible when the country is about to restart the institute's projects. In the afternoon, all files were locked in accordance with the regulations of the Soviet Research Institute, or went to the door of the bakery or the door of the department store, to see if I could bring home some good things when I got off work. The only difference may be that since recently, A foreign company clerk from Austria has been around him, actively helping him to seize the favorable terrain in the bakery and daily necessities store in advance, and pack one or two to rush into the research institute. The homeless man who snatched his instruments and computers for sale, or helped him repair the exterior wall of the institute that was damaged in the middle of the night. The most important thing is that he can help Alexei cover his family, pretending that the institute is still operating normally. Of course, if this Austrian who claims to be his old friend can be more normal in his brain, it would be fine. Mr. Frank, I'm just an ordinary researcher. If there is anything that needs my help, just speak up. Under the current situation, even if it is a little too much demanding, alas. Alexei took the long loaf of bread from the man, with embarrassment on his face, hesitated and said, "There is no unprovoked kindness in the world, who can walk step by step to the deputy director of the Bodecker Institute of Nuclear Physics." Alexei is not the kind of scientific research lunatic who is not familiar with the world. He knows that the other party must have an attempt on him. Decades ago, he would naturally not hesitate to report this unpredictable foreign spy to the police system, but with the fall of the red flag, the so-called secrecy and counterintelligence have already become magic. The United States people and the British became guests of governments and corporate executives of various countries, and the military sold weapons and equipment at low prices in exchange for daily needs. Even Alex, who once firmly believed that he would not compromise, has gradually surrendered to reality unknowingly, in order to maintain the precious research results not to disappear, and to maintain the daily expenses of the family. He silently accepts with the help of the Austrian who appeared next to him. He still held the final bottom line deep in his heart. Although he doesn't know anymore, what's the point of doing this? Really? Have you really thought about it? Hearing what Alexei said, the young man named Frank did not have any joyful expression on his face. Instead, he showed a slightly tired expression. He looked at the middle-aged Russian man next to him with a slight expectation and sighed. Immediately afterwards, Alexei felt his eyes trance a little. The voice of the young man faintly came from his ear, the answer he had heard countless times these days. "Sorry, Mr. Alexei, I think you may not be ready yet." Shaking his dizzy head, Alex frowned and looked at the young man standing next to him. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. This is the most helpless thing. These days, whenever he looks at him, this is the answer when you want to ask the other person's purpose. Having lived for decades, this was the first time he encountered this situation, and the middle-aged researcher spread his hands. "Oh, Frank, you can't do it like this no matter what your purpose is. You have to try it whenever you have a chance. Right? You don't even tell me anything, so why do you think that I am so stubborn? Would you refuse? You are an amazing person, I know." Frank thought for a while, glanced at the surrounding shops, shook his head and said, "When Mr. Kurt Mayer handed over the work of persuading you to me, he specifically explained it. But it is precisely because of this that you are particularly precious. He can only tell you at the moment that we really do not have any malicious intentions. In addition, I also told you that our Tanming group has a special calculation method for task indicators, so you don't need to be too upset. After successfully persuading you, I will be able to pass the inspection period and become a full-time employee." To be honest, this is really hard to believe. Alexei glanced at Frank, who was not too salty, then looked at the long loaf in his arms, and curled his lips. However, judging from the current situation, as a person who brazenly accepted so much help from you, I don't have too many positions to question anything. I just hope that after you ask, we can finally become friends. From the current situation, I think there is hope. The young man smiled and was about to say something more. However, before Frank could finish speaking, Alex's mobile phone in his pocket suddenly rang, interrupting the conversation between the two. As the deputy director of the institute, Alex was still eligible to have own mobile phone. "Sorry." Alexei's face changed, and he nodded politely to Frank, walked aside and took out the mobile phone made in the former Soviet military factory that looked like a big brick in his arms. In this era, communication methods are not as popular as later generations. "We'll contact him through this method. It will definitely not be a trivial matter of talking on the phone. Not to mention, there are not too many people in Russia who know his contact information. Mr. Alexei, where are you now? Come back soon. As expected by Alexei, as soon as he got on the phone, there was an anxious voice from the other end of the receiver, accompanied by a sizzling electric sound. The owner of the voice was very familiar with Budka's nuclear physics research. The security captain on duty. Calm down. I'm here now. What happened? People from the government have already arrived at the door. They came with documents and said that they were going to completely shut down the Deckel Institute of Nuclear Physics and fire all the personnel in the institute. After a while, they will be issued uniformly by the government, part of the severance pay. And then the documents and facilities inside will be emptied from tomorrow. Tomorrow? So urgent? Impossible. Besides, there is no time to transfer the data in such a short time. They said that there is no need to transfer, and all files and computers can be destroyed on the spot. There are also a few Americans present. I heard that this site will be converted into the Citibank in Russia. One of the branches just doesn't need to build an additional vault and archives! Suka not listed. Hello. In Russian you stop them first. I'll come here. Alexei's eyes widened in an instant, and he snarled at the phone. He didn't even bother to say hello to Frank not far away. So he hurriedly rushed in the direction of the Budka Institute of Nuclear Physics. Go with. For a moment, Frank felt as if he saw a giant white bear running wild in the snow. Oh, this is what Miss Teresa said the solution. Frank sighed in a complicated mood, recalled the reply he received yesterday, shook his head, glanced at Alexei's leaving back, looked left and right, and turned into an unmanned one next to him. Secluded corner. Although I don't know how all this is done, but since the lady has already taken action, there is probably no room for maneuver on this matter, and it is almost the final stage of communication. It's just that, seeing that the task is about to be completed, why does he feel a little uncomfortable in his heart? Frank shook his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. His tone of voice was particularly complicated. He didn't expect that in the end, he would still need to use other power to help him complete this task. When he took this task, he didn't expect such a hardship. It's just a bunch of stubborn, troublesome, weak and stupid crackling, accompanied by a slight crackling sound like firecrackers. The man's figure turned into a twisted black light and shadow and disappeared into the air, leaving only the last word reverberating in this empty city corner. Well, at the same time, maybe earlier or later, similar scenes are happening in all corners of Russia and Ukraine. With the participation of the fairies, Elena Kaslana and the destiny behind her finally spread their wings on this vast land, sending people out. A chilling voice. Chapter 544 Disappearance and Compensation. Russia. Budka Institute of Nuclear Physics. Alexei, who is no longer young, panted heavily and stood at the forefront of a crowd of researchers who came after hearing the news. He clenched his fists hard and glared angrily at the officials who stood in front of the gate of the institute. People are like an angry brown bear. Suko is not listed. This is an important research base, a top-secret place where foreigners are absolutely not allowed to enter. This is treason. You bastards. If placed decades ago, all will be hanged and shot. All shot. Mr. Alexei, please calm down. The Cold War is over. The world is no longer shrouded in the cloud of war. There is no need to keep these redundant research sites. Human society will enter a new era of science and technology sharing. The Russian financial officials, surrounded by several police officers, wiped the saliva from their faces, frowned heavily, looked around the staff gathered at the entrance of the institute, raised their arms, and waved the printed copy. Chapter of the file. Look. Have a look. You know, this area should have been demolished directly, but considering the friendship between the two peoples, Citibank of the United States chose to purchase the research institute at a high price and renovate it as a bank branch. If you continue to mess around with the cooperation intention that is easy to reach, you will all have to enter the police station. Okay. Even if the government agrees to dismantle the institute, you still have to give us at least half a month. No, a week. The transfer and preservation of valuable data, documents, and equipment in the institute will take time. Not to mention, Alexei glanced at the police cars parked at the front door of the institute, as well as the alert policeman, took a deep breath, tried to suppress the anger in his chest, and pointed his arm towards the researchers behind him. His face was full of anger. Just fired so many researchers. What should everyone in the institute do for the rest of their lives? The salary of last month has not been in place until now. Do you think that only a vague severance payment can solve the problem? About this point, I have explained it before, there is still a little problem with the financial process. Please be patient. Facing the angry staff of the Bdk Institute of Nuclear Physics, the Russian financial official who took over the job showed embarrassment on his face, and he shrank back nervously, raising his hands and trying to comfort him. The emotions of everyone. Since the disintegration of the Soviet Union, Russia's finances have been on the verge of collapse. The economic aid promised by Western countries has not yet arrived due to various reasons, so that the government has to open the market and take the initiative to accept foreign countries. Enterprises and the banking industry enter in order to earn high foreign exchange to subsidize finances. In fact, according to the original idea of the Russian government, places similar to the Bdk Institute of Nuclear Physics were originally not within the scope of the land sold to the outside world, but the Americans gave too much money, and it was only half of the money. Agreed. Ahem, please don't get excited, we quite understand your difficulties. Seeing that the scene was about to get out of control, several Americans standing behind watching the excitement looked at each other, walked to the door, patted the Russian financial official on the shoulder, coughed lightly, and professionalism piled on his face. Smile. In fact, we are here today to solve these problems. With the voice of the American representative, several heavy suitcases were placed in front of the crowd. Each big suitcase was filled with stacks of neatly packed rubles. The unique smell of coins and the dazzling color instantly calmed the whole venue. People looked at these Americans in surprise. Know what they want to say. First of all, please rest assured that Citibank of the United States is an international bank with a good reputation worldwide. As a banking industry, we have no interest in what you are studying. According to the agreement reached with the Russian government, Bdk, all the materials in the Institute of Nuclear Physics will be directly destroyed, so there is no need to worry about leaks. Secondly, considering the current financial difficulties encountered by Russia and the situation learned in previous communications, the bank's board of directors has decided that we will temporarily pay part of the severance costs of the research staff to ensure that this transaction will not affect you. Life has caused too many impacts and shocks. Finally, for some senior researchers, we have prepared a special recommendation letter. With the letter of introduction, we can travel to the United States for free and take up positions in major research institutes and universities. The actual situation of this place is confirmed, but it is certainly enough to solve your daily life problems. Originally these words should have been made by Russian financial officials, but from an official point of view, this kind of thing is similar to encouraging people to defect to the country. It is really difficult for him to speak. Seeing that the Americans took the initiative to take the call, the Russian financial officer, the officials of the ministry also breathed a sigh of relief, their expressions gradually returning to their previous calmness. Yes, that's it. In general, you all queue up according to the list in my hand. We will distribute severance expenses and letters of introduction according to your position and salary, and then please pack your own items in today and tomorrow, personal belongings, and complete the data cleaning of the institute. Deputy Director Alexei, what shall we do now? Yes, the research institute can't last long like this. It would be nice to have severance pay. I heard that the Mendeleev Institute is also laying off staff. Should we try to teach in a foreign university? It sounds good too. Seeing his eager colleagues around him, as well as the police and government officials who had become particularly strange, Alex opened his mouth, and finally waved his hand in dismay, and said weakly, "Let's go in line. Let's go at else. Life must go on." Hey, how about you? Aren't you going to get severance pay? No, I have something to do at home, so I'll go back first anyway. Tomorrow I will go to the office to preside over the data destruction work on time, and I will be the last post. Let's go to the queue to register. It is the last bit of welfare. Alexei shook his head, bent down and picked up the bread bag that had fallen on the ground due to physical conflict, patted the dust and snow stuck to the breadstick, sighed, turned and walked away. Go in the direction of, not far away, the American tourists who had been standing on the edge of the crowd and watching the development took out a small book from their shirt pocket, opened it and looked at it carefully, exchanged glances, and gathered the grey high-collar trench coat. Quickly followed Alexei. Alexei, Budker Institute of Nuclear Physics, Deputy Director, Senior Researcher, Stalin Prize, Meritorious Medal, Labour Hero Gold Star Medal, Red Star Medal, Labour Red Flag Medal winner, risk level, extremely high. Suggestion: intelligence personnel try to contact for recruitment, and transfer to domestic research institutes, universities and other institutions as appropriate for close control, or in the case of communication failure, clear up threats in advance to prevent threat information from spreading to neighboring countries. Behind several intelligence agents who were disguised as American tourists, Frank stroked the magic wand hidden in his pocket thoughtfully, draped it a little further away, and after casting the phantom spell, he quietly followed past. Chapter 1. Chapter 545, Praying Mantis and Aureole. A moment later, in the corner of a remote roadway in Russia, Alexei rubbed his aching wrist, leaning on the cold wall, and looking coldly at the 3 or 4 foreigners who hijacked him from the road here. The spectacles on the bridge of his nose were crooked and nosebleed. It dripped out little by little. The exit to the main road outside has been blocked, and on the other side of the roadway is a brick wall full of rubbish. There is no doubt that this is not a temporary act of kidnapping. This is because the other party accurately called out his name, even reported his address, as well as the names of his wife and daughters. You know that this is not just a loss of money. Solved. Introduce myself. We are a headhunting company from the United States and would like to invite you to work in our country. The leading foreign man moved his knuckles. Just now, in order to shut up the former Soviet nuclear physics expert, he had to punch him directly in the face against the plan. Judging from the current situation, the effect seems to be not bad. Glancing at the silent Alexei, the American man grinned and said unhurriedly, "Sorry, Mr. Alexei, in order to achieve a relatively quiet place for conversation, the methods we used may be a little rough after all. The KGB who has been with you these days is too lethargic. He hates him so much that we have to find a way to quiet him for a while." Frank, wait, isn't he yours? Alexei frowned, clutching his bleeding nose, making a whirn sound. Of course not, huh? If it weren't for these people who have been obstructing our work recently. The man from the United States snorted coldly, a trace of unnaturalness flashed across his face, and said angrily, "But now there is no problem. The Russian authorities have issued an order to search the entire city for these former employees who are not in the existing KGB archivists. These unstable factors will soon be arrested. A group of traitors." What happened to Frank? Rather than worry about others, consider your own problems first, Mr. Alexei. The man raised his wrist and looked at his watch, took out a file from his arms and baited it in his hand. He inadvertently pulled the windbreaker away, revealing the pistol pinned to his waist, and whispered slightly threateningly, "Seriously consider our suggestions, and think about Natasha and others who are still waiting for you to go home. You know, in today's chaotic world, robberies are happening every day, and many people are missing every day. As a deputy director of the research institute who will disappear tomorrow, oh no, you should understand very well." Looking around the surrounding environment and the attitude of the American man in front of him, Alexei twitched his mouth contemptuously, staring straight at the American agent who appeared in front of him without fear, and said every word. "Hatui, I would rather sell my soul to the devil than sell my motherland to you maggots." Well, it's the same as we evaluated before. Facing Alex's answer, The man curled his lips indifferently and wiped off the saliva sticking to his face. As a field agent affiliated with the CIA, his main job is not to persuade and infiltrate, beheading and secretly clear the target. It is his profession. The previous words are only procedural requirements, representing that he has tried. Pass. In fact, since he was assigned this task, he almost understood the attitude of the authorities. In any case, this important scientific researcher who participated in the main nuclear power development projects and nuclear weapons research projects of the former Soviet Union must not be out of control. These people, even those living in the third world countries, may pose a great threat. So, I'm sorry, blame it, blame your Kremlin and the knowledge in your mind. Unfortunately, since the collapse of the Soviet Union, there has been no force in this world that can stop us. Looking at the muzzle of the black hole in front of him, Alexei's eyes were a little dazed. But it's a pity I couldn't bring the bread home tonight. With Natasha and the others, they probably wouldn't get the share that belongs to him. Severance payment, right? I hope that the Gold Star medal at home can be sold at a good price. Boom. Bang bang bang. The expected pain did not come. I saw the American man suddenly turned his gun at the last minute and killed a colleague standing next to him. Then, he continued to buckle his surrounding partners like crazy. Trigger. Leonard, are you crazy? Damn. Kill him. He is a traitor. Unprepared to be attacked, several other Americans reacted quickly. Several people scrambled together. The smell of blood, gunpowder, and the anger and groans of the men were mixed together, and the scene became extremely chaotic for a while. Alexei, who had escaped the catastrophe, looked around, and was about to find a trash can or some kind of bunker to avoid accidentally, so as not to be accidentally injured by the stray bullets. The situation in front of him made his mind a little confused for a while. At this moment, a faint familiar voice came from Alex's ear. We should go now, Mr. Alexei. Don't resist, Frank. When are you coming? Alexei suddenly turned his head and looked at the vague figure behind him. Before he could finish speaking, he felt his shoulders sink. Immediately afterwards, Alexei encountered a terrible feeling that he had never experienced before. He felt like he was being squeezed in a thick rubber tube, unable to breathe, and every part of his body was being squeezed, almost exceeding his endurance limit. No, or the limit he thought. Then, just when he thought he might be suffocating, the invisible tube suddenly burst open, and he half-kneeled under the cool Russian night sky, breathing in the fresh, icy air. Alex could hear the sound of traffic not far away, and his blurred vision gradually recovered. The familiar building outlines and lights in the distance told him that they did not leave the city too far, and they should have stayed in a certain house rooftop. And beside him was the weird young man who hadn't been separated from him long before, Frank. It's just that now this young man is holding a thin wooden stick tightly in his hand, as if he is holding a sharp sword used in duels in the West. I don't know why, Alex always feels where this scene is, have seen. There was a trace of tension on Frank's young face, and he spoke quickly. I understand you must have a lot of confusion, but please wait a moment, I still have some finishing work. Chapter 2. Chapter 546. Suko is not listed. Hello. As a young wizard who has not experienced the war years, and an intern employee of the Destiny Group who has not yet become a regular employee, most of Frank's previous actions were carried out in strict accordance with the issued operating manual. For example, for important target personnel, in order to ensure that the spell does not cause brain damage, the number of times to use the forgetting spell is no more than 3 times a day. Except for special circumstances, the total duration of each erasing of memories should not exceed 1 hour. For another example, in the face of multiple enemy personnel, especially mole personnel with thermal weapons, it is recommended to use the Imperious Curse to control them in hidden corners to create chaos in the opponent's camp, and then subdue them in batches. Of course, there are general instructions such as that all actions are supplemented by protecting the target personnel and killing the enemy. However, when facing a specific emergency situation, it is still a little different from the rehearsal situation in my mind, especially when the mole raised his pistol and prepared to start shooting without warning. Frank finally realized a breath called death, and dangerously controlled the mole to turn the gun head and move it to the side. Shooting. But even so, the dull sound of bullets hitting his body still made Frank feel a bit nauseous, which was completely different from the war scenes described in books and by the elders. So that he didn't choose to solve the problem at the first time, but took Alexei to escape the bloody scene. You know, according to the complete operating instructions, the most correct thing he did at the time was to continue using the Imperious Curse or other spells, quickly subdue all moles, and complete the eyewitness amnestics, instead of leaving directly. Frank took a closer look at Alexei, and after confirming that there was no sign of injury on his body, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then I will deal with the mopping over the first. Don't walk around here. I will be back soon. Wait, what is finishing work? And you, just now these are. Alexei shook his head, feeling that the nausea and dizziness disappeared a little bit. The middle-aged researcher raised his head and was about to ask about what happened to Frank, only to find that he was left alone on the rooftop, as well as the solitary footprints that had just been stepped on the snow in front of him, snapped, accompanied by a crackle of apparition. Frank's figure reappeared in the secluded alleyway before, but the scene of chaos that he had expected to continue has stopped at this time. In addition to the American who was killed, the other 3 Americans' people are lying softly on the ground at this time, except that they are still breathing in their chest and abdomen. They don't look much different from dead. Unbelievable. Frank, you actually appear at the same apparition point repeatedly. A hoarse voice came from the young wizard's ear. Frank turned his head in surprise, only to see an old man in a suit and leather shoes sitting on the trash can in the back, playing with the wand in his hand, while looking at him seriously, with a slight accusation in his eyes. Uncle Mile, why are you here? HMPH. If I don't come, you might be the second unlucky person to be hit by a mole weapon tonight. I don't want to go back and be ripped by my ears all night. Kurt Mayer snorted coldly, and lightly moved the wand in his hand. Accompanied by his movements, the Americans lying on the ground stood up lightly like balloons, looking forward with divergent gaze, without any focus in their eyes. But you are still smart, knowing that you should use the Imperious Curse first, instead of using a disarming curse like the other little guy. As a result, you were hit by a bullet in your shoulder and triggered the emergency alarm in the Destiny safe. But, now that you have used the Imperious Curse, why would you choose to run away? In accordance with the content of the regulations, give priority to protecting the target person. Frank hesitated and replied in a low voice, Oh, really? Kurt Mayer raised his eyebrows non-committently, glanced at the child he grew up watching and shook his head helplessly. So, where is your target person now? Is it safe? And are you sure he will not leak the secret? Frank, I shouldn't repeat these words. You are a wizard of the Destiny group. You need to understand the whole plan. For the possible impact on the magical and non-magical worlds, you need to take on the content of your work yourself, instead of waiting for others to clean up the mess for you. Frank nodded obediently, looking at the Americans in front of him a little hesitantly. Sorry, Uncle Mile. Over here. Go back quickly and take care of the things over there. Just leave it to me here. Don't forget, I am professional. Kurt Mayer said, glanced sideways at Frank, and waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up. Don't delay. Go and take care of your own affairs. Snapped. Seeing Frank disappearing in place again, Kurt Mayer sighed helplessly. It was really not worrying at all. Let these children get in touch with all this in advance, and I don't know if it is good or bad. He couldn't help but recall the giant steel beast that had been able to float above the dome after their transformation. If war is unavoidable, at least the side with a greater probability of victory must be chosen. Who on earth are you? At this moment, There was an intermittent sound not far away. Kurt Mayer turned his head and saw that the American agent who was briefly controlled by Frank with the imperious curse seemed to have broken free from the curse a little bit by his own will. Of course, there may also be a shock factor that was caused by the fact that he shot and killed his comrade in arms. Sorry, I can't tell you yet. But if you really struggle with this, you can call me Death Eater. Kurt Mayer smiled slightly, recalling the standard speech skills in the manual, and lightly waved the magic wand in his hand. The pistols scattered on the ground floated out of thin air, firmly against the Americans' man's temple. By the way, according to the regulations, I should have changed my memory before letting you leave. It's just that because of a promise to a stubborn old guy, I might need to break the contract. A meaningful grin appeared on the old wizard's face, and a sentence of Russian he had just learned appeared in his mouth. Comrade Ulyanov asked me to say hello to you. Suko is not listed. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 3 Mom. Chapter 547, the 101st attempt. On the other side, on the rooftop far from the city center, Alexei, who was trying to sort out his turbulent thoughts, sat on the edge of the roof and looked at Frank, who appeared out of nowhere in the center of the snow, with a wry smile on his face. Well, he decided to temporarily give up thinking about the principles of such unscientific events. In any case, enough has happened tonight. Even if the other party said he was a wizard, he would believe it. In short, I am a wizard, for example. Frank looked into Alex's eyes and said seriously. While talking, the young wizard raised his wand and tapped it lightly on the middle-aged researcher's twisted glasses. Restore as before. With a slight crackling, the glasses that had been damaged by American intelligence personnel during the scuffle were restored to their original state. Alexei picked up his glasses and looked at it carefully. A strange color flashed in his eyes, put on the glasses again, and said nothing. That if I can, maybe I can. Frank glanced at Alexei, whose nose was still dripping blood, pointed to the magic wand in his hand, and showed a friendly smile. Although he is not good at treating, he can still solve this kind of small injury. Alexei looked at the small wooden stick in Frank's hand, raised his eyebrows, and made an earned sound. Thank you. With the sound of a strange spell, he felt the pain in his nose eased a lot. A little curiously touched his nose. Alex turned his head and looked at Frank calmly. Well, now you can explain to me what you wizards want from me. After all, judging from the current situation, you didn't intend to reveal your identity, right? Claim. According to the work regulations in the manual, I shouldn't invite you again today. But now that something like this has happened, I think I might try again. We hope you can accept our employment and participate in the follow-up, research work and some educational work that may be needed. Of course, that is the future. Frank swallowed and said nervously. While talking, the young Destiny trainee took out a crumpled letter with strange marks on the back from his arms and handed it to Alexei. Although the seal looks intact, it seems to have been taken apart from the paper many times. By the way, this is a recommendation letter from Mr. Makarov, the director of the Nikolaev shipyard. You can take a look. We are different from the Americans, the British, and most non-magical bureaucratic governments. We are not for war and hegemony. Makarov of the Black Sea? Oh, I didn't expect you to persuade him. Alexei raised his eyebrows, took the envelope, did not rush to open it, and asked after a moment of pondering. In addition to me, you have also contacted those scientific researchers. Is everyone responsible like me? Some are in charge of a few by one person. What I know seems to be Mr. Valerianovich, Mr. Jomikka, Miss Arkipovna, Miss Boboshaw, etc. After all, not everyone is like you, difficult and stubborn. Alexei grinned, and followed Frank's words nonchalantly. He looked at the glorious city lights in the distance, slowly sighed, and said with some emotion, the stubborn old man of the Soviet Institute of Experimental Physics, the lunatic of the Szlov Institute of Mathematics, the strong woman of the Landau Institute. You are trying to catch all the top group of people of our time in one go. With these people, it is enough to build more than half of the complete science and technology system of the former Soviet Union from scratch. In fact, as far as I know, Most of them are just like you, well, more stubborn. Frank scratched his cheek in embarrassment, and said frustratedly, for now, it seems that the old people at the All-Russian Institute of Biology in Mendeleev have agreed to the invitation, and most of the others are still in contact for the time being. So, what do you plan to do specifically with us? Alex raised his hand, interrupted Frank, and asked curiously. I mean the specific work, the study of nuclear bombs, or nuclear power. It's not like the Americans, let us watch the door. After all, what we old guys can do is only this. About this, I actually don't know. Frank stretched out his hands helplessly, looked at Alexei's eyes and replied, the task I received is just to protect your safety during this time, and to persuade you as much as possible to join our Tanming Group's potato retail store for basic cashier and sales work. Even the contract must be there. Signed, Soil, Potato Shop. Let's be sales and cashiers. A strange look appeared on Alex's face, and he repeated it incredulously. Yes, sigh. Taking a look at Alex's reaction, Frank sighed silently in his heart. According to his usual experience, when the topic reached this position, it was almost over, and he had to erase his memory again and prepare for the next communication. Counting the records on the envelope, from January to now, there have been almost 100 times like this, right? So, next is the 101st time? After a moment of silence, Alexei glanced at the frozen bread loaf on the edge of the roof, subconsciously pushed the undamaged glasses on the bridge of his nose, and whispered thoughtfully, that is to say your authority can only be stopped when you go to the tattoo shop. The remaining content will be explained in detail by a higher-level person in charge, but once I accept the invitation, it will not be so. Is it easy to quit? Yes. The young wizard nodded again, his wand tightened. If that's the case, I agree, and take me to the potato shop tomorrow to take a look at it. I'm sorry, I don't know more. Huh? What are you talking about? After all, starting from tomorrow, I am just an ordinary unemployed person. After the news of the closure of the institute came out, Natasha and the others would definitely not be able to hide it there. I have to find a way to find a new job. Yes, right? Alexei stood up, picked up the bread bag next to him, curled his lips, and said pretendingly, if people like you can participate in this kind of work, then there are only two possibilities. First, you have an extremely powerful force behind you. Second, your organizer is a naive idealist, of course, or maybe both. There is no Chapter 5 Guapmom. Chapter 548. The beginning of a new era. The next day, early morning. Alex woke up early as usual. Glancing at the dark street outside the window, the man paused for a moment on the opened letter paper beside the bed. The letter paper was engraved with strange marks in 4 vertical and 1 horizontal lines. If there is no accident, it should be some way of counting. Compared with the traces on the back and the information revealed by the strange degree of wrinkles on the paper, the content of the text written on the letter paper is unusually simple. With only one thoughtless sentence: these comrades can be trusted, Alexei. Of course, there is also a neat signature by Makarov and the seal of the Nikolaev shipyard. It seems that everything yesterday was not a dream. Alexei shook his head mockingly. Frank the silly boy turned into a wizard. He solved 4 agents from the United States alone and told him I said that the wizarding world intends to invite me to a certain potato shop to interview cashiers and sales clerks. Even if it is a dream, it has not been so funny and crazy. Alexei sat up from the bed. His wife next to him had already gotten up, and the smell of toasted bread came from the kitchen. The snow and rain outside the window for many consecutive days finally stopped. Alexei felt as if he had returned to the time he had just joined the institute decades ago. He was full of enthusiasm and excited and curiosity about the unknown. The middle-aged man got dressed, stuffed the letter paper by the bedside in his arms, stood up and walked straight to the kitchen, looking at his wife who was still busy as usual. A touch of gentleness appeared in his eyes, and he walked over and gently hugged the woman. Natasha, I am unemployed, and the Bodecker Institute of Nuclear Physics has been closed. I heard Kato Shaw next door say that if there is no, there will be number. Anyway, The institute hasn't paid a salary for a long time. The woman stiffened, and quickly relaxed, while continuing to look at the milk boiled in the small iron pan in front of her. She asked calmly, "Then what do you plan to do next?" "Resting at home for some time is actually not bad." "Huh? How do you know that the institute hasn't paid wages?" I'm not a fool, Alexei. So many people around are cursing the government for arrears in wages. How could it be possible that you alone can get your salary back home normally every month? Besides, you can't change it anyway. Would you like the salary envelope, Natasha? Alexei was taken aback for a moment, and he stuttered for a while. Natasha turned her head, glanced at her husband, and put her finger on Alex's lips. "Well, those medals will be sold as soon as they are sold. Anyway, I think they are troublesome to wipe. Don't hinder me here. Please go back to your position, Comrade Alexei. You will pay it back later. Go out to work. Keep your voice down. Rover is still asleep. Don't wake her up." "Yes, sir." Alexei smiled and replied, no longer being tough and capable outside. The middle-aged man sat obediently at the dining table, waiting for his wife to bring hot milk and toast to him. And in an hour, his 10-year-old daughter Danilova will get up. Fortunately, in this chaotic and confused era, Moscow's school is still a quiet haven for the time being, although the depression will spread the sooner or later. It may be a little later today. I'll look for a job for me. Standing at the door, Alexei gave his wife a light hug, closed the door and walked out along the street. Walking to the corner and leaving the crossroads visible from the window of the hut, Alexei stopped for the first time, breathed into the cold air, and looked around, seeming to be looking for someone. Figure. "Good morning, Mr. Alexei." "Good morning, Frank." As usual, Frank in a grey cloak suddenly appeared in the street next to him, as if he had been standing there all the time, with a bag of soft bread between his elbows and a sausage in his mouth. Vague greeted him with a heart. "Oh, I thought you would sleep a little longer today." Frank tried to swallow what he was chewing, and said with a slight embarrassment, "Then you go to the Budka Institute of Nuclear Physics first, or go directly to us. By the way, do you want a piece of bread? This is delivered from the house elves. Although it may be a little bit cold, it still tastes good." The institute has no meaning to go. They burned all the files last night. Alexei sighed lightly, shook his head and followed Frank as he walked forward, asking curiously, "You just said the elf?" "Well, house elves, a kind of magical creature. Usually only the ancient wizard family will have it." Frank waved his hand, broke a piece of soft bread and handed it to Alexei, while explaining nonchalantly, "Destiny is a very complex and huge organization, let alone house elves. You may see live fairies later. Well, it may be different from what you muls imagine. They are all similar." At the height of the child, it looks like a little old man, roughly that high. "Of course, Miss Teresa is also that high." As he said this, Frank thought for a while and gestured towards his waist. Alexei nodded thoughtfully, carefully observing the surrounding environment. It was still a familiar street. There were bookstores, movie theaters, fish shops, and bakeries on the roads where people came and went. It is hard to imagine that you would suddenly see one strange magical creature. "So, Miss Teresa in your mouth is also a fairy?" "That's not true. The eldest lady is a witch. In fact, these fairies in the Destiny group were rescued from Gringotts prison not long ago by Uncle Mayer. It is said that they were all due to internal struggles and preparations. Unlucky ghost executed secretly." "Gringotts? Well, this is the bank of the magic world. You wizards still have their own bank?" "There is only such a Gringotts wizarding bank, but it is not exactly owned by wizards. Gringotts is run and controlled by fairies, at least for now, but after a while, it may be in doubt." "Oh, really? Interesting." Alexei glanced at the young wizard who was leading the way in front of him, and after hesitating for a few seconds, he said earnestly, "However, Frank, shouldn't your information be classified as confidential content? Are you telling me directly that there is any problem? I mean, if there is a leak, it will be very troublesome for you, right?" "It's okay, even if I don't say it, Missy will not hide it when you ask for it later. Frank turned his head, then replied confidently with a bright smile. Besides, you are a determined liar who won't leak secrets, right? Determinedly! Exclamation mark. Alex raised his eyebrows unclearly, and did not understand the meaning of Frank's words. However, he hadn't waited for him to ask clearly. Right here. After a few more steps, Frank stopped suddenly. We are here, Bolshevik Hammer Tavern. Chapter 1. Chapter 549. Different Perspectives. Novosibirsk, the capital of the Siberian region. This is the largest city in the entire Siberian region of Russia, and the third largest city in Russia. It is also the city where the Budka Institute of Nuclear Physics where Alexei works, and has many Russian factories and universities. Wait. Moscow? Aren't we going to some tavern to sign a contract? Alex looked at Frank for unknown reasons, and an inexplicable premonition emerged in his heart. Before that, he had always thought that the tavern Frank was talking about was located somewhere in the city. Yes. Is there any problem? The branch of destiny in Russia is in Moscow. Frank nodded naturally, glanced at Alexei who was a little nervous, smiled suddenly, squeezed the graffiti paper in his hand and patted the back of the middle-aged man's hand lightly, while looking at his watch. He explained, Tau, don't worry, for long-distance travel, the door key feels much better than apparition. 5, 4, 3. Why can't we take the train? Because the agreed negotiation time is 8:30, the train must be too late, 2 or 1. Before Alexei could protest, he felt that there was a hook behind his belly button, and he slammed forward with an unstoppable momentum, and he lifted his feet off the ground and flew. He could feel Frank right next to him, the back of his hand tightly glued to the graffiti paper, and the funny cartoon paper dragged them to fly forward in the whistling wind and rotating colors. And then, it seemed that after a long time, it seemed that only a second had passed. Their feet fell heavily to the ground. Alexei felt his legs feel a little soft, and staggered forward. Fortunately, they had a strong bear. The arm was in the front to support him, and he didn't let him fall directly to the ground. Alexei turned his head, and saw Frank standing steadily on the ground, except that his hair was a little messed up by the wind, and there was no strange color on his face. Immediately afterwards, an unpleasant smell of urine penetrated into Alex's nose, and the man subconsciously glanced down in fright. Well, it wasn't himself. I said, you wizards, can't you choose a slightly better teleportation point? Sorry. The concealment of public toilets is the best, at least there won't be any cameras here. In the surprised eyes of the homeless man who was staying in the toilet, Frank and Alex pushed open the toilet cubicle door, and while arguing fiercely in a low voice, they walked towards the quiet commercial street. Arbut Street, this is a very famous place in Moscow. This avenue, located in the historical center of the Russian capital, has a total length of 1 kilometer. According to records, it has existed as early as the 15th century. It is one of the oldest existing streets in Moscow. Of course, Arbut Street is also one of the most popular business districts for foreign tourists and locals. Whether it is a street-side bar and a card bar full of flowers on the street, or an elegant and simple street lamp with a round glass lampshade beside a classical Russian building, or a tall, slender and plump Russian girl and a sunny, handsome Russian boy, it is altogether road-flowing landscape. Now that Alex and Frank arrived at a public toilet next to the bar area on Arbut Street, no one would realize that there were suddenly 2 more guests from thousands of miles away in the city. Of course, more importantly, the whole street was silent at this time. All the shops were closed, no one was visible on the street, and the whole city was shrouded in silence, with only the street lights on the roadside still emitting soft lights faithfully. Alexei lowered his head and looked at his watch. At 8:03 in the morning, a touch of helplessness appeared on his face. Frank, listen to me, there is a problem with the appointment time you mentioned earlier. Okay, here it is. Ignoring Alexei behind him, Frank stood in front of a flower shop, beckoned to Alexei, stuffed a piece of parchment into the middle-aged man's hand, and looked around slightly vigilantly, said excitedly, read it quickly and remember the above. No, Frank, listen to me well. What is this? Alexei frowned and looked down at the parchment in his hand. The handwriting on it was extraordinarily beautiful and small. It reminded him subconsciously of himself in the textbook of his daughter Danilova, who was still in elementary school. The content on it was very good. Simple. Bolshevik Hammer Tavern is located at 13 Arbut Street in Moscow. Majority Hammer? Alexei repeated with a weird expression. Just remember it. Don't read it out loud. Frank interrupted Alexei's question nervously, reached out his hand and took away the parchment in his hand. The magic wand hidden in his wrist touched the paper gently, and Alex saw in the corner of his eyes. The writing on the paper seemed to be gradually fading. Immediately after that, the parchment paper began to decompose little by little, and disappeared, turning into a cloud of dust and floating in the wind. The confidentiality work has been done well. If you can be cautious in selecting personnel, you will be more mature. Alexei raised his eyebrows noncommittently, did not continue to entangle this little unscientific thing, raised his head and looked at the surrounding shops. They were standing right in front of a flower shop with a large number written on it. 12. On his left is a shop selling Russian dolls. Number 11. On his right-hand side is a shop selling dolls with matryoshka patterns and pendants. Number 14, except that the tavern number 13 on the note is missing. Taking a look at Alexei, who was confused, there was an unpredictable look on Frank's face. I know you are confused. Now you just need to. Does the objective reality be affected by the observer, thus affecting the result magic? It's really interesting. Alexei looked over Frank, looked at the tavern door suddenly out of nowhere from the middle of shops 12 and 14 with a slight amazement, and said softly in a tone that was so true. From the visual effect, it seems that an extra house suddenly swelled up, squeezing things out on both sides, but the surrounding environment and streets have not changed. But according to Alexei's understanding, this is mostly because he is in there are a little more information flow variables than before. So, are we going in directly like this now? Alexei walked up the stone steps, turned his head and saw Frank, whose cheeks turned red as if he took a breath, pointed to the newly transformed door in front of him, and asked in confusion, if I guess, what password or magic spell should I need? There is no keyhole on the door, and no letterbox hole, only a round metal sculpture in the center. Yes, a password is needed. Frank replied dejectedly, curled his lips and walked over, drew out his wand and tapped on the door. At the next moment, Alex saw that the billowing metal sculpture suddenly became active. Two large circles appeared above the ring, and a downward standard regular triangle appeared below the ring. Ovo, who am I? Frank cleared his throat and spoke clearly to the chubby metal carving. The content is temporarily not visible due to the courageous loyalty curse. With a rustle of metal from the chain, the door creaked and opened automatically. Compared with the simple exterior wall decoration, the scene inside the bar was completely beyond Alex's expectations. The first thing that attracted his attention was the completely unscientific and spacious space inside, and the person sitting at the front desk wearing strange creature with monocle. Noting the noise coming from outside the door, the fairy on duty raised his head and said blankly, Moscow time, 5:06 in the morning, the appointment is Frank. 2 people. You are early. Chapter 2. Ma. Chapter 550. Abridged Connecting the World. Moscow time, 5:09 a.m. Bolshevik Hammer Tavern, Reception Hall. Ha ha, it seems that we came a little earlier. Frank touched the back of his head, turned his head to look at Alexei behind him, and let out an awkward dry laugh. Indeed, it's a little bit early. 1. Alexei glanced at the row of clocks hanging behind the goblin, and sighed rather helplessly. It's just 6 hours ahead of London time. Frank, I think you'd better learn some basic knowledge afterwards, otherwise I worry that you will fall into these little details someday, even if you are a wizard. Sorry, this is the first time I have set out on my own mission, and I am a little nervous. Like an eggplant that had been beaten by frost, Frank explained in a low voice to Alexei, his expression a bit cramped. These young people, The idea is still too simple. Alexei smiled and waved his hand indifferently. Although he has not been in contact with other wizards, it seems that apart from mastering some strange magic, Frank seems to be the same as the stunned young students who practiced in his institute. It's okay, if you can, tell me more about the magical world as a world independent of those of us who don't have magical talents. I need to take a lot of basic life courses. Just learn from each other. Ah, good. Frank glanced at Alexei's face, and after making sure that he did not see an angry or impatient look on his face, he relaxed a little, waved his magic wand, and invited 2 chairs to sit against the wall. Sentences began to chat. Actually, I just graduated not long ago. I graduated from Durmstrang. Oh, this is a wizarding school. Just like a school in the non-magic world. It's just for young wizards. Later our family moved to Salzburg, Austria, and lived close to my uncle's family when I was young. My dream was to become a general, but then I received an owl letter. The magic world does not use the currency of the Mull world. The wizards use Jinjialong and Silver Syke to buy things. Frank was originally a rather talkative person, or rather, a talkative. It's just that because of work, I had to pretend to be calm, and now I can finally open the chatterbox and have a good time, naturally crackling a while, although some have no beginnings and ends, and occasionally the logic is a bit confusing. But for Alexei said, all of this is considered interesting, and of course he will not interrupt Frank's interest. Even after being infected by Frank, Alexei began to tell stories about himself. For example, how did he know his wife Natasha, and how he later had a young daughter, Danilova? How did he enter the Budka nuclear physics laboratory? How did he step by step to the position of deputy director? Unconsciously, time slowly passed in the increasingly pleasant chat between the two, until, sorry, interrupt for a while. Just when Alexei began to talk about how he was tempted by a few bottles of vodka and resolutely defected from the mathematics department when he was in college, a crisp girl's voice appeared in their ears. Sighed. The two of them were taken aback for a moment, then subconsciously stopped the conversation, turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound. I saw a little girl with a delicate face and silver-white hair. I don't know when I had already come to them. There were bright stars in the lake Ebluas. In a trance, Alex felt as if he saw an angel. It's the same. But the next moment, Alexei was brought back to reality by Frank's series of exclamations. Uncle Mile, Mr. Apoculus, Miss Teresa. Alexei looked away from the girl's face, only to realize that behind the little girl, there was still an elderly man with a playful and energetic look standing behind them. Standing neatly behind them, a dozen unsmiling middle-aged and elderly people in neat black suits. One of the old men was staring at Frank with bulging eyes. His lips moved slightly threateningly. Not surprisingly, it should be the legendary and seemingly omnipotent uncle of the wizard in Frank's previous story, Kurt Mayer, but from the standing position, today's protagonist is not Mayer. Mr. Alexei, hello. Welcome to the magic world. Elena smiled slightly and proactively stretched out her hand to the front, speaking very formally. Introduce yourself, Teresa. Teresa Apoculus, the current CEO of Tanming Group, and the person directly responsible for this operation and the signing of the contract. I will introduce you in the next time. Reconcile your doubts. In fact, Elena is still quite interested in Alex's story. If it weren't for Grindelwald's constant urging by her side, she would still like to hear more about the growth history of this great nuclear physics man. This experience is much more interesting than boring contract negotiations, especially after she has repeated similar explanations a dozen times these days. There is not much interest left. It's just that time is limited. She is now sneaking over through the fireplace in Grindelwald's office during her early morning break. Naturally, she doesn't have much free time to waste. If it didn't show up until the class time, old Carrot might just come over and arrest people. Even if Dumbledore allowed all of this, she could only use her spare time to dig people, instead of arrogantly. Class. In all fairness, in this era, Elena may not be a little bit worse than these big cows in terms of academic majors, but when it comes to looking to the future, predicting scientific development, and saying some specious scientific conclusions, even Einstein renews after coming back to life, she might be stunned by her for a while. Not to mention, generally speaking, all researchers who come here have actually made a decision in their minds. Most of what they need is a commitment, a direction, and some specific materials to solve their worries. What Elena really did was actually just frank. This aspect alone is precisely the quality that is most valued by those high IQ scientific researchers who have almost matured, and that's why she doesn't mind letting some interns get in touch with those old guys. Words and interests. After all, there is no accumulating quality and attitude that can move people's hearts. She is not trying to show to those scientific researchers who have succeeded once how mature the magical world is and what they will get after they come to this magical world. Such convenience, and how easy it is to succeed. In this regard, those human social brains with unique perspectives and wisdom beyond ordinary people don't need her to conduct specific guidance and divergence. They only need to see one or two magics, and they can make their own associations. What she needs is to display some not so good, immature and young civilizations in advance. Once she accepts these settings, the chances of conflicts and gaps in the future will be much less. The easiest to persuade a person is always only himself. Of course, in addition to this, she has a large number of secret weapons used to persuade and seduce. Regardless of the confidentiality regulations of the magical world, in order to pave the way for the integration of the non-magical world and the magical world, the Tamming Group and Hogwarts prepared a huge amount of potatoes to assist the people of the former Soviet Union. Gold. Of course, not only that, there are more.